Section 21 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. By this good light, a wench of matchless mettle, this were a leaguer lass to love a soldier, to bind his wounds and kiss his bloody brow, and sing a roundel as she helped to arm him. Though the rough foeman's drums were beat so nigh, they seemed to bear the burden. Old play. When Mistress Margaret entered the Foljambe apartment, she found the inmates employed in their usual manner, the lady in reading, and her attendant in embroidering a large piece of tapestry which had occupied her ever since Margaret had been first admitted within these secluded chambers. Hermione nodded kindly to her visitor, but did not speak, and Margaret, accustomed to this reception, and in the present case not sorry for it, as it gave her an interval to collect her thoughts, stooped over Monopola's frame, and observed in a half-whisper, "You are just so far as that rose, Mona, when I first saw you. See, there is the mark where I had the bad luck to spoil the flower in trying to catch the stitch. I was little above 15 then. These flowers make me an old woman, Monopola." "I wish they could make you a wise one, my child," answered Monopola, in whose esteem pretty Mistress Margaret did not stand quite so high as in that of her patroness, partly owing to her natural austerity, which was something intolerant of youth and gaiety, and partly to the jealousy with which a favourite domestic regards any one whom she considers as a sort of rival in the affections of her mistress. "What is it you say to Mona, little one?" asked the lady. "Nothing, madam," replied Mistress Margaret, "but that I've seen the real flowers blossom 3 times over since I first saw Monopola working in her canvas garden, and her violets have not budded yet." "True, Lady Bird," replied Hermione, "but the buds that are longest in blossoming will last the longest in flower. You have seen them in the garden bloom thrice, but you have seen them fade thrice also. Now Monopolas will remain in blow for ever. They will fear neither frost nor tempest." "True, madam," answered Mistress Margaret, "but neither have they life or order." "That, little one," replied the recluse, "is to compare a life agitated by hope and fear, and checkered with success and disappointment, and fevered by the effects of love and hatred, a life of passion and of feeling, saddened and shortened by its exhausting alternations, to a calm and tranquil existence, animated but by a sense of duties, and only employed during its smooth and quiet course in the unwearied discharge of them. Is that the moral of your answer?" "I do not know, madam," answered Mistress Margaret, "but of all birds in the air I would rather be the lark that sings while he is drifting down the summer breeze, than the weathercock that sticks fast yonder upon his iron perch, and just moves so much as to discharge his duty, and tells us which way the wind blows." "Metaphors are no arguments, my pretty maiden," said the Lady Hermione, smiling. "I'm sorry for that, madam," answered Margaret, "for they are such a pretty indirect way of telling one's mind when it differs from one's betters. Besides, on this subject there is no end of them, and they are so civil and becoming withal." "Indeed," replied the lady, "let me hear some of them, I pray you." "It would be, for example, very bold in me," said Margaret, "to say to your ladyship, that rather than live a quiet life, I would like a little variety of hope and fear, and liking and disliking, and the other sort of feelings which your ladyship is pleased to speak of. But I may say freely, and without blame, that I like a butterfly better than a beetle, or a trembling aspen better than a grim Scots fir that never wags a leaf, or that of all the wood, brass, and wire that ever my father's fingers put together, I do hate and detest a certain huge old clock of the German fashion that rings hours and half hours and quarters and half quarters, as if it were of such consequence that the world should know it was wound up and going. Now, dearest lady, I wish you would only compare that clumsy, clanging, Dutch-looking piece of lumber with the beautiful timepiece that Master Harriot caused my father to make for your ladyship, which uses to play 100 merry tunes, and turns out, when it strikes the hour, a whole band of Morris dancers to trip the haze to the measure." "And which of these timepieces goes the truest, Margaret?" said the lady. "I must confess the old Dutchman has the advantage in that, said Margaret. I fancy you are right, madam, and that comparisons are no arguments. At least mine has not brought me through. Upon my word, Maiden Margaret, said the lady, smiling, you have been of late thinking very much of these matters. Perhaps too much, madam, said Margaret, so low as only to be heard by the lady, behind the back of whose chair she had now placed herself. The words were spoken very gravely, and accompanied by a half-sigh, which did not escape the attention of her to whom they were addressed. The Lady Hermione turned immediately round, and looked earnestly at Margaret, then paused for a moment, and finally commanded Monopala to carry her frame and embroidery into the antechamber. When they were left alone, she desired her young friend to come from behind the chair on the back of which she still rested, and sit down beside her upon a stool. I will remain thus, madam, under your favour, answered Margaret, without changing her posture. I would rather you heard me without seeing me. In God's name, maiden, returned her patroness, what is it you can have to say that may not be uttered face to face to so true a friend as I am? Without making any direct answer, Margaret only replied, you were right, dearest lady, when you said I had suffered my feelings too much to engross me of late. I have done very wrong, and you will be angry with me. So will my godfather, but I cannot help it. He must be rescued. He, repeated the lady with emphasis. That brief little word does indeed so far explain your mystery. But come from behind the chair, you silly popinjay. I will wager you have suffered yonder gay young apprentice to sit too near your heart. I have not heard you mention young Vincent for many a day. Perhaps he has not been out of mouth and out of mind both. Have you been so foolish as to let him speak to you seriously? I'm told he is a bold youth. Not bold enough to say anything that could displease me, madam, said Margaret. Perhaps then you were not displeased, said the lady, or perhaps he has not spoken, which would be wiser and better. Be open-hearted, my love. Your godfather will soon return, and we will take him into our consultations. If the young man is industrious and come of honest parentage, his poverty may be no such insurmountable obstacle. But you are both of you very young, Margaret. I know your godfather will expect that the youth shall first serve out his apprenticeship. Margaret had hitherto suffered the lady to proceed, under the mistaken impression which she had adopted, simply because she could not tell how to interrupt her. But pure despite at hearing her last words gave her boldness at length to say, I crave your pardon, madam, but neither the youth you mention nor any apprentice or master within the city of London. Margaret, said the lady in reply, the contemptuous tone with which you mentioned those of your own class, many hundreds, if not thousands, of whom are in all respects better than yourself, and would greatly honour you by thinking of you, is, methinks, no warrant for the wisdom of your choice. For a choice it seems there is. Who is it, maiden, to whom you have thus rashly attached yourself? Rashly, I fear it must be. It is the young Scottish Lord Glenvarloch, madam, answered Margaret, in a low and modest tone, but sufficiently firm, considering the subject. The young Lord of Glenvarloch, repeated the lady, in great surprise. Maiden, you are distracted in your wits. I knew you would say so, madam, answered Margaret. It is what another person has already told me. It is, perhaps, what all the world would tell me. It is what I am sometimes disposed to tell myself. But look at me, madam, for I will now come before you, and tell me if there is madness or distraction in my look and word, when I repeat to you again that I have fixed my affections on this young nobleman. If there is not madness in your look or word, maiden, there is infinite folly in what you say, answered the Lady Hermione, sharply. When did you ever hear that misplaced love brought anything but wretchedness? Seek a match among your equals, Margaret, and escape the countless kinds of risks and misery that must attend an affection beyond your degree. Why do you smile, maiden? Is there aught to cause scorn in what I say? Surely no, madam, answered Margaret. I only smiled to think how it should happen that while rank made such a wide difference between creatures formed from the same clay, the wit of the vulgar should nevertheless jump so exactly the same length with that of the accomplished and the exalted. It is but the variation of the phrase which divides them. Dame Ursley told me the very same thing which your ladyship has but now uttered. Only you, madam, talked countless misery, and Dame Ursley spoke of the gallows, and Mistress Turner, who was hanged upon it. Indeed, answered the Lady Hermione, and who may Dame Ursley be that your wise choice has associated with me in the difficult task of advising a fool? The barber's wife at next door, madam, answered Margaret, with feigned simplicity, but far from being sorry at heart that she had found an indirect mode of mortifying her monitress. She is the wisest woman that I know, next to your ladyship. A proper confidant, said the lady, and chosen with the same delicate sense of what is due to yourself and others. But what ails you, maiden? Where are you going? "Only to ask Dame Ursely's advice," said Margaret, as if about to depart, "for I see your ladyship is too angry to give me any, and the emergency is pressing." "What emergency, thou simple one?" said the lady in a kinder tone. "Sit down, maiden, and tell me your tale. It is true you are a fool, and a pettish fool to boot, but then you are a child, an amiable child, with all your self-willed folly, and we must help you if we can. Sit down, I say, as you are desired, and you will find me a safer and wiser counsellor than the barber woman, and tell me how you come to suppose that you have fixed your heart unalterably upon a man whom you have seen, as I think, but once." "I have seen him oftener," said the damsel, looking down, "but I've only spoken to him once. I should have been able to get that once out of my head, though the impression was so deep that I could even now repeat every trifling word he said, but other things have since riveted it in my bosom for ever." "Maiden," replied the lady, "for ever is the word which comes most lightly on the lips in such circumstances, but which, not the less, is almost the last that we should use. The fashion of this world, its passions, its joys, and its sorrows, pass away like the winged breeze. There is naught forever but that which belongs to the world beyond the grave." "You have corrected me justly, madam," said Margaret calmly. "I ought only to have spoken of my present state of mind, as what will last me for my lifetime, which unquestionably may be but short." "And what is there in this Scottish lord that can rivet what concerns him so closely in your fancy?" said the lady. "I admit him a personable man, for I have seen him, and I will suppose him courteous and agreeable. But what are his accomplishments besides? For these surely are not uncommon attributes." "He is unfortunate, madam, most unfortunate, and surrounded by snares of different kinds, ingeniously contrived to ruin his character, to destroy his estate, and perhaps to reach even his life. These schemes have been devised by avarice originally, but they are now followed close by vindictive ambition, animated, I think, by the absolute and concentrated spirit of malice. For the Lord Dalgarno—" "Here, Monna Paula," exclaimed the Lady Hermione, interrupting her young friend's narrative. "She hears me not," she answered, rising and going out. "I must seek her. I will return instantly." She returned accordingly very soon after. "You mentioned a name which I thought was familiar to me," she said, "but Monna Paula has put me right. I know nothing of your lord. How was it you named him?" "Lord Dalgarno," said Margaret, "the wickedest man who lives. Under pretence of friendship he introduced the Lord Glenvarloch to a gambling house with the purpose of engaging him in deep play, but he with whom the perfidious traitor had to deal was too virtuous, moderate, and cautious to be caught in the snare so open. What did they next but turn his own moderation against him, and persuade others that, because he would not become the prey of wolves, he herded with them for a share of their booty. And while this base Lord Dalgarno was thus undermining his unsuspecting countrymen, he took every measure to keep him surrounded by creatures of his own, to prevent him from attending court and mixing with those of his proper rank. Since the gunpowder treason, there never was a conspiracy more deeply laid, more basely, and more deliberately pursued." The lady smiled sadly at Margaret's vehemence, but sighed the next moment, while she told her young friend how little she knew the world she was about to live in, since she testified so much surprise at finding it full of villainy. "But by what means," she added, "could you, maiden, become possessed of the secret views of a man so cautious as Lord Dalgarno, as villains in general are?" "Permit me to be silent on that subject," said the maiden. "I could not tell you without betraying others. Let it suffice that my tidings are as certain as the means by which I acquired them are secret and sure. But I must not tell them even to you." "You are too bold, Margaret," said the lady, "to traffic in such matters at your early age. It is not only dangerous, but even unbecoming and unmaidenly." "I knew you would say that also," said Margaret, with more meekness and patience than she usually showed on receiving reproof. "But God knows my heart acquits me of every other feeling save that of the wish to assist this most innocent and betrayed man. I contrived to send him warning of his friend's falsehood. Alas, my care has only hastened his utter ruin, unless speedy aid be found. He charged his false friend with treachery, and drew him on in the park, and is now liable to the fatal penalty due for breach of privilege of the king's palace." "This is indeed an extraordinary tale," said Hermione. "Is Lord Glenvarloch then in prison?" "No, madam, thank God, but in the sanctuary at Whitefriars. It is a matter of doubt whether it will protect him in such a case. They speak of a warrant from the Lord Chief Justice. A gentleman of the Temple has been arrested, and is in trouble for having assisted him in his flight. Even his taking temporary refuge in that base place, though from extreme necessity, will be used to the further defaming him. All this I know, and yet I cannot rescue him save by your means." "By my means, maiden," said the lady. "You are beside yourself. What means can I possess in this secluded situation of assisting this unfortunate nobleman?" "You have means," said Margaret eagerly. "You have those means, unless I mistake greatly, which can do everything in this city, in this world. You have wealth, and the command of a small portion of it will enable me to extricate him from his present danger. He will be enabled and directed how to make his escape, and I," she paused, "will accompany him, doubtless, and reap the fruits of your sage exertions in his behalf," said the Lady Hermione, ironically. "May Heaven forgive you the unjust thought, lady," answered Margaret. "I will never see him more, but I shall have saved him, and the thought will make me happy." "A cold conclusion to so bold and warm a flame," said the lady with a smile which seemed to intimate incredulity. "It is, however, the only one which I expect, madam. I could almost say the only one which I wish. I'm sure I will use no efforts to bring about any other. If I am bold in his cause, I am timorous enough in my own. During our only interview, I was unable to speak a word to him. He knows not the sound of my voice, and all that I have risked, and must yet risk, I am doing for one who, were he asked the question, would say he has long since forgotten that he ever saw, spoke to, or sat beside a creature of so little signification as I am. This is a strange and unreasonable indulgence of a passion equally fanciful and dangerous," said Lady Hermione. "You will not assist me, then," said Margaret. "Have good day, then, madam. My secret, I trust, is safe in such honourable keeping." "Tarry yet a little," said the lady, "and tell me what resource you have to assist this youth, if you were supplied with money to put it in motion." "It is superfluous to ask me the question, madam," answered Margaret, "unless you propose to assist me; and if you do so propose, it is still superfluous. You could not understand the means I must use, and time is too brief to explain." "But have you in reality such means?" said the lady. "I have, with the command of a moderate sum," answered Margaret Ramsay, "the power of baffling all his enemies, of eluding the passion of the irritated king, the colder but more determined displeasure of the prince, the vindictive spirit of Buckingham, so hastily directed against whomsoever crosses the path of his ambition, the cold concentrated malice of Lord Dalgarno. All, I can baffle them all." "But is this to be done without your own personal risk, Margaret?" replied the lady. "For be your purpose what it will, you are not to peril your own reputation or person in the romantic attempt of serving another. And I, maiden, am answerable to your godfather, to your benefactor and my own, not to aid you in any dangerous or unworthy enterprise." "Depend upon my word, my oath, dearest lady," replied the supplicant, "that I will act by the agency of others, and do not myself design to mingle in any enterprise in which my appearance might be either perilous or unwomanly." "I know not what to do," said the Lady Hermione. "It is perhaps incautious and inconsiderate in me to aid so wild a project, yet the end seems honourable, if the means be sure. What is the penalty if he fall into their power?" "Alas, alas, the loss of his right hand," replied Margaret, her voice almost stifled with sobs. "Are the laws of England so cruel? Then there is mercy in heaven alone," said the lady, "since, even in this free land, men are wolves to each other. Compose yourself, Margaret, and tell me what money is necessary to secure Lord Glenvarloch's escape." 200 pieces, replied Margaret. "I would speak to you of restoring them, and I must one day have the power. Only that I know, that is, I think, your ladyship is indifferent on that score." "Not a word more of it," said the lady. "Call Monipola hither." Chapter 19. Section 22 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Credit me, friend, it hath been ever thus, since the ark rested on Mount Ararat. False man hath sworn, and woman hath believed, repented and reproached, and then believed once more. The New World. By the time that Margaret returned with Monipola, the Lady Hermione was rising from the table at which she had been engaged in writing something on a small slip of paper, which she gave to her attendant. "Monipola," she said, "carry this paper to Roberts, the cash-keeper. Let them give you the money mentioned in the note, and bring it hither presently." Monipola left the room, and her mistress proceeded. "I do not know," she said, "Margaret, if I have done and am doing well in this affair. My life has been one of strange seclusion, and I am totally unacquainted with the practical ways of this world, an ignorance which I know cannot be remedied by mere reading. I fear I am doing wrong to you, and perhaps to the laws of the country, which affords me refuge, by thus indulging you, and yet there is something in my heart which cannot resist your entreaties. Oh, listen to it, dear generous lady, said Margaret, throwing herself on her knees and grasping those of her benefactress, and looking in that attitude like a beautiful mortal, in the act of supplicating her tutelary angel. The laws of men are but the injunctions of mortality, but what the heart prompts is the echo of the voice from heaven within us. Rise, rise, maiden, said Hermione. You affect me more than I thought I could have been moved by aught that should approach me. Rise and tell me whence it comes that in so short a time your thoughts, your looks, your speech, and even your slightest actions are changed from those of a capricious and fanciful girl to all this energy and impassioned eloquence of word and action. I am sure I know not, dearest lady, said Margaret, looking down, but I suppose that when I was a trifler I was only thinking of trifles. What I now reflect is deep and serious, and I am thankful if my speech and manner bear reasonable proportion to my thoughts. It must be so, said the lady, yet the change seems a rapid and strange one. It seems to be as if a childish girl had at once shot up into deep-thinking and impassioned woman, ready to make exertions alike and sacrifices with all that vain devotion to a favourite object of affection which is often so basely rewarded. The Lady Hermione sighed bitterly, and Mana Paula entered ere the conversation proceeded farther. She spoke to her mistress in the foreign language in which they frequently conversed, but which was unknown to Margaret. We must have patience for a time, said the lady to her visitor. The cash-keeper is abroad on some business, but he is expected home in the course of half an hour. Margaret wrung her hands in vexation and impatience. Minutes are precious, continued the lady, that I am well aware of, and we will at least suffer none of them to escape us. Mana Paula shall remain below, and transact our business the very instant that Roberts returns home. She spoke to her attendant accordingly, who again left the room. You are very kind, madam, very good, said the poor little Margaret, while the anxious trembling of her lip and of her hand showed all that sickening agitation of the heart which arises from hope deferred. Be patient, Margaret, and collect yourself, said the lady. You must have much to do to carry through this your bold purpose. Reserve your spirits, which you may need so much. Be patient, it is the only remedy against the evils of life. Yes, madam, said Margaret, wiping her eyes, and endeavouring in vain to suppress the natural impatience of her temper. I have heard so, very often indeed, and I dare say I have myself, heaven forgive me, said so to people in perplexity and affliction, but it was before I had suffered perplexity and vexation myself, and I am sure I will never preach patience to any human being again, now that I know how much the medicine goes against the stomach. You will think better of it, maiden, said the Lady Hermione. I also, when I first felt distress, thought they did me wrong who spoke to me of patience, but my sorrows have been repeated and continued till I've been taught to cling to it as the best, and religious duties accepted, of which indeed patience forms a part, the only alleviation which life can afford them. Margaret, who neither wanted sense nor feeling, wiped her tears hastily, and asked for her patroness's forgiveness for her petulance. I might have thought, she said, I ought to have reflected that even from the manner of your life, madam, it is plain you must have suffered sorrow, and yet, God knows, the patience which I have ever seen you display well entitles you to recommend your own example to others. The lady was silent for a moment, and then replied, Margaret, I am about to repose a high confidence in you. You are no longer a child, but a thinking and a feeling woman. You have told me as much of your secret as you dared. I will let you know as much of mine as I may venture to tell. You will ask me perhaps why, at a moment when your own mind is agitated, I should force upon you the consideration of my sorrows, and I answer that I cannot withstand the impulse which now induces me to do so, perhaps from having witnessed for the first time these 3 years the natural effects of human passion. My own sorrows have been awakened, and are for the moment too big for my own bosom. Perhaps I may hope that you, who seem driving full sail on the very rock on which I was wrecked for ever, will take warning by the tale I have to tell. Enough, if you are willing to listen. I am willing to tell you who the melancholy inhabitant of the Foljambe apartments really is, and why she resides here, It will serve at least to while away the time until Monna Paula shall bring us the reply from Roberts. At any other moment of her life Margaret Ramsay would have heard with undivided interest a communication so flattering in itself, and referring to a subject upon which the general curiosity had been so strongly excited. And even at this agitating moment, although she ceased not to listen with an anxious ear and throbbing heart for the sound of Monna Paula's returning footsteps, she nevertheless, as gratitude and policy, as well as a portion of curiosity dictated, composed herself, in appearance at least, to the strictest attention to the Lady Hermione, and thanked her with humility for the high confidence she was pleased to repose in her. The Lady Hermione, with the same calmness which always attended her speech and actions, thus recounted her story to her young friend. My father, she said, was a merchant, but he was of a city whose merchants are princes. I am the daughter of a noble house in Genoa, whose name stood as high in honour and in antiquity as any inscribed in the golden register of that famous aristocracy. My mother was a noble Scottish woman. She was descended, do not start, and not remotely descended, of the house of Glenvarloch. No wonder that I was easily led to take concern in the misfortunes of this young lord. He is my near relation, and my mother, who was more than sufficiently proud of her descent, early taught me to take an interest in the name. My maternal grandfather, a cadet of the house of Glenvarloch, had followed the fortunes of an unhappy fugitive, Francis Earl of Bothwell, who, after showing his miseries in many a foreign court, at length settled in Spain upon a miserable pension, which he earned by conforming to the Catholic faith. Ralph Olifaunt, my grandfather, separated from him in disgust, and settled at Barcelona, where by the friendship of the governor, his heresy, as it was termed, was connived at. My father, in the course of his commerce, resided more at Barcelona than in his native country, though at times he visited Genoa. It was at Barcelona that he became acquainted with my mother, loved her and married her. They differed in faith, but they agreed in affection. I was their only child. In public I conformed to the doctrines and ceremonial of the Church of Rome, but my mother, by whom these were regarded with horror, privately trained me up in those of the Reformed religion, and my father, either indifferent in the matter, or unwilling to distress the woman whom he loved, overlooked or connived at my secretly joining in her devotions. But when, unhappily, my father was attacked, while yet in the prime of life, by a slow-wasting disease which he felt to be incurable, he foresaw the hazard to which his widow and orphan might be exposed after he was no more, in a country so bigoted to Catholicism as Spain. He made it his business during the 2 last years of his life to realize and remit to England a large part of his fortune, which, by the faith and honour of his correspondent, the excellent man under whose roof I now reside, was employed to great advantage. Had my father lived to complete his purpose by withdrawing his whole fortune from commerce, he himself would have accompanied us to England, and would have beheld us settled in peace and honour before his death. But heaven had ordained it otherwise. He died, leaving several sums engaged in the hands of his Spanish debtors, and in particular he had made a large and extensive consignment to a certain wealthy society of merchants at Madrid, who showed no willingness after his death to account for the proceeds. Would to God we had left these covetous and wicked men in possession of their booty, for such they seemed to hold the property of their deceased correspondent and friend. We had enough for comfort and even splendour already secured in England, but friends exclaimed upon the folly of permitting these unprincipled men to plunder us of our rightful property. The sum itself was large, and the claim having been made, my mother thought that my father's memory was interested in its being enforced, especially as the defences set up for the mercantile society went in some degree to impeach the fairness of his transactions. We went therefore to Madrid. I was then, my Margaret, about your age, young and thoughtless as you have hitherto been. We went, I say, to Madrid to solicit the protection of the court and of the king, without which we were told it would be in vain to expect justice against an opulent and powerful association. Our residence at the Spanish metropolis drew on from weeks to months. For my part, my natural sorrow for a kind, though not a fond father, having abated, I cared not if the lawsuit had detained us at Madrid for ever. My mother permitted herself and me rather more liberty than we had been accustomed to. She found relations among the Scottish and Irish officers, many of whom held a high rank in the Spanish armies. Their wives and daughters became our friends and companions, and I had perpetual occasion to exercise my mother's native language, which I had learned from my infancy. By degrees, as my mother's spirits were low and her health indifferent, she was induced, by her partial fondness for me, to suffer me to mingle occasionally in society which she herself did not frequent, under the guardianship of such ladies as she imagined she could trust, and particularly under the care of the lady of a general officer whose weakness or falsehood was the original cause of my misfortunes. I was as gay, Margaret, and thoughtless, I again repeated, as you were but lately, and my attention, like yours, became suddenly riveted to one object and to one set of feelings. The person by whom they were excited was a young noble, handsome, accomplished, a soldier and a Briton. So far our cases are nearly parallel, but may Heaven forbid that the parallel should become complete. This man so noble, so fairly formed, so gifted and so brave, this villain, for that, Margaret, was his fittest name, spoke of love to me, and I listened. Could I suspect his sincerity? If he was wealthy, noble, and long descended, I also was a noble and an opulent heiress. It is true that he neither knew the extent of my father's wealth, nor did I communicate to him. I do not even remember if I myself knew it at the time, the important circumstance that the greater part of that wealth was beyond the grasp of arbitrary power, and not subject to the precarious award of arbitrary judges. My lover might think, perhaps, as my mother was desirous the world at large should believe, that almost our whole fortune depended on the precarious suit which we had come to Madrid to prosecute, a belief which she had countenanced out of policy, being well aware that a knowledge of my father's having remitted such a large part of his fortune to England would in no shape aid the recovery of further sums in the Spanish courts. Yet, with no more extensive views of my fortune than were possessed by the public, I believe that he, of whom I am speaking, was at first sincere in his pretensions. He had himself interest sufficient to have obtained a decision in our favour in the courts, and my fortune, reckoning only what was in Spain, would then have been no inconsiderable sum. To be brief, whatever might be his motives or temptation for so far committing himself, he applied to my mother for my hand, with my consent and approval. My mother's judgment had become weaker, but her passions had become more irritable during her increasing illness. You have heard of the bitterness of the ancient Scottish feuds, of which it may be said in the language of Scripture, that the fathers eat sour grapes and the teeth of their children are set on edge. Unhappily, I should say happily, considering what this man has now shown himself to be, some such strain of bitterness had divided his house from my mother's, and she had succeeded to the inheritance of hatred. When he asked her for my hand, she was no longer able to command her passions. She raked up every injury which the rival families had inflicted upon each other during a bloody feud of 2 centuries, heaped him with epithets of scorn, and rejected his proposal of alliance as if it had come from the basest of mankind. My lover retired in passion, and I remained to weep and murmur against fortune, and, I will confess my fault, against my affectionate parent. I had been educated with different feelings, and the traditions of the feuds and quarrels of my mother's family in Scotland, which were to her monuments and chronicles, seemed to me as insignificant and unmeaning as the actions and fantasies of Don Quixote, and I blamed my mother bitterly for sacrificing my happiness to an empty dream of family dignity. While I was in this humour, my lover sought a renewal of our intercourse. We met repeatedly in the house of the lady whom I have mentioned, and who, in levity or in the spirit of intrigue, countenanced our secret correspondence. At length we were secretly married. So far did my blinded passion hurry me. My lover had secured the assistance of a clergyman of the English Church. Monoparla, who had been my attendant from infancy, was one witness of our union. Let me do the faithful creature justice. She conjured me to suspend my purpose till my mother's death should permit us to celebrate our marriage openly. But the entreaties of my lover and my own wayward passion prevailed over her remonstrances. The lady I have spoken of was another witness, but whether she was in full possession of my bridegroom's secret I had never the means to learn, but the shelter of her name and roof afforded us the means of frequently meeting, and the love of my husband seemed as sincere and as unbounded as my own. He was eager, he said, to gratify his pride by introducing me to 1 or 2 of his noble English friends. This could not be done at Lady D.'s, but by his command, which I was now entitled to consider as my law, I contrived twice to visit him at his own hotel, accompanied only by Monopaula. There was a very small party of 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. There was music, mirth, and dancing. I had heard of the frankness of the English nation, but I could not help thinking it bordered on license during these entertainments, in the course of the collation which followed. But I imputed my scruples to my inexperience, and would not doubt the propriety of what was approved by my husband. I was soon summoned to other scenes. My poor mother's disease drew to a conclusion. Happy I am that it took place before she discovered what would have cut her to the soul. In Spain you may have heard how the Catholic priests, and particularly the monks, besiege the beds of the dying, to obtain bequests for the good of the Church. I have said that my mother's temper was irritated by disease, and her judgment impaired in proportion. She gathered spirits and force from the resentment which the priests around her bed excited by their importunity, and the boldness of the stern sect of reformers to which she had secretly adhered seemed to animate her dying tongue. She avowed the religion she had so long concealed, renounced all hope and aid which did not come by and through its dictates, rejected with contempt the ceremonial of the Romish Church, loaded the astonished priests with reproaches for their greediness and hypocrisy, and commanded them to leave her house. They went in bitterness and rage, but it was to return with the inquisitorial power, its warrants, and its officers, and they found only the cold corpse left of her on whom hoped to work their vengeance. As I was soon discovered to have shared my mother's heresy, I was dragged from her dead body, imprisoned in a solitary cloister, and treated with severity which the abbess assured me was due to the looseness of my life as well as my spiritual errors. I avowed my marriage to justify the situation in which I found myself. I implored the assistance of the superior to communicate my situation to my husband. She smiled coldly at the proposal, and told me the Church had provided a better spouse for me, advised me to secure myself of divine grace hereafter, and deserve milder treatment here by presently taking the veil. In order to convince me that I had no other resource, she showed me a royal decree by which all my estate was hypothecated to the convent of St. Magdalen, and became their complete property upon my death or taking my vows. As I was, both from religious principle and affectionate attachment to my husband, absolutely immovable in my rejection of the veil, I believe, may heaven forgive me if I wrong her, that the abbess was desirous to make sure of my spoils by hastening the former event. It was a small and a poor convent, and situated among the mountains of Guadarrama. Some of the sisters were the daughters of neighboring hidalgos, as poor as they were proud and ignorant. Others were women immured there on account of their vicious conduct. The superior herself was of a high family to which she owed her situation, but she was said to have disgraced her connections by her conduct during youth, and now, in advanced age, covetousness and the love of power, a spirit, too, of severity and cruelty, had succeeded to the thirst after licentious pleasure. I suffered much under this woman, and still her dark glassy eye, her tall shrouded form, and her rigid features haunt my slumbers. I was not destined to be a mother. I was very ill, and my recovery was long doubtful. The most violent remedies were applied, if remedies they indeed were. My health was restored at length against my own expectation, that of all around me. But when I first again beheld the reflection of my own face, I thought it was the visage of a ghost. I was wont to be flattered by all, but particularly by my husband, for the fineness of my complexion. It was now totally gone, and what is more extraordinary, it is never returned. I have observed that the few who now see me look upon me as a bloodless phantom. Such has been the abiding effect of the treatment to which I was subjected. May God forgive those who were the agents of it. I thank heaven I can say so with as sincere a wish as that with which I pray for forgiveness of my own sins. They now relented somewhat towards me, moved perhaps to compassion by my singular appearance, which bore witness to my sufferings, or afraid that the matter might attract attention during a visitation of the bishop, which was approaching. One day, as I was walking in the convent garden, to which I had been lately admitted, a miserable old Moorish slave, who was kept to cultivate the little spot, muttered as I passed him, but still keeping his wrinkled face and decrepit form in the same angle with the earth, "There is heart's ease near the postern." I knew something of the symbolical language of flowers, once carried to such perfection among the Moriscos of Spain, but if I had been ignorant of it, the captive would soon have caught at any hint which seemed to promise liberty. With all the haste consistent with the utmost circumspection, for I might be observed by the abbess or some of the sisters from the window, I hastened to the postern. It was closely barred as usual, but when I coughed slightly, I was answered from the other side, and, oh heaven, it was my husband's voice, which said, "Lose not a minute here at present, but be on this spot when the vesper bell has tolled." I retired in an ecstasy of joy. I was not entitled or permitted to assist at vespers, but was accustomed to be confined to my cell while the nuns were in the choir. Since my recovery they had discontinued locking the door, though the utmost severity was denounced against me if I left these precincts. But let the penalty be what it would, I hastened to dare it. No sooner had the last toll of the vesper bell ceased to sound than I stole from my chamber, reached the garden unobserved, hurried to the postern, beheld it open with rapture, and in the next moment was in my husband's arms. He had with him another cavalier of noble mien. Both were masked and armed. Their horses, with one saddle for my use, stood in a thicket hard by, with 2 other masked horsemen, who seemed to be servants. In less than 2 minutes we were mounted, and rode off as fast as we could through rough and devious roads, in which one of the domestics appeared to act as guide. The hurried pace at which we rode, and the anxiety of the moment, kept me silent, and prevented my expressing my surprise or my joy, save in a few broken words. It also served as an apology for my husband's silence. At length we stopped at a solitary hut. The cavaliers dismounted, and I was assisted from my saddle, not by M., my husband, I would say, who seemed busied about his horse, but by the stranger. "Go into the hut," said my husband. "Change your dress with the speed of lightning. You will find one to assist you. We must forward instantly when you have shifted your apparel." I entered the hut, and was received in the arms of the faithful Monna Paula, who had waited my arrival for many hours, half distracted with fear and anxiety. With her assistance I speedily tore off the detested garments of the convent, and exchanged them for a travelling suit made after the English fashion. I observed that Monna Paula was in a similar dress. I had but just huddled on my change of attire, when we were hastily summoned to mount. A horse, I found, was provided for Monna Paula, and we resumed our route. On the way my convert garb, which had been wrapped hastily together around a stone, was thrown into a lake, along the verge of which we were then passing. The 2 cavaliers rode together in front, my attendant and I followed, and the servants brought up the rear. Monna Paula, as we rode on, repeatedly entreated me to be silent upon the road, as our lives depended on it. I was easily reconciled to be passive, for the first fever of spirits which attended the sense of liberation and of gratified affection having passed away, I felt as if I were dizzy with the rapid motion, and my utmost exertion was necessary to keep my place on the saddle, until we suddenly, it was now very dark, saw a strong light before us. My husband reined up his horse, and gave a signal by a low whistle, twice repeated, which was answered from a distance. The whole party then halted under the boughs of a large cork tree, and my husband, drawing himself close to my side, said, in a voice which I then thought was only embarrassed by fear for my safety, "We must now part. Those to whom I commit you are contrabandists, who only know you as Englishwomen, but who, for a high bribe, have undertaken to escort you through the passes of the Pyrenees as far as Saint Jean de Luz." "And do you not go with us?" I exclaimed with emphasis, though in a whisper. "It is impossible," he said, "and would ruin all. See that you speak in English in these people's hearing, and give not the least sign of understanding what they say in Spanish. Your life depends on it, for though they live in opposition to and evasion of the laws of Spain, they would tremble at the idea of violating those of the Church. I see them coming. Farewell, farewell." The last words were hastily uttered. I endeavoured to detain him yet a moment by my feeble grasp on his cloak. "You will meet me, then, I trust, at Saint Jean de Luz?" "Yes, yes," he answered hastily, "at Saint Jean de Luz. You will meet your protector." He then extricated his cloak from my grasp, and was lost in the darkness. His companion approached, kissed my hand, which in the agony of the moment I was scarce sensible of, and followed my husband, attended by one of the domestics. The tears of Hermione here flowed so fast as to threaten the interruption of her narrative. When she resumed it was with a kind of apology to Margaret. Every circumstance, she said, occurring in those moments when I still enjoyed a delusive idea of happiness, is deeply imprinted in my remembrance, which, respecting all that has since happened, is waste and unvaried as an Arabian desert. But I have no right to inflict on you, Margaret, agitated as you are with your own anxieties, the unavailing details of my useless recollections. Margaret's eyes were full of tears. It was impossible it could be otherwise, considering that the tale was told by her suffering benefactress, and resembled in some respects her own situation. Yet she must not be severely blamed, if, while eagerly pressing her patroness to continue her narrative, her eye involuntarily sought the door, as if to chide the delay of Monna Paula. The Lady Hermione saw and forgave these conflicting emotions, and she too must be pardoned, if in her turn the minute detail of her narrative showed that in the discharge of feelings so long blocked in her own bosom, she rather forgot those which were personal to her auditor, and by which it must be supposed Margaret's mind was principally occupied, if not entirely engrossed. "I told you, I think, that one domestic followed the gentleman," thus the lady continued her story. "The other remained with us for the purpose, as it seemed, of introducing us to 2 persons whom I say, whom my husband's signal had brought to the spot. A word or 2 of explanation passed between them and the servant, in a sort of patois which I did not understand, and one of the strangers taking hold of my bridle, the other of Monna Paula's, they led us towards the light, which I have already said was the signal of our halting. I touched Monna Paula, and was sensible that she trembled very much, which surprised me because I knew her character to be so strong and bold as to border upon the masculine. When we reached the fire, the gypsy figures of those who surrounded it, with their swarthy features, large sombrero hats, girdles stuck full of pistols and poniards, and all the other apparatus of a roving and perilous life, would have terrified me at another moment. But then I only felt the agony of having parted from my husband almost in the very moment of my rescue. The females of the gang, for there were 4 or 5 women amongst these contraband traders, received us with a sort of rude courtesy. They were in dress and manners not extremely different from the men with whom they associated, were almost as hardy and adventurous, carried arms like them, and were, as we learned from passing circumstances, scarce less experienced in the use of them. It was impossible not to fear these wild people, yet they gave us no reason to complain of them, but used us all occasions with a kind of clumsy courtesy, accommodating themselves to our wants and our weakness during the journey, even while we heard them grumbling to each other against our effeminacy, like some rude carrier who, in charge of a package of valuable and fragile ware, takes every precaution for its preservation, while he curses the unwonted trouble which it occasions him. Once or twice, when they were disappointed in their contraband traffic, lost some goods in a rencontre with the Spanish officers of the revenue, and were finally pursued by military police, their murmurs assumed a more alarming tone in the terrified ears of my attendant and myself, when, without daring to seem to understand them, we heard them curse the insular heretics, on whose account God, St. James, and Our Lady of the Pillar had blighted their hopes of profit. These are dreadful recollections, Margaret. Why then, dearest lady, answered Margaret, will you thus dwell on them? It is only, said the Lady Hermione, because I linger like a criminal on the scaffold, and would fain protract the time that must inevitably bring on the final catastrophe. Yes, dearest Margaret, I rest and dwell on the events of that journey, marked as it was by fatigue and danger, though the road lay through the wildest and most desolate deserts and mountains, and though our companions, both men and women, were fierce and lawless themselves, and exposed to the most merciless retaliation from those with whom they were constantly engaged, yet would I rather dwell on these hazardous events than tell that which awaited me at Saint Jean de Luz. But you arrived there in safety? Said Margaret. Yes, maiden, replied Lady Hermione, and were guided by the chief of our outlawed band to the house which had been assigned for reception, with the same punctilious accuracy with which he would have delivered a bale of unaccustomed goods to a correspondent. I was told a gentleman had expected me for 2 days. I rushed into the apartment, and when I expected to embrace my husband, I found myself in the arms of his friend. The villain? Exclaimed Margaret, whose anxiety had, in spite of herself, been a moment suspended by the narrative of the lady. Yes, replied Hermione calmly, though her voice somewhat faltered. It is the name that best, that well befits him. He, Margaret, for whom I had sacrificed all, whose love and whose memory were dearer to me than my freedom, when I was in the convent, than my life, when I was on my perilous journey, had taken his measures to shake me off, and transfer me, as a privileged wanton, to the protection of his libertine friend. At first the stranger laughed at my tears and my agony, as the hysterical passion of a deluded and overreached wanton, or the wily affection of a courtesan. My claim of marriage he laughed at, assuring me he knew it was a mere farce required by me, and submitted to by his friend to save some reserve of delicacy, and expressed his surprise that I should consider in any other light a ceremony which could be valid neither in Spain nor England, and insultingly offered to remove my scruples by renewing such a union with me himself. My exclamations brought Monipola to my aid. She was not indeed far distant, for she had expected some such scene. Good heavens, said Margaret, was she a confidant of your base husband? No, answered Hermione. Do her not that injustice. It was her persevering inquiries that discovered the place of my confinement. It was she who gave the information to my husband, and who remarked even then that the news was so much more interesting to his friend than to him, that she suspected from an early period it was the purpose of the villain to shake me off. On the journey her suspicions were confirmed. She had heard him remark to his companion, with a cold sarcastic sneer, the total change which my prison and my illness had made on my complexion, and she had heard the other reply that the defect might be cured by a touch of Spanish red. This and other circumstances having prepared her for such treachery, Monipola now entered completely possessed of herself and prepared to support me. Her calm representations went farther with the stranger than the expressions of my despair. If he did not entirely believe our tale, he at least acted the part of a man of honour, who would not intrude himself on defenceless females, whatever was their character, desisted from persecuting us with his presence, and not only directed Monipola, how we should journey to Paris, but furnished her with money for the purpose of our journey. From the capital I wrote to Master Harriot, my father's most trusted correspondent. He came instantly to Paris on receiving the letter, but here comes Monopola, with more than the sum you desired. Take it, my dearest maiden. Serve this youth if you will, but, oh, Margaret, look for no gratitude in return. The Lady Hermione took the bag of gold from her attendant and gave it to her young friend, who threw herself into her arms, kissed her on both the pale cheeks, over which the sorrow so nearly awakened by her narrative had drawn many tears, then sprung up, wiped her own overflowing eyes, and left the Foljambe apartments with a hasty and resolved step. End of chapter 20. Section 23 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Rove not from pole to pole, the man lives here whose razor's only equalled by his beer, and where, in either sense, the cockney put may, if he pleases, get confounded cut on the sign of an ale-house kept by a barber. We are under the necessity of transporting our readers to the habitation of Benjamin Subtlechop, the husband of the active and deficient Dame Ursula, and who also in his own person discharged more offices than one. For besides trimming locks and beards, and turning whiskers upward into the martial and swaggering curl, or downward into the drooping form, which became moustaches of civil policy, besides also occasionally letting blood, either by cupping or by the lancet, extracting a stump, and performing other actions of petty pharmacy, very nearly as well as his neighbour Rare Drench, the apothecary. He could, on occasion, draw a cup of beer as well as a tooth, tap a hogshead as well as a vein, and wash, with a draught of good ale, the moustaches which his art had just trimmed. But he carried on these trades apart from each other. His barber's shop projected its long and mysterious pole into Fleet Street, painted party-coloured wise to represent the ribbons with which, in elder times, that ensign was garnished. In the window were seen rows of teeth displayed upon strings like rosaries, cups with a red rag at the bottom to resemble blood, an intimation that patients might be bled, cupped or blistered with the assistance of sufficient device, while the more profitable but less honourable operations upon the hair of the head and beard were briefly and gravely announced. Within was the well-worn leather chair for customers, the guitar, then called a gittern or cittern, with which a customer might amuse himself till his predecessor was dismissed from under Benjamin's hands, and which therefore often flayed the ears of the patient metaphorically, while his chin sustained from the razor literal scarification. All, therefore, in this department spoke the chirurgeon barber, or the barber chirurgeon. But there was a little back room, used as a private tap room, which had a separate entrance by a dark and crooked alley, which communicated with Fleet Street after a circuitous passage through several by-lanes and courts. This retired temple of Bacchus had also a connection with Benjamin's more public shop by a long and narrow entrance, conducting to the secret premises in which a few old topers used to take their morning draught, and a few gill sippers their modicum of strong waters, in a bashful way, after having entered the barber's shop under pretence of being shaved. Besides, this obscure tap-room gave a separate admission to the apartments of Dame Ursula, which she was believed to make use of in the course of her multifarious practice, both to let herself secretly out, and to admit clients and employers who cared not to be seen to visit her in public. Accordingly, after the hour of noon, by which time the modest and timid wetters, who were Benjamin's best customers, had each had his draught or his thimbleful, the business of the tap was in a manner ended, and the charge of attending the back door passed from one of the barber's apprentices to the little mulatto girl, the dingy Iris of Dame Subtlechop. Then came mystery thick upon mystery, muffled gallants and masked females in disguises of different fashions, were seen to glide through the intricate mazes of the alley, and even the low tap on the door, which frequently demanded the attention of the little Creole, had in it something that expressed secrecy and fear of discovery. It was the evening of the same day when Margaret had held the long conference with Lady Hermione that Dame Subtlechap had directed her little portress to keep the door fast as a miser's purse strings, and as she valued her saffron skin, to let in none but him. The name she added in a whisper, and accompanied it with a nod. The little domestic blinked intelligence, went to her post, and in brief time thereafter admitted and ushered into the presence of the dame that very city gallant whose clothes sat awkwardly upon him, and who had behaved so doughtily in the fray which befell at Nigel's first visit to Beaujeu's Ordinary. The mulatto introduced him. "Miss this fine young gentleman, all over golden velvet," then muttered to herself as she shut the door, "Fine young gentleman he, apprentice to him who makes the tick-tick." He was indeed. We are sorry to say it, and trust our readers will sympathize with the interest we take in the matter. He was indeed honest Jin Vin, who had been so far left to his own devices, and abandoned by his better angel, as occasionally to travesty himself in this fashion, and to visit, in the dress of a gallant of the day, those places of pleasure and dissipation, in which it would have been everlasting discredit to him to have been seen in his real character and condition, that is, had it been possible for him in his proper shape to have gained admission. There was now a deep gloom on his brow. His rich habit was hastily put on, and buttoned awry, his belt buckled in a most disorderly fashion, so that his sword stuck outwards from his side instead of hanging by it with graceful negligence, while his poniard, though fairly hatched and gilded, stuck in his girdle like a butcher's steel in the fold of his blue apron. Persons of fashion had, by the way, the advantage formerly of being better distinguished from the vulgar than at present, for what the ancient farthingale and more modern hoop were to court ladies, the sword was to the gentleman, an article of dress which only rendered those ridiculous who assumed it for the nonce, without being in the habit of wearing it. Vincent's rapier got between his legs, and as he stumbled over it, he exclaimed, "Zounds! 'Tis the second time it has served me thus. I believe the damned trinket knows I am no true gentleman, and does it of set purpose." "Come, come, mine honest Jin Vin, come, my good boy," said the dame in a soothing tone. "Never mind these trankums. A frank and hearty London prentice is worth all the gallants of the Inns of Court." "I was a frank and hearty London prentice before I knew you, Dame Subtlechap," said Vincent. "What your advice has made me, you may find a name for, since, 'fore George, I'm ashamed to think about it myself." "A well a day," quoth the dame, "and is it even so with thee? Nay, then, I know but one cure." And with that, going to a little corner cupboard of carved wainscot, she opened it by the assistance of a key, which with half a dozen besides hung in a silver chain at her girdle, and produced a long flask of thin glass cased with wicker, bringing forth at the same time 2 Flemish rummer glasses with long stalks and capacious wombs. She filled the one brimful for a guest, and the other more modestly to about 2/3 of its capacity for her own use, repeating, as the rich cordial trickled forth in a smooth oily stream, "Right Rosa Solis, as ever washed mulligrubs out of a moody brain." But though Jin Vin tossed off his glass without scruple, while the lady sipped hers more moderately, it did not appear to produce the expected amendment upon his humour. On the contrary, as he threw himself into the great leathern chair in which Dame Ursley was wont to solace herself of an evening, he declared himself the most miserable dog within the sound of Bow Bell. "And why should you be so idle as to think yourself so, silly boy?" said Dame Subtlechap. "But 'tis always thus. Fools and children never know when they are well. Why, there's not one that walks in St. Paul's, whether in flat cap or hat and feather, that has so many kind glances from the wenches as you, when ye swagger along Fleet Street, with your bat under your arm, and your cap set aside upon your head. Thou knowest well, that from Mrs. Deputy's self down to the waistcoateers in the alley, all of them are twiring and peeping betwixt their fingers when you pass. And yet you call yourself a miserable dog, and I must tell you all this over and over again, as if I were whistling the chimes of London to a pettish child, in order to bring the pretty baby into good humour." The flattery of Dame Ursula seemed to have the fate of her cordial. It was swallowed indeed by the party to whom she presented it, and that with some degree of relish, but it did not operate as a sedative on the disturbed state of the youth's mind. He laughed for an instant, half in scorn and half in gratified vanity, but cast a sudden look on Dame Ursley as he replied to her last words. "You do treat me like a child indeed, when you sing over and over to me a cuckoo song that I care not a copper filing for." "Aha!" said Dame Ursley, "that is to say, you care not if you please all, unless you please one. You are a true lover, I warrant, and care not for all the city from here to Whitechapel, so you could right yourself first in your pretty Pegah Ramsay's good will. Well, well, take patience, man, and be guided by me, for I will be the hoop will bind you together at last." "It is time you were so," said Jenkin, "for hitherto you have rather been the wedge to separate us." Dame Subtlechop had by this time finished her cordial. It was not the first she had taken that day, and though a woman of strong brain, and cautious at least, if not abstemious, in her potations, it may nevertheless be supposed that her patience was not improved by the regimen which she observed. "Why, thou ungracious and ingrate knave," said Dame Ursley, "have not I done everything to put thee in thy mistress's good graces? She loves gentry, the proud Scottish minx, as a Welshman loves cheese, and has her father's descent from that Duke of Dowdevil, or whatsoever she calls him, as close in her heart as gold in a miser's chest, though she as seldom shows it, and none she will think of or have but a gentleman, and a gentleman I have made of thee, Jinvin, the devil cannot deny that." "You have made a fool of me," said poor Jinkin, looking at the sleeve of his jacket. "Never the worse gentleman for that," said Dame Ursley, laughing. "And what is worse," said he, turning his back to her suddenly, and writhing in his chair, "you have made a rogue of me." "Never the worse gentleman for that, neither," said Dame Ursley, in the same tone. "Let a man bear his folly gaily, and his knavery stoutly, and let me see if gravity or honesty will look him in the face now a days. Tut, man, it was only in the time of King Arthur, or King Lud, that a gentleman was held to blemish his scutcheon by a leap over the line of reason or honesty. It is the bold look, the ready hand, the fine clothes, the brisk oath, and the wild brain, that makes the gallant now a days." "I know what you have made me," said Jinvin, "since I have given up skittles and trap ball for tennis and bowls, good English ale for thin Bordeaux and sour Rhenish, roast beef and pudding for woodcocks and kickshaws, my bat for a sword, my cap for a beaver, my forsooth for a modish oath, my Christmas box for a dice box, my religion for the devil's matins, and mine honest name for woman. I could brain thee, when I think whose advice has guided me in all this." "Whose advice then? Whose advice then? Speak out, thou poor pretty cloak brusher, and say who advised thee," retorted Dame Ursley, flushed and indignant. "Marry, come up, my paltry companion, say by whose advice you have made a gamester of yourself, and a thief besides, as your words would bear. The Lord deliver us from evil." And here Dame Ursley devoutly crossed herself. "Harkye, Dame Ursley Subtlechop," said Jenkins, starting up, his dark eyes flashing with anger, "remember I am none of your husband, and if I were, you would do well not to forget whose threshold was swept when they last rode the skimmington upon such another scolding jade as yourself." "I hope to see you ride up Holborn next," said Dame Ursley, provoked out of all her holiday and sugar plum expressions, with a nosegay at your breast, and a parson at your elbow. "That may well be," answered Jinvin bitterly, "if I walk by your counsels as I have begun by them; but before that day comes you shall know that Jinvin has the brisk boys of Fleet Street still at his wink. Yes, you jade, you shall be carted for bawd and conjurer, double dyed in grain, and being off to Bridewell, with every brass bason betwixt the bar and Paul's beating before you, as if the devil were banging them with his beef hook." Dame Ursley coloured like scarlet, seized upon the half emptied flask of cordial, and seemed by her first gesture about to hurl it at the head of her adversary, but suddenly, as if by a strong internal effort, she checked her outrageous resentment, and putting the bottle to its more legitimate use, filled with wonderful composure the two glasses, and taking up one of them, said with a smile which better became her comely and jovial countenance than the fury by which it was animated the moment before, "Here is to thee, Jinvin, my lad, in all loving kindness, whatever spite thou bearest to me that have always been a mother to thee." Jenkins' English good nature could not resist this forcible appeal. He took up the other glass, and lovingly pledged the dame in her cup of reconciliation, and proceeded to make a kind of grumbling apology for his own violence. "For you know," he said, "it was you persuaded me to get these fine things and go to that godless ordinary and ruffle it with the best and bring you home all the news, and you said I that was the cock of the ward would soon be the cock of the ordinary, and would win 10 times as much at gleek and primero as I used to do at put and beggar my neighbour, and turn up doublets with the dice as busily as I was wont to troll down the 9 pins in the skittle ground. And then you said I should bring you such news out of the ordinary as should make us all, when used as you knew how to use it, and now you see what is to come of it all. 'Tis all true thou sayest, lad, said the dame, but thou must have patience. Rome was not built in a day. You cannot become used to your court suit in a month's time, any more than when you changed your long coat for a doublet and hose. And in gaming you must expect to lose as well as gain. 'Tis the sitting gamester sweeps the board. The board has swept me, I know, replied Jinvin, and that pretty clean out. I would that were the worst, but I owe for all this finery, and settling day is coming on, and my master will find my accompt worse than it should be by a score of pieces. My old father will be called in to make them good, and I may save the hangman a labour, and do the job myself, or go the Virginia voyage. Do not speak so loud, my dear boy, said Dame Ursley, but tell me why you borrow not from a friend to make up your arrear. You could lend him as much when his settling day came round. No, no, I have had enough of that work, said Vincent. Tunstall would lend me the money, poor fellow, and he had it, but his gentle beggarly kindred plunder him of all, and keep him as bare as a birch at Christmas. No, my fortune may be spelt in 4 letters, and these read RUIN, ruin. Now hush, you simple craven, said the dame. Did you never hear that when the need is highest, the help is nighest? We may find aid for you yet, and sooner than you are aware of. I am sure I would never have advised you to such a course, but only you had set heart and eye on pretty Mistress Margaret, and less would not serve you, and what could I do but advise you to cast your city's slough, and try your luck where folks find fortune? I remember your counsel well, said Jenkin. I was to be introduced to her by you when I was perfect in my gallantries, and as rich as the king, and then she was to be surprised to find I was poor Jinvin, that used to watch from matin to curfew for one glance of her eye, and now instead of that she has set her soul on this Scottish sparrowhawk of a lord that won my last tester, and be cursed to him, and so I am bankrupt in love, fortune, and character, before I am out of my time, and all along of you, Mother Midnight. Do not call me out of my own name, my dear boy, Jinvin, answered Ursula, in a tone betwixt rage and coaxing. Do not, because I am no saint, but a poor sinful woman, with no more patience than she needs to carry her through 1,000 crosses, and if I have done you wrong by evil counsel, I must mend it and put you right by good advice. And for the score of pieces that must be made up at settling day, why here is in a good green purse as much as will make that matter good, and we will get old Crosspatch the tailor to take a long day for your clothes. And, mother, are you serious? Said Jinvin, unable to trust either his eyes or his ears. In troth am I, said the dame. And will you call me Mother Midnight now, Jinvin? Mother Midnight, exclaimed Jenkin, hugging the dame in his transport, and bestowing on her still comely cheek a hearty and not unacceptable smack that sounded like the report of a pistol. Mother Midday, rather, that has risen to light me out of my troubles, a mother more dear than she who bore me, for she, poor soul, only brought me into the world of sin and sorrow, and your timely aid has helped me out of the one and the other. And the good-natured fellow threw himself back in his chair, and fairly drew his hand across his eyes. You would not have me be made to ride the skimmington then, said the dame, or parade me in a cart, with all the brass basins of the ward beating the march to Bridewell before me? I would sooner be carted to Tyburn myself, replied the penitent. Why then sit up like a man, and wipe thine eyes, and if thou art pleased with what I have done, I will show thee how thou mayest requite me in the highest degree. How? Said Jenkin Vincent, sitting straight up in his chair. You would have me, then, do you some service for this friendship of yours? Ay, marry would I, said Dame Ursley, for you are to know that though I am right glad to stead you with it, this gold is not mine, but was placed in my hands in order to find a trusty agent for a certain purpose. And so, but what's the matter with you? Are you fool enough to be angry because you cannot get a purse of gold for nothing? I would I knew where such were to come by. I never could find them lying in my road, I promise you. No, no, dame, said poor Jenkin, it is not for that. For look you, I would rather work these 10 bones to the knuckles, and live by my labour. But, and here he paused. But what, man? Said Dame Ursula, you are willing to work for what you want, and yet when I offer you gold for the winning, you look on me as the devil looks over Lincoln." "It is ill talking of the devil, mother," said Jenkins. "I had him even now in my head, for look you, I am at that pass when they say he will appear to wretched ruined creatures, and proffer them gold for the fee simple of their salvation. But I have been trying these 2 days to bring my mind strongly up to the thought that I would rather sit down in shame and sin and sorrow, as I am like to do, than hold on in ill courses to get rid of my present straits. And so take care, Dame Ursula, how you tempt me to break such a good resolution." "I tempt you to nothing, young man," answered Ursula, "and as I perceive you are too wilful to be wise, I will e'en put my purse in my pocket, and look out for some one that will work my turn with better will and more thankfulness, and you may go your own course, break your indenture, ruin your father, lose your character, and bid pretty Mistress Margaret farewell for ever and a day." "Stay, stay," said Jenkin, "the woman is in as great a hurry as a brown baker when his oven is overheated. First let me hear that which you have to propose to me." "Why, after all, it is but to get a gentleman of rank and fortune, who is in trouble, carried in secret down the river as far as the Isle of Dogs, or somewhere thereabout, where he may lie concealed until he can escape abroad. I know thou knowest every place by the river's side as well as the devil knows an usurer, or the beggar knows his dish." "A plague of your similes, dame," replied the apprentice, "for the devil gave me that knowledge, and beggary may be the end on't. But what has this gentleman done, that he should need to be under hiding? No papist, I hope; no Catesby and Piercy business; no gunpowder plot?" "Fie, fie, what do you take me for?" said Dame Ursula. "I am as good a churchwoman as the parson's wife, save that necessary business will not allow me to go there oftener than on Christmas day, heaven help me! No, no, this is no popish matter; the gentleman hath but struck another in the park." "Ha! what?" said Vincent, interrupting her with a start. "Ay, ay, I see you guess whom I mean. It is even he we have spoken of so often, just Lord Glenvarloch, and no one else." Vincent sprung from his seat, and traversed the room with rapid and disorderly steps. "There, there, it is now. You are always ice or gunpowder. You sit in the great leathern arm chair, as quiet as a rocket hangs upon the frame in a rejoicing night, till the match be fired, and then whiz, you are in the third heaven, beyond the reach of the human voice, eye, or brain. When you have wearied yourself with padding to and fro across the room, will you tell me your determination? For time presses. Will you aid me in this matter or not?" "No, no, no, 1,000 times no," replied Jenkin. "Have you not confessed to me that Margaret loves him?" "Ay," answered the dame, "that she thinks she does; but that will not last long." "And have I not told you but this instant," replied Jenkin, "that it was this same Glenvarloch that rooked me at the ordinary of every penny I had, and made a knave of me to boot, by gaining more than was my own? Oh, that cursed gold, which Shortyard the mercer paid me that morning on accompt, for mending the clock of St. Stephen's! If I had not, by ill chance, had that about me, I could but have beggared my purse, without blemishing my honesty; and after I had been rooked of all the rest amongst them, I must needs risk the last 5 pieces with that shark among the minnows." "Granted," said Dame Ursula, "all this I know, and I own that as Lord Glenvarloch was the last you played with, you have a right to charge your ruin on his head. Moreover, I admit, as already said, that Margaret has made him your rival. Yet surely, now he is in danger to lose his hand, it is not a time to remember all this." "By my faith, but it is, though," said the young citizen. "Lose his hand, indeed! They may take his head for what I care. Head and hand, and have made me a miserable wretch." "Now, were it not better, my prince of flatcaps," said Dame Ursula, "that matters were squared between you, and that, through means of the same Scottish lord, who has, as you say, deprived you of your money and your mistress, you should in a short time recover both?" "And how can your wisdom come to that conclusion, dame?" said the apprentice. "My money, indeed, I can conceive, that is, if I comply with your proposal; but my pretty Marget, how serving this lord, whom she has set her nonsensical head upon, can do me good with her, is far beyond my conception." "That is because, in simple phrase," said Dame Ursula, "thou knowest no more of a woman's heart than doth a Norfolk gosling. Look you, man, were I to report to Mistress Margaret that the young lord has miscarried through thy lack of courtesy in refusing to help him, why then thou wert odious to her for ever. She will loathe thee as she will loathe the very cook who is to strike off Glenvarloch's hand with his cleaver; and then she will be yet more fixed in her affections towards this lord. London will hear of nothing but him, speak of nothing but him, think of nothing but him, for 3 weeks at least, and all that outcry will serve to keep him uppermost in her mind, for nothing pleases a girl so much as to bear relation to any one who is the talk of the whole world around her. Then if he suffer this sentence of the law, it is a chance if she ever forgets him. I saw that handsome, proper young gentleman Babington suffer in the Queen's time myself, and though I was then but a girl, he was in my head for a year after he was hanged. But above all, pardoned or punished, Glenvarloch will probably remain in London, and his presence will keep up the silly girl's nonsensical fancy about him, whereas if he escapes— "Ay, show me how that is to avail me," said Jenkin. "If he escapes," said the dame, resuming her argument, "he must resign the court for years, if not for life, and you know the old saying, out of sight and out of mind." "True, most true," said Jenkin. "Spoken like an oracle, most wise Ursula." "Ay, ay, I knew you would hear reason at last," said the wily dame. "And then, when this same lord is off and away for once and for ever, who, I pray you, is to be pretty pet's confidential person, and who is to fill up the void in her affections? Why, who but thou, thou pearl of prentices? And then you will have overcome your own inclinations to comply with hers, and every woman is sensible of that, and you will have run some risk too in carrying her desires into effect. And what is it that woman likes better than bravery and devotion to her will? Then you have her secret, and she must treat you with favour and observance, and repose confidence in you, and hold private intercourse with you, till she weeps with one eye for the absent lover, whom she is never to see again, and blinks with the other blithely upon him who is in presence. And then, if you know not how to improve the relation in which you stand with her, you are not the brisk, lively lad that all the world takes you for. Said I well?" "You have spoken like an empress, most mighty Ursula," said Jenkin Vincent, "and your will shall be obeyed." "You know Alsatia well?" continued his tutoress. "Well enough, well enough," replied he with a nod. "I've heard the dice rattled there in my day, before I must set up for gentlemen, and go among the gallants of the Chevalier Bojos, as they call him, the worst rookery of the two, though the feathers are the gayest. And they will have a respect for thee yonder, I warrant." "Ay, ay," replied Vin, "when I am got into my fustian doublet again, with my bit of a trunnion under my arm, I can walk Alsatia at midnight, as I could do that there Fleet Street in midday. They will not one of them swagger with the Prince of Prentices and the King of Clubs. They know I could bring every tall boy in the ward down upon them. And you know all the watermen and so forth. Can converse with every sculler in his own language from Richmond to Gravesend, and know all the watercocks, from John Taylor the poet to little Grig the grinner, who never pulls, but he shows all his teeth from ear to ear, as if he were grimacing through a horse collar. And you can take any dress or character upon you well, such as a waterman's, a butcher's, a foot soldier's," continued Ursula, "or the like." "Not such a mummer as I am within the walls, and thou knowest that well enough, dame," replied the apprentice. "I can touch the players themselves at the ball and at the fortune for presenting anything except a gentleman. Take but this damned skin of frippery off me, which I think the devil stuck me into, and you shall put me into nothing else that I will not become as if I were born to it." "Well, we will talk of your transmutation by and by," said the dame, "and fine clothes withal, and money besides, for it will take a good deal to carry the thing handsomely through." "But where is that money to come from, dame?" said Jenkin. "There is a question I would fain have answered before I touch it." "Why, what a fool art thou to ask such a question! Suppose I am content to advance it to please young madam, what is the harm then?" "I will suppose no such thing," said Jenkin hastily. "I know that you, dame, have no gold to spare, and maybe would not spare it if you had. So that cock will not crow, it must be from Margaret herself." "Well, thou suspicious animal, and what if it were?" said Ursula. "Only this," replied Jenkin, "that I will presently to her, and learn if she has come fairly by so much ready money. For sooner than connive at her getting it by any indirection, I would hang myself at once. It is enough what I have done myself. No need to engage Margaret in such villainy. I'll to her, and tell her of the danger. I will, by heaven." "You are mad to think of it," said Dame Subtlechop, considerably alarmed. "Hear me but a moment. I know not precisely from whom she got the money, but sure I am that she obtained it at her godfather's." "Why, Master George Heriot is not returned from France," said Jenkin. "No," replied Ursula, "but Dame Judith is at home, and the strange lady whom they call Master Heriot's ghost, she never goes abroad." "It is very true, Dame Subtlechop," said Jenkin, "and I believe you have guessed right. They say that lady has coin at will, and if Margaret can get a handful of fairy gold, why, she is free to throw it away at will. Ah, Jin Vin, said the dame, reducing her voice almost to a whisper, we should not want gold at will, neither, could we but read the riddle of that lady. They may read it, that list, said Jenkin. I'll never pry into what concerns me not. Master George Heriot is a worthy and brave citizen, and an honour to London, and has a right to manage his own household as he likes best. There was once a talk of rabbling him the 5th of November before the last, because they said he kept a nunnery in his house like old Lady Foljambe. But Master George is well loved among the prentices, and we got so many brisk boys of us together as should have rabbled the rabble, had they had but the heart to rise. Well, let that pass, said Ursula. And now tell me how you will manage to be absent from shop a day or two, for you must think that this matter will not be ended sooner. Why, as to that I can say nothing, said Jenkin. I've always served duly and truly. I have no heart to play truant, and cheat my master of his time as well as his money. Nay, but the point is to get back his money for him, said Ursula, which he is not likely to see on other conditions. Could you not ask leave to go down to your uncle in Essex for 2 or 3 days? He may be ill, you know. Why, if I must, I must, said Jenkin with a heavy sigh, but I will not be lightly caught treading these dark and crooked paths again. Hush thee, then, said the dame, and get leave for this very evening, and come back hither, and I will introduce you to another implement who must be employed in the matter. Stay, stay, the lad is mazed. You would not go into your master's shop in that guise, surely? Your trunk is in the matted chamber with your prentice things. Go and put them on as fast as you can. I think I am bewitched, said Jenkin, giving a glance towards his dress, or that these fools' trappings have made a great ass of me, as of many I have seen wear them. But let me once be rid of the harness, and if you catch me putting it on again, I will give you leave to sell me to a gipsy, to carry pots, pans, and beggars' bantlings all the rest of my life. So saying, he retired to change his apparel. End of chapter 21. Section 24 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Chance will not do the work. Chance sends the breeze. But if the pilot slumber at the helm, the very wind that wafts us towards the port may dash us on the shelves. The steersman's part is vigilance, blow it or rough or smooth. Old play. We left Nigel, whose fortunes we are bound to trace by the engagement contracted in our title page, sad and solitary in the mansion of Trapboys, the usurer having just received a letter instead of a visit from his friend the Templar, stating reasons why he could not at that time come to see him in Alsatia, so that it appeared that his intercourse with the better and more respectable class of society was for the present entirely cut off. This was a melancholy, and to a proud mind like that of Nigel, a degrading reflection. He went to the window of his apartment, and found the street enveloped in one of those thick, dingy, yellow-coloured fogs which often invest the lower part of London and Westminster. Amid the darkness, dense and palpable, were seen to wander, like phantoms, a reveller or two, whom the morning had surprised where the evening left them, and who now, with tottering steps, and by an instinct which intoxication could not wholly overcome, were groping their way to their own homes to convert day into night, for the purpose of sleeping off the debauch which had turned night into day. Although it was broad day in the other parts of the city, it was scarce dawn yet in Alsatia, and none of the sounds of industry or occupation were there heard, which had long before aroused the slumberers in any other quarter. The prospect was too tiresome and disagreeable to detain Lord Glenvarloch at his station, so turning from the window, he examined with more interest the furniture and appearance of the apartment which he tenanted. Much of it had been, in its time, rich and curious. There was a huge 4-post bed, with as much carved oak about it as would have made the head of a man of war, and tapestry hangings ample enough to have been her sails. There was a huge mirror with a massive frame of gilt brasswork, which was of Venetian manufacture, and must have been worth a considerable sum before it received the tremendous crack which, traversing it from one corner to the other, bore the same proportion to the surface that the Nile bears to the map of Egypt. The chairs were of different forms and shapes. Some had been carved, some gilded, some covered with damasked leather, some with embroidered work, but all were damaged and worm-eaten. There was a picture of Susanna and the elders over the chimney-piece, which might have been accounted a choice piece, had not the rats made free with the chaste fair one's nose, and with the beard of one of her reverend admirers. In a word, all that Lord Glenvarloch saw seemed to have been articles carried off by appraisement or distress, or bought as pennyworths at some obscure broker's, and huddled together in the apartment as in a sale-room, without regard to taste or congruity. The place appeared to Nigel to resemble the houses near the sea-coast, which are too often furnished with the spoils of wrecked vessels, as this was probably fitted up with the relics of ruined profligates. My own skiff is among the breakers, thought Lord Glenvarloch, though my wreck will add little to the profits of the spoiler. He was chiefly interested in the state of the grate, a huge assembly of rusted iron bars, which stood in the chimney, unequally supported by 3 brazen feet, moulded into the form of lions' claws, while the 4th, which had been bent by an accident, seemed proudly uplifted as if to paw the ground, or as if the whole article had nourished the ambitious purpose of pacing forth into the middle of the apartment, and had one foot ready raised for the journey. A smile passed over Nigel's face as this fantastic idea presented itself to his fancy. I must stop its march, however, he thought, for this morning is chill and raw enough to demand some fire. He called accordingly from the top of a large staircase, with a heavy oaken balustrade, which gave access to his own and other apartments, for the house was old and of considerable size, but receiving no answer to his repeated summons, he was compelled to go in search of some one who might accommodate him with what he wanted. Nigel had, according to the fashion of the old world, in Scotland, received an education which might in most particulars be termed simple, hearty, and unostentatious, but he had nevertheless been accustomed to much personal deference, and to the constant attendance and ministry of one or more domestics. This was the universal custom in Scotland, where wages were next to nothing, and where, indeed, a man of title or influence might have as many attendants as he pleased for the mere expense of food, clothes, and countenance. Nigel was therefore mortified and displeased when he found himself without notice or attendance, and the more dissatisfied because he was at the same time angry with himself for suffering such a trifle to trouble him at all, amongst matters of more deep concernment. There must surely be some servants in so large a house as this, said he, as he wandered over the place, through which he was conducted by a passage which branched off from the gallery. As he went on, he tried the entrance to several apartments, some of which he found were locked, and others unfurnished, all apparently unoccupied, so that at length he returned to the staircase and resolved to make his way down to the lower part of the house, where he supposed he must at least find the old gentleman and his ill-favoured daughter. With this purpose he first made his entrance into a little, low, dark parlour, containing a well-worn leathern easy-chair, before which stood a pair of slippers, while on the left side rested a crutch-handled staff. An oaken table stood before it, and supported a huge desk clamped with iron, and a massive pewter inkstand. Around the apartment were shelves, cabinets, and other places convenient for depositing papers. A sword, musketoon, and a pair of pistols hung over the chimney in ostentatious display, as if to intimate that the proprietor would be prompt in the defence of his premises. This must be the usurer's den, thought Nigel, and he was about to call aloud, when the old man, awakened even by the slightest noise, for avarice seldom sleeps sound, soon was heard from the inner room, speaking in a voice of irritability, rendered more tremulous by his morning cough. Ugh, 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 who is there? I say, ugh, ugh, who is there? Why, Martha, ugh, ugh, Martha, trap boys, here be thieves in the house, and they will not speak to me. Why, Martha, thieves, thieves, ugh, ugh, ugh. Nigel endeavoured to explain, but the idea of thieves had taken possession of the old man's pineal gland, and he kept coughing and screaming and coughing, until the gracious Martha entered the apartment, and having first outscreamed her father, in order to convince him that there was no danger, and to assure him that the intruder was their new lodger, and having as often heard her sire ejaculate, "Hold him fast, ugh, ugh, hold him fast till I come," she at length succeeded in silencing his fears and his clamour, and then coldly and dryly asked Lord Glenvarloch what he wanted in her father's apartment. Her lodger had in the meantime leisure to contemplate her appearance, which did not by any means improve the idea he had formed of it by candlelight on the preceding evening. She was dressed in what was called a Queen Mary's ruff and farthingale, not the falling ruff with which the unfortunate Mary of Scotland is usually painted, but that which with more than Spanish stiffness surrounded the throat and set off the morose head of her fierce namesake of Smithfield memory. This antiquated dress assorted well with the faded complexion, grey eyes, thin lips, and austere visage of the antiquated maiden, which was moreover enhanced by a black hood, worn as her headgear, carefully disposed so as to prevent any of her hair from escaping to view, probably because the simplicity of the period knew no art of disguising the colour with which time had begun to grizzle her tresses. Her figure was tall, thin, and flat, with skinny arms and hands and feet of the larger size, cased in huge high-heeled shoes, which added height to a stature already ungainly. Apparently some art had been used by the tailor to conceal a slight defect of shape occasioned by the accidental elevation of one shoulder above the other, but the praiseworthy efforts of the ingenious mechanic had only succeeded in calling the attention of the observer to his benevolent purpose, without demonstrating that he had been able to achieve it. Such was Mrs. Martha Trapboys, whose dry "What were you seeking here, sir?" fell again, and with reiterated sharpness, on the ear of Nigel, as he gazed upon her presence, and compared it internally to one of the faded and grim figures in the old tapestry which adorned his bedstead. It was, however, necessary to reply, and he answered that he came in search of the servants, as he desired to have a fire kindled in his apartment on account of the rawness of the morning. "The woman who does our char work," answered Mistress Martha, "comes at 8 o'clock. If you want fire sooner, there are faggots and a bucket of sea coal in the stone closet at the head of the stair, and there is a flint and steel on the upper shelf. You can light fire for yourself if you will." "No, no, no, Martha," ejaculated her father, who, having donned his rustic tunic, with his hose all agirt, and his feet slipshod hastily, came out of the inner apartment with his mind probably full of robbers, for he had a naked rapier in his hand, which still looked formidable, though rust had somewhat marred its shine. What he had heard at entrance about lighting a fire had changed, however, the current of his ideas. "No, no, no," he cried, and each negative was more emphatic than its predecessor. "The gentleman shall not have the trouble to put on a fire. Ugh, ugh, I'll put it on myself, for a consideration." The last word was a favourite expression with the old gentleman, which he pronounced in a peculiar manner, gasping it out syllable by syllable, and laying a strong emphasis upon the last. It was indeed a sort of protecting clause, by which he guarded himself against all inconveniences attendant on the rash habit of offering service or civility of any kind, the which, when hastily snapped at by those to whom they are uttered, give the profferer sometimes room to repent his promptitude. "For shame, father," said Martha, "that must not be. Master Graham will kindle his own fire, or wait till the charwoman comes to do it for him, just as likes him best." "No, child, no, child, Martha, no," reiterated the old miser. "No charwoman shall ever touch a grate in my house. They put, ugh, ugh, the faggot uppermost, and so the coal kindles not, and the flame goes up the chimney, and wood and heat are both thrown away. Now I will lay it properly for the gentleman for a consideration, so that it shall last, ugh, ugh, last the whole day." Here his vehemence increased his cough so violently that Nigel could only, from a scattered word here and there, comprehend that it was a recommendation to his daughter to remove the poker and tongs from the stranger's fireside, with an assurance that when necessary his landlord would be in attendance to adjust it himself for a consideration. Martha paid as little attention to the old man's injunctions as a predominant dame gives to those of a henpecked husband. She only repeated in a deeper and more emphatic tone of censure, "For shame, father, for shame!" Then turning to her guest, said, with her usual ungraciousness of manner, "Master Graham, it is best to be plain with you at first. My father's a very old man, and his wits, as you may see, are somewhat weakened, though I would not advise you to make a bargain with him, else you may find them too sharp for your own. For myself, I am a lone woman, and to say truth care little to see or converse with any one. If you can be satisfied with house room, shelter, and safety, it will be your own fault if you have them not, and they are not always to be found in this unhappy quarter. But if you seek deferential observance and attendance, I tell you at once you will not find them here." "I'm not wont either to trust myself upon acquaintance, madam, or to give trouble," said the guest. "Nevertheless, I shall need the assistance of a domestic to assist me to dress. Perhaps you could recommend me to such?" "Yes, to 20," answered Mistress Martha, "who will pick your purse while they tie your points, and cut your throat while they smooth your pillow." "I will be his servant myself," said the old man, whose intellect, for a moment distanced, had again in some measure got up with the conversation. "I will brush his cloak, Uggug, and tie his points, Uggug, and clean his shoes, Uggug, and run on his errands with speed and safety, Uggug, Uggug, for a consideration." "Good morrow to you, sir," said Martha to Nigel, in a tone of direct and positive dismissal. It cannot be agreeable to a daughter that a stranger should hear her father speak thus. If you be really a gentleman, you will retire to your own apartment. "I will not delay a moment," said Nigel respectfully, for he was sensible that circumstances palliated the woman's rudeness. "I would but ask you if seriously there can be danger in procuring the assistance of a serving man in this place?" "Young gentleman," said Martha, "you must know little of Whitefriars to ask the question. We live alone in this house, and seldom has a stranger entered it, nor should you, to be plain, had my will been consulted. Look at the door, see if that of a castle can be better secured. The windows of the first floor are grated on the outside, and within look to these shutters." She pulled one of them aside, and showed a ponderous apparatus of bolts and chains for securing the window shutters, while her father, pressing to her side, seized her gown with a trembling hand, and said in a low whisper, "Show not the trick of locking and undoing them. Show him not the trick on't, Martha, Uggug, on no consideration." Martha went on without paying him any attention. "And yet, young gentleman, we have been more than once like to find all these defences too weak to protect our lives. Such an evil effect on the wicked generation around us hath been made by the unhappy report of my poor father's wealth." "Say nothing of that, housewife," said the miser, his irritability increased by the very supposition of his being wealthy. "Say nothing of that, or I will beat thee, housewife, beat thee with my staff for fetching and carrying lies that will procure our throats to be cut at last. Uggug, I am but a poor man," he continued, turning to Nigel, "a very poor man, that am willing to do any honest turn upon earth for a modest consideration." "I therefore warn you of the life you must lead, young gentleman," said Martha. "The poor woman who does the charwork will assist you so far as in her power, but the wise man is his own best servant and assistant. It is a lesson you have taught me, madam, and I thank you for it. I will assuredly study it at leisure." "You will do well," said Martha, "and as you seem thankful for advice, I, though I am no professed counsellor of others, will give you more. Make no intimacy with any one in Whitefriars. Borrow no money on any score, especially from my father, for dotard as he seems, he will make an ass of you. Last and best of all, stay here not an instant longer than you can help it. Farewell, sir." "A gnarled tree may bear good fruit, and a harsh nature may give good counsel," thought the Lord of Glenvarloch, as he retreated to his own apartment, where the same reflection occurred to him again and again, while unable as yet to reconcile himself to the thoughts of becoming his own fire-maker, he walked up and down his bedroom to warm himself by exercise. At length his meditations arranged themselves in the following soliloquy, by which expression I beg leave to observe, once for all, that I do not mean that Nigel literally said aloud with his bodily organs the words which follow in inverted commas, while pacing the room by himself, but that I myself choose to present to my dearest reader the picture of my hero's mind, his reflections and resolutions, in the form of a speech, rather than in that of a narrative. In other words, I have put his thoughts into language, and this I conceive to be the purpose of the soliloquy upon the stage as well as in the closet, being at once the most natural, and perhaps the only way of communicating to the spectator what is supposed to be passing in the bosom of the scenic personage. There are no such soliloquies in nature, it is true, but unless they were received as a conventional medium of communication betwixt the poet and the audience, we should reduce dramatic authors to the recipe of Master Puff, who makes Lord Burleigh intimate a long train of political reasoning to the audience by one comprehensive shake of his noddle. In narrative, no doubt, the writer has the alternative of telling that his personages thought so and so, inferred thus and thus, and arrived at such and such a conclusion, but the soliloquy is a more concise and spirited mode of communicating the same information, and therefore thus communed, or thus might have communed, the Lord of Glenvarloch with his own mind. She is right, and has taught me a lesson I will profit by. I have been, through my whole life, one who leant upon others for that assistance, which it is more truly noble to derive from my own exertions. I am ashamed of feeling the paltry inconvenience which long habit had led me to annex to the want of a servant's assistance. I am ashamed of that, but far, far more am I ashamed to have suffered the same habit of throwing my own burden on others, to render me, since I came to this city, a mere victim of those events which I have never even attempted to influence, a thing never acting, but perpetually acted upon, protected by one friend, deceived by another, but in the advantage which I receive from the one, and the evil I have sustained from the other, as passive and helpless as a boat that drifts without oar or rudder at the mercy of the winds and waves. I became a courtier because Harriet so advised it, a gamester because Dalgarno so contrived it, an Alsatian because Lowestoft so ruled it. Whatever of good or bad has befallen me has arisen out of the agency of others, not from my own. My father's son must no longer hold this facile and puerile course. Live or die, sink or swim, Nigel Olifaunt from this moment shall owe his safety, success, and honour to his own exertions, or shall fall with the credit of having at least exerted his own free agency. I will write it down in my tablets in her very words. The wise man is his own best assistant. He had just put his tablets in his pocket when the old charwoman, who, to add to her efficiency, was sadly crippled by rheumatism, hobbled into the room to try if she could gain a small gratification by waiting on the stranger. She readily undertook to get Lord Glenvarloch's breakfast, and as there was an eating-house at the next door, she succeeded in a shorter time than Nigel had augured. As his solitary meal was finished, one of the Temple porters or inferior officers was announced as seeking Master Graham on the part of his friend Master Lowestoft, and being admitted by the old woman to his apartment, he delivered to Nigel a small mail trunk with the clothes he had desired should be sent to him, and then with more mystery put into his hand a casket or strong boy, which he carefully concealed beneath his cloak. I am glad to be rid on't, said the fellow as he placed it on the table. Why, it is surely not so very heavy, answered Nigel, and you are a stout young man. Ay, sir, replied the fellow, but Samson himself would not have carried such a matter safely through Alsatia, had the lads of the huff known what it was. Please to look into it, sir, and see all is right. I'm an honest fellow, and it comes safe out of my hands. How long it may remain so afterwards will depend on your own care. I would not my good name were to suffer by any afterclap. To satisfy the scruples of the messenger, Lord Glenvarloch opened the casket in his presence, and saw that his small stock of money, with 2 or 3 valuable papers which it contained, and particularly the original sign manual which the king had granted in his favour, were in the same order in which he had left them. At the man's further instance, he availed himself of the writing materials which were in the casket, in order to send a line to Master Lowestoft, declaring that his property had reached him in safety. He added some grateful acknowledgments for Lowestoft's services, and just as he was sealing and delivering his billet to the messenger, his aged landlord entered the apartment. His threadbare suit of black clothes was now somewhat better arranged than they had been in the deshabille of his first appearance, and his nerves and intellect seemed to be less fluttered, for without much coughing or hesitation he invited Nigel to partake of a morning draught of wholesome single ale, which he brought in a large leathern tankard or black jack carried in the one hand, while the other stirred it round with a sprig of rosemary to give it, as the old man said, a flavour. Nigel declined the courteous proffer, and intimated by his manner, while he did so, that he desired no intrusion on the privacy of his own apartment, which indeed he was the more entitled to maintain, considering the cold reception he had that morning met with when straying from its precincts into those of his landlord. But the open casket contained matter, or rather metal, so attractive to old trap boys that he remained fixed like a setting dog at a dead point, his nose advanced, and one hand expanded like the lifted forepaw, by which that sagacious quadruped sometimes indicates that it is a hare which he has in the wind. Nigel was about to break the charm which had thus arrested old trap boys by shutting the lid of the casket, when his attention was withdrawn from him by the question of the messenger, who, holding out the letter, asked whether he was to leave it at Mr. Lowestoft's chambers in the Temple, or carry it to the Marshalsea. "The Marshalsea?" repeated Lord Glenvarloch. "What of the Marshalsea?" "Why, sir," said the man, "the poor gentleman is laid up there in lavender, because they say his own kind heart led him to scald his fingers with another man's broth." Nigel hastily snatched back the letter, broke the seal, joined to the contents his earnest entreaty that he might be instantly acquainted with the cause of his confinement, and added, that if it arose out of his own unhappy affair, it would be of a brief duration, since he had, even before hearing of a reason which so peremptorily demanded that he should surrender himself, adopted the resolution to do so, as the manliest and most proper course which his ill fortune and imprudence had left in his own power. He therefore conjured Mr. Lowestoft to have no delicacy upon this score, but since his surrender was what he had determined upon, as a sacrifice due to his own character, that he would have the frankness to mention in what manner it could be best arranged, so as to extricate him. Lowestoft, from the restraint to which the writer could not but fear his friend had been subjected, on account of the generous interest which he had taken in his concerns. The letter concluded that the writer would suffer 24 hours to elapse in expectation of hearing from him, and at the end of that period was determined to put his purpose in execution. He delivered the billet to the messenger, and enforcing his request with a piece of money, urged him, without a moment's delay, to convey it to the hands of Master Lowestoft. "I will carry it to him myself," said the old usurer, "for half the consideration." The man who heard this attempt to take his duty and perquisites over his head, lost no time in pocketing the money, and departed on his errand as fast as he could. "Master Trap, boys," said Nigel, addressing the old man somewhat impatiently, "had you any particular commands for me?" I came to see if you rested well," answered the old man, "and if I could do anything to serve you on any consideration." "Sir, I thank you," said Lord Glenvarloch. "I thank you," and ere he could say more, a heavy footstep was heard on the stair. "My God!" exclaimed the old man, starting up. "Why, Dorothy, charwoman, why, daughter, draw bolt, I say, housewives, the door hath been left alatch." The door of the chamber opened wide, and in strutted the portly bulk of the military hero whom Nigel had, on the preceding evening, in vain endeavoured to recognise. Chapter 22. Section 25 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Swashbuckler. Bilbo's the word. Pierrot. It hath been spoke too often, the spell hath lost its charm. I tell thee, friend, the meanest cur that trots the street will turn and snarl against your proffered bastinado. Swashbuckler, 'tis art shall do it then. I will dose the mongrels, or in plain terms, I'll use the private knife, 'stead of the brandished falchion. Old play. The noble Captain Culpepper, or Peppercall, for he was known by both these names, and some others besides, had a martial and a swashing exterior, which on the present occasion was rendered yet more peculiar by a patch covering his left eye and a part of the cheek. The sleeves of his thick-set velvet jerkin were polished and shone with grease. His buff gloves had huge tops, which reached almost to the elbow. His sword-belt, of the same materials, extended its breadth from his haunch-bone to his small ribs, and supported on the one side his large, black-hilted back-sword, on the other a dagger of like proportions. He paid his compliments to Nigel with that air of predetermined effrontery which announces that it will not be repelled by any coldness of reception. Ask Trap boys how he did by the familiar title of Old Peter Pillory, and then, seizing upon the black jack, emptied it off at a draught to the health of the last and youngest freeman of Alsatia, the noble and loving Master Nigel Graham. When he had set down the empty pitcher and drawn his breath, he began to criticize the liquor which it had lately contained. Sufficient single beer, Old Pillory, and as I take it, brewed at the rate of a nutshell of malt to a butt of Tim's. As dead as a corpse, too, and yet it went hissing down my throat, bubbling, by Jove, like water upon hot iron. You left us early, noble Master Graham, but good faith we had a carouse to your honour. We heard butt ring hollow ere we parted. We were as loving as inkle weavers. We fought too to finish off the gaudy. I bear some marks of the parson about me, you see, a note of the sermon or so, which should have been addressed to my ear, but missed its mark and reached my left eye. The man of God bears my sign manual too, but the Duke made us friends again, and it cost me more sack than I could carry, and all the Rhenish to boot to pledge the seer in the way of love and reconciliation. But Carroccio, 'tis a vile old canting slave for all that, whom I will one day beat out of his devil's livery into all the colours of the rainbow. Basta, said I. Well, old Trap boys, where is thy daughter, man? What says she to my suit? 'Tis an honest one. Wilt have a soldier for thy son-in-law, Old Pillory, to mingle the soul of martial honour with thy thieving, mitching, petty larceny blood, as men put bold brandy into muddy ale. My daughter receives not company so early, noble captain, said the usurer, and concluded his speech with a dry, emphatical ugh, ugh. What, upon no consideration, said the captain, and wherefore not, old Truepenny? She has not much time to lose in driving her bargain, methinks. Captain, said Trapboys, I was upon some little business with our noble friend here, Master Nigel Green. Ugh, ugh, ugh. And you would have me gone, I warrant you, answered the bully. But patience, old Pillory, thine hour is not yet come, man. You see, he said, pointing to the casket, that noble Master Graham, whom you call Green, has got the decuses and the smelt, which you would willingly rid him of. Ha, ha, ugh, ugh, answered the usurer, if you knew how. But lack-a-day, thou art one of those that come out for wool, and art sure to go home shorn. Why, now, but that I am sworn against laying of wagers, I would risk some consideration that this honest guest of mine sends thee home penniless, if thou darest venture with him, ugh, ugh, at any game which gentlemen play at. Marry, thou hast me on the hip there, thou old miserly coney-catcher, answered the captain, taking a bale of dice from the sleeve of his coat. I must always keep company with these damnable doctors, and they have made me every baby's cully, and purged my purse into an atrophy. But never mind, it passes the time as well as aught else. How say you, Master Graham?" The fellow paused, but even the extremity of his impudence could scarcely hardly withstand the cold look of utter contempt with which Nigel received his proposal, returning it with a simple, "I only play where I know my company, and never in the morning." "Cards may be more agreeable," said Captain Culpepper, "and for knowing your company, here is honest old Pillory. We'll tell you Jack Culpepper plays as truly on the square as e'er a man that trolled a die. Men talk of high and low dice, Fulhams and bristles, topping, napping, slurring, stabbing, and 100 ways of rooking besides. But broil me like a rasher of bacon if I could ever learn the trick on them." "You have got the vocabulary perfect, sir, at the least," said Nigel in the same cold tone. "Yes, by mine honour have I," returned the Hector. "They are phrases that a gentleman learns about town. But perhaps you would like a set at tennis, or a game at balloon. We have an indifferent good court hard by here, and a set of as gentlemanlike blades as ever banged leather against brick and mortar." "I beg to be excused at present," said Lord Glenvarloch, "and to be plain, among the valuable privileges your society has conferred on me, I hope I may reckon that of being private in my own apartment when I have a mind." "Your humble servant, sir," said the captain, "and I thank you for your civility. Jack Culpepper can have enough of company, and thrusts himself on no one. But perhaps you will like to make a match at skittles." "I am by no means that way disposed," replied the young nobleman. "Or to leap a flea, run a snail, match a wherry, eh?" "No, I will do none of these," answered Nigel. Here the old man, who had been watching with his little peery eyes, pulled the bulky Hector by the skirt, and whispered, "Do not vapour him the huff. It will not pass. Let the trout play. He will rise to the hook presently." But the bully, confiding in his own strength, and probably mistaking for timidity the patient scorn with which Nigel received his proposals, incited also by the open casket, began to assume a louder and more threatening tone. He drew himself up, bent his brows, assumed a look of professional ferocity, and continued, "In Alsatia, look ye, a man must be neighbourly and companionable. Zoons, sir, we would slit any nose that was turned up at us honest fellows. Ay, sir, we would slit it up to the gristle, though it had smelt nothing all its life but musk, ambergris, and court-scented water. Rabbit me, I'm a soldier, and care no more for a lord than a lamplighter." "Are you seeking a quarrel, sir?" said Nigel calmly, having in truth no desire to engage himself in a discreditable broil in such a place and with such a character. "Quarrel, sir?" said the captain. "I'm not seeking a quarrel, though I care not how soon I find one. Only I wish you to understand you must be neighbourly, that's all. What if we should go over the water to the garden, and see a bull hanged this fine morning? 'Sdeath, will you do nothing?" "Something I'm strangely tempted to do at this moment," said Nigel. "Videlicet," said Culpepper with a swaggering air. "Let us hear the temptation." "I'm tempted to throw you headlong from the window, unless you presently make the best of your way downstairs." "Throw me from the window? Hell and furies!" exclaimed the captain. "I've confronted 20 crooked sabres at Buda with my single rapier, and shall a chitty-faced, beggarly Scots lordling speak of me and a window in the same breath? Stand off, old Pillory, let me make Scotch collops of him. He dies the death." "For the love of heaven, gentlemen," exclaimed the old miser, throwing himself between them, "do not break the peace on any consideration. Noble guest, forbear the captain. He is a very Hector of Troy.
Trusty Hector, forbear my guest. He is like to prove a very Achilles, Agag. Here he was interrupted by his asthma, but nevertheless continued to interpose his person between Culpeper, who had unsheathed his whinyard and was making vain passes at his antagonist, and Nigel, who had stepped back to take his sword and now held it undrawn in his left hand. "Make an end of this foolery, you scoundrel," said Nigel. "Do you come hither to vent your noisy oaths and your bottled-up valour on me? You seem to know me, and I'm half ashamed to say I have at length been able to recollect you. Remember the garden, behind the ordinary, you dastardly ruffian, and the speed with which 50 men saw you run from a drawn sword. Get you gone, sir, and do not put me to the vile labour of cudgelling such a cowardly rascal downstairs." The bully's countenance grew dark as night at this unexpected recognition, for he had undoubtedly thought himself secure in his change of dress and his black patch from being discovered by a person who had seen him but once. He set his teeth, clenched his hands, and it seemed as if he was seeking for a moment's courage to fly upon his antagonist, but his heart failed. He sheathed his sword, turned his back in gloomy silence, and spoke not until he reached the door, when, turning round, he said with a deep oath, "If I be not avenged of you for this insolence ere many days go by, I would the gallows had my body, and the devil my spirit." So saying, and with a look where determined spite and malice made his features savagely fierce, though they could not overcome his fear, he turned and left the house. Nigel followed him as far as the gallery at the head of the staircase, with the purpose of seeing him depart, and ere he returned was met by Mistress Martha Trapboys, whom the noise of the quarrel had summoned from her own apartment. He could not resist saying to her, in his natural displeasure, "I would, madam, you could teach your father and his friends the lesson which you had the goodness to bestow on me this morning, and prevail on them to leave me the unmolested privacy of my own apartment." "If you came hither for quiet or retirement, young man," answered she, "you have been advised to an evil retreat. You might seek mercy in the Star Chamber, or holiness in hell, with better success than quiet in Alsatia, but my father shall trouble you no longer." So saying, she entered the apartment, and fixing her eyes on the casket, she said with emphasis, "If you display such a lodestone, it will draw many a steel knife to your throat." While Nigel hastily shut the casket, she addressed her father, upbraiding him with small reverence for keeping company with the cowardly, hectoring, murdering villain, John Culpeper. "Ay, ay, child," said the old man, with the cunning leer which intimated perfect satisfaction with his own superior address. I know, ugh, but I'll cross-bite him. I know them all, and I can manage them. Ay, I have the trick on't, ugh, ugh." "You manage, father?" said the austere damsel. "You will manage to have your throat cut, and that ere long. You cannot hide from them your gains and your gold, as formerly." "My gains, wench, my gold," said the usurer. "Alack-a-day, few of these and hard got, few and hard got." "This will not serve you, father, any longer," said she, "and had not served you thus long, but that bully Culpeper had contrived a cheaper way of plundering your house, even by means of my miserable self. But why do I speak to him of all this?" she said, checking herself and shrugging her shoulders with an expression of pity which did not fall much short of scorn. "He hears me not, he thinks not of me. Is it not strange that the love of gathering gold should survive the care to preserve both property and life?" "Your father," said Lord Glenvarloch, who could not help respecting the strong sense and feeling shown by this poor woman, even amidst all her rudeness and severity, "your father seems to have his faculties sufficiently alert when he is in the exercise of his ordinary pursuits and functions. I wonder he is not sensible of the weight of your arguments." Nature made him a man senseless of danger, and that insensibility is the best thing I have derived from him, said she. Age has left him shrewdness enough to tread his old beaten paths, but not to seek new courses. The old blind horse will long continue to go its rounds in the mill when it would stumble in the open meadow. Daughter? Why, wench? Why, housewife? Said the old man, awakening out of some dream in which he had been sneering and chuckling in imagination, probably over a successful piece of roguery. Go to chamber, wench, go to chamber, draw bolts and chain, look sharp to door, let none in or out. But, worshipful Master Graham, I must take my cloak and go to Duke Hildebrand. Ay, time has been, my own warrant was enough, but the lower we lie, the more are we under the wind. And with his wonted chorus of muttering and coughing, the old man left the apartment. His daughter stood for a moment looking after him with her usual expression of discontent and sorrow. You ought to persuade your father, said Nigel, to leave this evil neighborhood if you are in reality apprehensive for his safety. He would be safe in no other quarter, said the daughter. I would rather the old man were dead than publicly dishonored. In other quarters he would be pelted and pursued like an owl which ventures into sunshine. Here he was safe, while his comrades could avail themselves of his talents. He is now squeezed and fleeced by them on every pretence. They consider him as a vessel on the strand from which each may snatch a prey, and the very jealousy which they entertain respecting him as a common property may perhaps induce them to guard him from more private and daring assaults. Still, methinks you ought to leave this place, answered Nigel, since you might find a safe retreat in some distant country. In Scotland, doubtless, said she, looking at him with a sharp and suspicious eye, and enrich strangers with our rescued wealth. Ha, young man? Madam, if you knew me, said Lord Glenvarloch, you would spare the suspicion implied in your words. Who shall assure me of that? Said Martha sharply. They say you are a brawler and a gamester, and I know how far these are to be trusted by the unhappy. They do me wrong, by heaven, said Lord Glenvarloch. It may be so, said Martha. I'm a little interested in the degree of your vice or your folly, but it is plain that the one or the other has conducted you hither, and that your best hope of peace, safety, and happiness is to be gone, with the least possible delay, from a place which is always a sty for swine, and often a shambles. So saying, she left the apartment. There was something in the ungracious manner of this female, amounting almost to contempt of him she spoke to, an indignity to which Glenvarloch, notwithstanding his poverty, had not as yet been personally exposed, and which therefore gave him a transitory feeling of painful surprise. Neither did the dark hints which Martha threw out concerning the danger of his place of refuge sound by any means agreeable to his ears. The bravest man, placed in a situation in which he is surrounded by suspicious persons, and removed from all counsel and assistance, except those afforded by a valiant heart and a strong arm, experiences a sinking of the spirit, a consciousness of abandonment which for a moment chills his blood and depresses his natural gallantry of disposition. But if sad reflections arose in Nigel's mind, he had not time to indulge them, and if he saw little prospect of finding friends in Alsatia, he found that he was not likely to be solitary for lack of visitors. He had scarcely paced his apartment for 10 minutes, endeavouring to arrange his ideas on the course which he was to pursue on quitting Alsatia, when he was interrupted by the sovereign of the quarter, the great Duke Hildebrand himself, before whose approach the bolts and chains of the miser's dwelling fell, or withdrew, as of their own accord, and both the folding leaves of the door were opened, that he might roll himself into the house, like a huge butt of liquor, a vessel to which he bore a considerable outward resemblance, both in size, shape, complexion, and contents. Good morrow to your lordship, said the greasy puncheon, cocking his single eye and rolling it upon Nigel with a singular expression of familiar impudence, whilst his grim bulldog, which was close at his heels, made a kind of gurgling in his throat, as if saluting in similar fashion a starved cat, the only living thing in Trapboy's house, which we have not yet enumerated, and which had flown up to the top of the tester, where she stood clutching and grinning at the mastiff, whose greeting she accepted with as much goodwill as Nigel bestowed on that of the dog's master. "Peace, Belsy, damn thee, peace," said Duke Hildebrand. "Beasts and fools will be meddling, my lord." "I thought, sir," answered Nigel, with as much haughtiness as was consistent with the cool distance which he desired to preserve, "I thought I had told you my name at present was Nigel Graham." His Eminence of Whitefriars on this burst out into a loud, chuckling, impudent laugh, repeating the word till his voice was almost inarticulate. "Niggle green, niggle green, niggle green. Why, my lord, you would be queered in the drinking of a penny pot of Malmsey if you cry before you are touched. Why, you have told me the secret even now, had I not had a shrewd guess of it before. Why, Master Nigel, since that is the word, I only called you my lord because we made you a peer of Alsatia last night, when the sack was predominant. How you look now! Ha, ha, ha!" Nigel, indeed, conscious that he had unnecessarily betrayed himself, replied hastily he was much obliged to him for the honours conferred, but did not propose to remain in the sanctuary long enough to enjoy them. "Why, that may be as you will, and you will walk by wise counsel," answered the ducal porpoise. And although Nigel remained standing in hopes to accelerate his guest's departure, he threw himself into one of the old tapestry-backed easy-chairs which cracked under his weight, and began to call for old trap-boys. The crone of all work appearing instead of her master, the Duke cursed her for a careless jade, to let a strange gentleman and a brave guest go without his morning's draught. "I never take one, sir," said Glenvarloch. "Time to begin, time to begin," answered the Duke. "Here, you old refuse of Sathan, go to our palace and fetch Lord Green's morning draught. Let us see, what shall it be, my lord? A humming double pot of ale, with a roasted crab dancing in it like a weary above bridge, or hum, aye, young men are sweet-toothed, a quart of burnt sack with sugar and spice, good against the fogs, or what say you to sipping a gill of right distilled waters? Come, we will have them all, and you shall take your choice. Here, you Jezebel, let Tip send the ale, and the sack and the nipperkin of double distilled, with a bit of diet loaf, or some such trinket, and score it to the newcomer." Glenvarloch, bethinking himself that it might be as well to endure this fellow's insolence for a brief season as to get into farther discreditable quarrels, suffered him to take his own way without interruption, only observing, "You make yourself at home, sir, in my apartment, but for the time you may use your pleasure. Meanwhile, I would fain know what has procured me the honour of this unexpected visit." "You shall know that, when old Deb has brought the liquor. I never speak of business dry-lipped. Why, how she drumbles! I warrant she stops to take a sip on the road, and then you will think you have had unchristian measure. In the meanwhile, look at that dog there. Look Beelzebub in the face, and tell me if you ever saw a sweeter beast, never flew but at head in his life." And after this congenial panegyric, he was proceeding with a tale of a dog and a bull, which threatened to be somewhat of the longest, when he was interrupted by the return of the old crone and two of his own tapsters, bearing the various kinds of drinkables which he had demanded, and which probably was the only species of interruption he would have endured with equanimity. When the cups and cans were duly arranged upon the table, and when Deborah, whom the ducal generosity honoured with a penny farthing in the way of gratuity, had withdrawn with her satellites, the worthy potentate having first slightly invited Lord Glenvarloch to partake of the liquor which he was to pay for, and after having observed that, excepting 3 poached eggs, a pint of bastard, and a cup of clary, he was fasting from everything but sin, set himself seriously to reinforce the radical moisture. Glenvarloch had seen Scottish lairds and Dutch burgomasters at their potations, but their exploits, though each might be termed a thirsty generation, were nothing to those of Duke Hildebrand, who seemed an absolute sandbed, capable of absorbing any given quantity of liquid without being either vivified or overflowed. He drank off the ale to quench a thirst which, as he said, kept him in a fever from morning to night, and night to morning, tippled off the sack to correct the crudity of the ale, sent the spirits after the sack to keep all quiet, and then declared that probably he should not taste liquor till post-meridian, unless it was in compliment to some especial friend. Finally, he intimated that he was ready to proceed on the business which brought him from home so early, a proposition which Nigel readily received, though he could not help suspecting that the most important purpose of Duke Hildebrand's visit was already transacted. In this, however, Lord Glenvarloch proved to be mistaken. Hildebrand, before opening what he had to say, made an accurate survey of the apartment, laying from time to time his finger on his nose and winking on Nigel with his single eye while he opened and shut the doors, lifted the tapestry which concealed in one or two places the dilapidation of time upon the wainscoted walls, peeped into closets, and finally looked under the bed to assure himself that the coast was clear of listeners and interlopers. He then resumed his seat and beckoned confidentially to Nigel to draw his chair close to him. "I'm well as I am, Master Hildebrand," replied the young lord, little disposed to encourage the familiarity which the man endeavoured to fix on him, but the undismayed Duke proceeded as follows. "You shall pardon me, my lord, and I now give you the title right seriously, if I remind you that our waters may be watched. For though old Trapboy's be as deaf as St. Paul's, yet his daughter has sharp ears and sharp eyes enough, and it is of them that it is my business to speak." "Say away then, sir," said Nigel, edging his chair somewhat closer to the quicksand, "although I cannot conceive what business I have either with mine host or his daughter." "We will see that in the twinkling of a quart pot," answered the gracious Duke. "And first, my lord, you must not think to dance in a net before old Jack Hildebrand, that has thrice your years o'er his head, and was born like King Richard, with all his eye-teeth ready cut." "Well, sir, go on," said Nigel. "Why then, my lord, I presume to say that if you are, as I believe you are, that Lord Glenvarloch, whom all the world talk of, the Scotch gallant that has spent all to a thin cloak and a light purse, be not moved, my lord. It is so noised of you. Men call you the sparrowhawk, who will fly at all. Ay, were it in the very park. Be not moved, my lord." "I'm ashamed, sir," replied Glenvarloch, "that you should have power to move me by your insolence, but beware, and if you indeed guess who I am, consider how long I may be able to endure your tone of insolent familiarity." "I crave pardon, my lord," said Hildebrand, with a sullen yet apologetic look. "I meant no harm in speaking my poor mind. I know not what honour there may be in being familiar with your lordship, but I judge there is little safety, for Lowestoft is laid up in lavender only for having shown you the way into Alsatia, and so what is to come of those who maintain you when you are here, or whether they will get most honour or most trouble by doing so, I leave with your lordship's better judgment." "I will bring no one into trouble on my account," said Lord Glenvarloch. "I will leave Whitefriars tomorrow. Nay, by heaven, I will leave it this day." "You will have more wit in your anger, I trust," said Duke Hildebrand. "Listen first to what I have to say to you, and if honest Jack Hildebrand put you not in the way of nicking them all, may he never cast doublets or dull a greenhorn again. And so, my lord, in plain words, you must whop and win." "Your words must be still plainer before I can understand them," said Nigel. "What the devil, a gamester, one who deals with the devil's bones and the doctor's, and not understand pedlar's French? Nay, then, I must speak plain English, and that's the simpleton's tongue." "Speak then, sir," said Nigel, "and I pray you be brief, for I have little more time to bestow on you." "Well then, my lord, to be brief, as you and the lawyers call it, I understand you have an estate in the north, which changes masters for want of the redeeming ready. Ay, you start, but you cannot dance in a net before me, as I said before, and so the king runs the frowning humour on you, and the court vapours you the go-by, and the prince scowls at you from under his cap, and the favourite serves you out the puckered brow and the cold shoulder, and the favourite's favourite. To go no further, sir, interrupted Nigel, suppose all this true, and what follows? What follows, returned Duke Hildebrand, marry, this follows, that you will owe good deed as well as good will to him who shall put you in the way to walk with your beaver cocked in the presence, and as an ye were Earl of Kildare, bully the courtiers, meet the prince's blighting look with a bold brow, confront the favourite, baffle his deputy, and this is all well, said Nigel, but how is it to be accomplished? By making thee a prince of Peru, my lord of the northern latitudes, propping thine old castle with ingots, fertilizing thy failing fortunes with gold dust. It shall but cost thee to put thy baron's coronet for a day or so on the brows of an old Cadusa here, the man's daughter of the house, and thou art master of a mass of treasure. Thou shalt do all I have said for thee. And what, you would have me marry this old gentlewoman here, the daughter of mine host, said Nigel, surprised and angry, yet unable to suppress some desire to laugh. Nay, my lord, I would have you marry 50,000 good sterling pounds, for that and better hath old Trapboys hoarded, and thou shalt do a deed of mercy in it to the old man who will lose his golden smelts in some worse way, for now that he is well nigh past his day of work, his day of payment is like to follow. Truly this is a most courteous offer, said Lord Glenvarloch, but may I pray of your candour, most noble Duke, to tell me why you dispose of a ward of so much wealth on a stranger like me, who may leave you tomorrow? In sooth, my lord, said the Duke, that question smacks more of the wit of Beaujeu's ordinary than any word I have yet heard your lordship speak, and reason it is you should be answered. Touching my peers, it is but necessary to say that Mistress Martha Trapboys will none of them, whether clerical or laic. The captain hath asked her, so hath the parson, but she will none of them. She looks higher than either, and is, to say truth, a woman of sense, and so forth, too profound, and of spirit something too high, to put up with greasy Buff or rusty Prunella. For ourselves, we need but hint that we have a consort in the land of the living, and what is more to purpose, Mrs. Martha knows it, so as she will not lace her kersey hood save with a quality binding. You, my lord, must be the man, and must carry off 50,000 decuses, the spoils of 5,000 bullies, cutters, and spendthrifts, always deducting from the main sum some 5,000 pounds for our princely advice and countenance, without which, as matters stand in Alsatia, you would find it hard to win the plate. But as your wisdom considered, sir, replied Glenvarloch, how this wedlock can serve me in my present emergence. As for that, my lord, said Duke Hildebrand, if with 40 or 50,000 pounds in your pouch you cannot save yourself, you will deserve to lose your head for your folly, and your hand for being close-fisted. But since your goodness has taken my matters into such serious consideration, continued Nigel, who conceived there was no prudence in breaking with a man who in his way meant him favour rather than offence, perhaps you may be able to tell me how my kindred would be likely to receive such a bride as you recommend to me. Touching that matter, my lord, I've always heard your countrymen knew, as well as other folks, on which side their bread was buttered, and truly, speaking from report, I know no place where 50,000 pounds, I say, will make a woman more welcome than it is likely to do in your ancient kingdom. And truly, saving the slight twist in her shoulder, Mrs. Martha Trapboys is a person of very awful and majestic appearance, and may, for aught I know, become of better blood than any one wots of, for old Trapboys looks not over like to be her father, and her mother was a generous, liberal sort of a woman. I'm afraid, answered Nigel, that chance is rather too vague to assure her a gracious reception into an honourable house. Why then, my lord, replied Hildebrand, I think it like she will be even with them, for I will venture to say she has as much ill nature as will make her a match for your whole clan. That may inconvenience me a little, replied Nigel. Not a whit, said the Duke, fertile in expedients. If she should become rather intolerable, which is not unlikely, your honourable house, which I presume to be a castle, hath doubtless both turrets and dungeons, and ye may bestow your bonny bride in either the one or the other, and then you know you will be out of hearing of her tongue, and she will be either above or below the contempt of your friends. It is sagely counselled, most equitable sir, replied Nigel, and such restraint would be a fit meed for her folly that gave me any power over her. You entertain the project, then, my lord? Said Duke Hildebrand. I must turn it in my mind for 24 hours, said Nigel, and I will pray you so to order matters that I be not further interrupted by any visitors. We will utter an edict to secure your privacy, said the Duke, and you do not think, he added, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper, that 10,000 is too much to pay to the sovereign in name of wardship. 10,000, said Lord Glenvarloch. Why, you said 5,000 but now. Aha, art avised of that? Said the Duke, touching the side of his nose with his finger. Nay, if you have marked me so closely, you are thinking on the case more nearly than I believed till you trapped me. Well, well, we will not quarrel about the consideration, as old trap-boys would call it. Do you win and wear the dame? It would be no hard matter with your face and figure, and I will take care that no one interrupts you. I will have an edict from the Senate as soon as they meet for their meridium. So saying, Duke Hildebrand took his leave. End of chapter 23. Section 26 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. This is the time heaven's maiden sentinel hath quitted her high watch. The lesser spangles are paling, one by one. Give me the latter, and the short lever bid Anthony keep with his carabine the wicket gate, and do thou bear thy knife and follow me, for we will in and do it. Darkness like this is dawning of our fortunes. Old play. When Duke Hildebrand had withdrawn, Nigel's first impulse was an irresistible feeling to laugh at the sage adviser who would have thus connected him with age, ugliness, and ill temper. But his next thought was pity for the unfortunate father and daughter, who, being the only persons possessed of wealth in this unhappy district, seemed like a wreck on the seashore of a barbarous country, only secured from plunder for the moment by the jealousy of the tribes among whom it had been cast. Neither could he help being conscious that his own residence here was upon conditions equally precarious, and that he was considered by the Alsatians in the same light of a godsend to the Cornish coast, or a sickly but wealthy caravan travelling through the wilds of Africa, and emphatically termed by the nations of despoilers, through whose regions it passes, Damalafang, which signifies a thing given to be devoured, a common prey to all men. Nigel had already formed his own plan to extricate himself, at whatever risk, from his perilous and degrading situation, and in order that he might carry it into instant execution, he only awaited the return of Lowestoft's messenger. He expected him, however, in vain, and could only amuse himself by looking through such parts of his baggage as had been sent to him from his former lodgings, in order to select a small packet of the most necessary articles to take with him in the event of his quitting his lodgings secretly and suddenly, as speed and privacy would, he foresaw, be particularly necessary if he meant to obtain an interview with the king, which was the course his spirit and his interest alike determined him to pursue. While he was thus engaged, he found greatly to his satisfaction that Master Lowestoft had transmitted not only his rapier and poniard, but a pair of pistols which he had used in travelling, of a smaller and more convenient size than the large patronels or horse pistols which were then in common use, as being made for wearing at the girdle or in the pockets. Next to having stout and friendly comrades, a man is chiefly emboldened by finding himself well armed in case of need, and Nigel, who had thought with some anxiety on the hazard of trusting his life, if attacked, to the protection of the clumsy weapon with which Lowestoft had equipped him in order to complete his disguise, felt an emotion of confidence approaching to triumph, as drawing his own good and well-tried rapier, he wiped it with his handkerchief, examined its point, bent it once or twice against the ground to prove its well-known metal, and finally replaced it in the scabbard, the more hastily that he heard a tap at the door of his chamber, and had no mind to be found vaporing in the apartment with his sword drawn. It was his old host who entered to tell him, with many cringes, that the price of his apartment was to be a crown per diem, and that according to the custom of Whitefriars, the rent was always payable per advance, although he never scrupled to let the money lie till a week or a fortnight, or even a month in the hands of any honourable guest like Master Graham, always upon some reasonable consideration for the use. Nigel got rid of the old dotar's intrusion by throwing down 2 pieces of gold, and requesting the accommodation of his present apartment for 8 days, adding, however, he did not think he should tarry so long. The miser, with a sparkling eye and a trembling hand, clutched fast the proffered coin, and having balanced the pieces with exquisite pleasure on the extremity of his withered finger, began almost instantly to show that not even the possession of gold can gratify for more than an instant the very heart that is most eager in the pursuit of it. First, the pieces might be light. With hasty hand he drew a small pair of scales from his bosom, and weighed them, first together, then separately, and smiled with glee as he saw them attain the due depression in the balance, a circumstance which might add to his profits if it were true, as was currently reported, that little of the gold coinage was current in Alsatia in a perfect state, and that none ever left the sanctuary in that condition. Another fear then occurred to trouble the old miser's pleasure. He had been just able to comprehend that Nigel intended to leave the friars sooner than the arrival of the term for which he had deposited the rent. This might imply an expectation of refunding, which, as a Scotch wag said, of all species of funding, jumped least with the old gentleman's humour. He was beginning to enter a hypothetical caveat on this subject, and to quote several reasons why no part of the money, once consigned as room rent, could be repaid back on any pretence without great hardship to the landlord, when Nigel, growing impatient, told him that the money was his absolutely, and without any intention on his part of resuming any of it. All he asked in return was the liberty of enjoying in private the apartment he had paid for. Old trap-boys, who had still at his tongue's end much of the smooth language by which in his time he had hastened the ruin of many a young spendthrift, began to launch out upon the noble and generous disposition of his new guest, until Nigel, growing impatient, took the old gentleman by the hand, and gently, yet irresistibly, leading him to the door of the chamber, put him out, but with such decent and moderate exertion of his superior strength as to render the action in no shape indecorous, and fastening the door began to do that for his pistols which he had done for his favourite sword, examining with care the flints and locks, and reviewing the state of his small provision of ammunition. In this operation he was a second time interrupted by a knocking at the door. He called upon the person to enter, having no doubt that it was Lowestoft's messenger at length arrived. It was, however, the ungracious daughter of old trap-boys, who, muttering something about her father's mistake, laid down upon the table one of the pieces of gold which Nigel had just given to him, saying that what she retained was the full rent for the term he had specified. Nigel replied he had paid the money, and had no desire to receive it again. "Do as you will with it then," replied his hostess, "for there it lies, and shall lie for me. If you are fool enough to pay more than is reason, my father shall not be knave enough to take it." "But your father, mistress," said Nigel, "your father told me—" "Oh, my father," said she, interrupting him, "my father managed these affairs while he was able. I manage them now, and that may in the long run be as well for both of us." She then looked on the table and observed the weapons. "You have arms, I see," she said. "Do you know how to use them?" "I should do so, mistress," replied Nigel, "for it has been my occupation." "You are a soldier, then?" she demanded. "No farther as yet, then as every gentleman of my country is a soldier? Ay, that is your point of honour, to cut the throats of the poor, a proper gentlemanlike occupation for those who should protect them. I do not deal in cutting throats, mistress, replied Nigel, but I carry arms to defend myself and my country if it needs be. Ay, replied Martha, it is fairly worded, but men say you are as prompt as others in petty brawls, where neither your safety nor your country is in hazard, and that had it not been so, you would not have been in the sanctuary today. Mistress, returned Nigel, I should labour in vain to make you understand that a man's honour, which is or should be dearer to him than his life, may often call on and compel us to hazard our own lives or those of others on what would otherwise seem trifling contingencies. God's laws says naught of that, said the female. I've only read there that thou shalt not kill. But I've neither time nor inclination to preach to you. You will find enough of fighting here, if you like it, and well if it come not to seek you when you are least prepared. Farewell for the present. The charwoman will execute your commands for your meals. She left the room just as Nigel, provoked at her assuming a superior tone of judgment and of censure, was about to be so superfluous as to enter into a dispute with an old pawnbroker's daughter on the subject of the point of honour. He smiled at himself for the folly into which the spirit of self-vindication had so nearly hurried him. Lord Glenvarloch then applied to old Deborah, the charwoman, by whose intermediation he was provided with a tolerably decent dinner, and the only embarrassment which he experienced was from the almost forcible entry of the old dotard, his landlord, who insisted upon giving his assistance at laying the cloth. Nigel had some difficulty to prevent him from displacing his arms and some papers which were lying on a small table at which he had been sitting, and nothing short of a stern and positive injunction to the contrary could compel him to use another board, though there were two in the room, for the purpose of laying the cloth. Having at length obliged him to relinquish his purpose, he could not help observing that the eyes of the old dotard seemed still anxiously fixed upon the small table on which lay his sword and pistols, and that, amidst all the little duties which he seemed officiously anxious to render to his guest, he took every opportunity of looking towards and approaching these objects of his attention. At length, when Trapboys thought he had completely avoided the notice of his guest, Nigel, through the observation of one of the cracked mirrors, on which channel of communication the old man had not calculated, beheld him actually extend his hand towards the table in question. He thought it unnecessary to use further ceremony, but telling his landlord in a stern voice that he permitted no one to touch his arms, he commanded him to leave the apartment. The old usurer commenced a maundering sort of apology, in which all that Nigel distinctly apprehended was a frequent repetition of the word consideration, and which did not seem to him to require any other answer than a reiteration of his command to him to leave the apartment upon pain of worse consequences. The ancient Hebe, who acted as Lord Glenvarloch's cupbearer, took his part against the intrusion of the still more antiquated Ganymede, and insisted on old Trapboys leaving the room instantly, menacing him at the same time with her mistress's displeasure if he remained there any longer. The old man seemed more under petticoat government than any other, for the threat of the charwoman produced greater effect upon him than the more formidable displeasure of Nigel. He withdrew, grumbling and muttering, and Lord Glenvarloch heard him bar a large door at the nearer end of the gallery, which served as a division betwixt the other parts of the extensive mansion and the apartment occupied by his guest, which, as the reader is aware, had its access from the landing-place at the head of the grand staircase. Nigel accepted the careful sound of the bolts and bars as they were severally drawn by the trembling hand of old Trapboys as an omen that the senior did not mean again to revisit him in the course of the evening, and heartily rejoiced that he was at length to be left to uninterrupted solitude. The old woman asked if there was aught else to be done for his accommodation, and indeed it had hitherto seemed as if the pleasure of serving him, or more properly, the reward which she expected, had renewed her youth and activity. Nigel desired to have candles, to have a fire lighted in his apartment, and a few faggots placed beside it, that he might feed it from time to time, as he began to feel the chilly effects of the damp and low situation of the house, close as it was to the Thames. But while the old woman was absent upon his errand, he began to think in what way he should pass the long solitary evening with which he was threatened. His own reflections promised to Nigel little amusement and less applause. He had considered his own perilous situation in every light in which it could be viewed, and foresaw as little utility as comfort in resuming the survey. To divert the current of his ideas, books were of course the readiest resource, and although, like most of us, Nigel had in his time sauntered through large libraries, and even spent a long time there without greatly disturbing their learned contents, he was now in a situation where the possession of a volume, even of a very inferior merit, becomes a real treasure. The old housewife returned shortly afterwards with faggots and some pieces of half-burnt wax candles, the perquisites, probably real or usurped, of some experienced groom of the chambers, 2 of which she placed in large brass candlesticks of different shapes and patterns, and laid the others on the table, that Nigel might renew them from time to time as they burnt to the socket. She heard with interest Lord Glenvarloch's request to have a book, any sort of book, to pass away the night withal, and returned for answer that she knew of no other books in the house than her young mistress's, as she always denominated Mistress Martha Trapboy's, Bible, which the owner would not lend, and her master's Whetstone of Wit, being the second part of arithmetic by Robert Record, with the Cossack practice and rule of equation, which promising volume Nigel declined to borrow. She offered, however, to bring him some books from Duke Hildebrand, who sometimes, good gentleman, gave a glance at a book when the state affairs of Alsatia left him as much leisure. Nigel embraced the proposal, and his unwearied Iris scuttled away on this second embassy. She returned in a short time with a tattered quarto volume under her arm and a bottle of sack in her hand, for the Duke, judging that mere reading was dry work, had sent the wine by way of sauce to help it down, not forgetting to add the price to the morning's score, which he had already run up against the stranger in the sanctuary. Nigel seized on the book and did not refuse the wine, thinking that a glass or two, as it really proved to be of good quality, would be no bad interlude to his studies. He dismissed, with thanks and assurance of reward, the poor old drudge who had been so zealous in his service, trimmed his fire and candles, and placed the easiest of the old armchairs in a convenient posture betwixt the fire and the table at which he had dined, and which now supported the measure of sack and the lights, and thus accompanying his studies with such luxurious appliances as were in his power, he began to examine the only volume with which the ducal library of Alsatia had been able to supply him. The contents, though of a kind generally interesting, were not well calculated to dispel the gloom by which he was surrounded. The book was entitled God's Revenge against Murther, not, as the bibliomaniacal reader may easily conjecture, the work which Reynolds published under that imposing name, but one of a much earlier date, printed and sold by Old Wolf, and which, could a copy now be found, would sell for much more than its weight in gold. Nigel had soon enough of the doleful tales which the book contains, and attempted 1 or 2 other modes of killing the evening. He looked out at the window, but the night was rainy, with gusts of wind. He tried to coax the fire, but the faggots were green, and smoked without burning, and as he was naturally temperate, he felt his blood somewhat heated by the canary sack which he had already drank, and had no farther inclination to that pastime. He next attempted to compose a memorial address to the king, in which he set forth his case and his grievances, but speedily stung with the idea that his supplication would be treated with scorn, he flung the scroll into the fire, and in a sort of desperation resumed the book which he had laid aside. Nigel became more interested in the volume at this second than at the first attempt which he made to peruse it. The narratives, strange and shocking as they were to human feeling, possessed yet the interest of sorcery or of fascination, which rivets the attention by its awakening horrors. Much was told of the strange and horrible acts of blood by which men, setting nature and humanity alike at defiance, had for the thirst of revenge, the lust of gold, or the cravings of irregular ambition, broken into the tabernacle of life. Yet more surprising and mysterious tales were recounted of the mode in which such deeds of blood had come to be discovered and revenged. Animals, irrational animals, had told the secret, and birds of the air had carried the matter. The elements had seemed to betray the deed which had polluted them. Earth had ceased to support the murderous steps, fire to warm his frozen limbs, water to refresh his parched lips, air to relieve his gasping lungs. All, in short, bore evidence to the homicide's guilt. In other circumstances, the criminal's own awakened conscience pursued and brought him to justice, and in some narratives the grave was said to have yawned, that the ghost of the sufferer might call for revenge. It was now wearing late in the night, and the book was still in Nigel's hands, when the tapestry which hung behind him flapped against the wall, and the wind, produced by its motion, waved the flame of the candles by which he was reading. Nigel started and turned round, in that excited and irritated state of mind which arose from the nature of his studies, especially at a period when a certain degree of superstition was inculcated as a point of religious faith. It was not without emotion that he saw the bloodless countenance, meagre form, and ghastly aspect of old Trapboys, once more in the very act of extending his withered hand towards the table which supported his arms. Convinced by this untimely apparition that something evil was meditated towards him, Nigel sprung up, seized his sword, drew it, and placing it at the old man's breast, demanded of him what he did in his apartment at so untimely an hour. Trapboys showed neither fear nor surprise, and only answered by some imperfect expressions, intimating he would part with his life rather than with his property, and Lord Glenvarloch, strangely embarrassed, knew not what to think of the intruder's motives, and still less how to get rid of him. As he again tried the means of intimidation, he was surprised by a second apparition from behind the tapestry, in the person of the daughter of Trapboys, bearing a lamp in her hand. She also seemed to possess her father's insensibility to danger, for coming close to Nigel, she pushed aside impetuously his naked sword, and even attempted to take it out of his hand. "For shame," she said, "your sword on a man of 80 years and more, this the honour of a Scottish gentleman. Give it to me to make a spindle of." "Stand back," said Nigel. "I mean your father no injury, but I will know what has caused him to prowl this whole day, and even at this late hour of night, around my arms." "Your arms?" repeated she. "Alas, young man, the whole arms in the Tower of London are of little value to him, in comparison of this miserable piece of gold which I left this morning on the table of a young spendthrift, too careless to put what belonged to him into his own purse." So saying, she showed the piece of gold which, still remaining on the table where she left it, had been the bait that attracted old Trapboys so frequently to the spot, and which even in the silence of the night had so dwelt on his imagination that he had made use of a private passage long disused to enter his guest's apartment in order to possess himself of the treasure during his slumbers. He now exclaimed at the highest tones of his cracked and feeble voice, "It is mine! It is mine! He gave it to me for a consideration. I will die ere I part with my property." "It is indeed his own, mistress," said Nigel, "and I do entreat you to restore it to the person on whom I have bestowed it, and let me have my apartment in quiet." "I will account with you for it, then," said the maiden, reluctantly giving to her father the morsel of mammon, on which he darted as if his bony fingers had been the talons of a hawk seizing its prey, and then making a contented muttering and mumbling like an old dog after he has been fed, and just when he is wheeling himself thrice round for the purpose of lying down, he followed his daughter behind the tapestry through a little sliding door, which was perceived when the hangings were drawn apart. "This shall be properly fastened tomorrow," said the daughter to Nigel, speaking in such a tone that her father, deaf and engrossed by his acquisition, could not hear her. "Tonight I will continue to watch him closely. I wish you good repose." These few words, pronounced in a tone of more civility than she had yet made use of towards her lodger, contained a wish which was not to be accomplished, although her guest, presently after her departure, retired to bed. There was a slight fever in Nigel's blood, occasioned by the various events of the evening, which put him, as the phrase is, beside his rest. Perplexing and painful thoughts rolled on his mind like a troubled stream, and the more he laboured to lull himself to slumber, the farther he seemed from attaining his object. He tried all the resources common in such cases, kept counting from 1 to 1,000, until his head was giddy. He watched the embers of the wood fire till his eyes were dazzled. He listened to the dull moaning of the wind, the swinging and creaking of signs which projected from the houses, and the baying of here and there a homeless dog, till his very ear was weary. Suddenly, however, amid this monotony came a sound which startled him at once. It was a female shriek. He sat up in his bed to listen, then remembered he was in Alsatia, where brawls of every sort were current among the unruly inhabitants. But another scream, and another, succeeded so close that he was certain, though the noise was remote and sounded stifled, it must be in the same house with himself. Nigel jumped up hastily, put on a part of his clothes, seized his sword and pistols, and ran to the door of his chamber. Here he plainly heard the screams redouble, and as he thought, the sounds came from the usurer's apartment. All access to the gallery was effectually excluded by the intermediate door, which the brave young lord shook with eager but vain impatience. But the secret passage occurred suddenly to his recollection. He hastened back to his room, and succeeded with some difficulty in lighting a candle, powerfully agitated by hearing the cries repeated, yet still more afraid lest they should sink into silence. He rushed along the narrow and winding entrance, guided by the noise, which now burst more wildly on his ear, and while he descended a narrow staircase which terminated the passage, he heard the stifled voices of men encouraging, as it seemed, each other. Damn her, strike her down, silence her, beat her brains out, while the voice of his hostess, though now almost exhausted, was repeating the cry of murder and help. At the bottom of the staircase was a small door, which gave way before Nigel as he precipitated himself upon the scene of action, a cocked pistol in one hand, a candle in the other, and his naked sword under his arm. Two ruffians had with great difficulty overpowered, or rather were on the point of overpowering, the daughter of trap boys, whose resistance appeared to have been most desperate, for the floor was covered with fragments of her clothes and handfuls of her hair. It appeared that her life was about to be the price of her defence, for one villain had drawn a long clasp knife when they were surprised by the entrance of Nigel, who, as they turned towards him, shot the fellow with the knife dead on the spot, and when the other advanced to him, hurled the candlestick at his head, and then attacked him with his sword. It was dark, save some pale moonlight from the window, and the ruffian, after firing a pistol without effect, and fighting a traverse or two with his sword, lost heart, made for the window, leaped over it, and escaped. Nigel fired his remaining pistol after him at a venture, and then called for light. "There is light in the kitchen," answered Martha Trapboyce, with more presence of mind than could have been expected. "Stay, you know not the way. I will fetch it myself. Oh, my father, my poor father! I knew it would come to this, and all along of the accursed gold. They have murdered him." End of chapter 24. Section 27 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Death finds us mid our playthings, snatches us, as a cross nurse might do a wayward child, from all our toys and baubles. His rough call unlooses all our favourite ties on earth, and well if they are such as may be answered in yonder world, where all is judged of truly. Old play. It was a ghastly scene which opened upon Martha Trapboyce's return with a light. Her own haggard and austere features were exaggerated by all the desperation of grief, fear, and passion, but the latter was predominant. On the floor lay the body of the robber, who had expired without a groan, while his blood, flowing plentifully, had crimsoned all around. Another body lay also there, on which the unfortunate woman precipitated herself in agony, for it was that of her unhappy father. In the next moment she started up, and exclaiming, "There may be life yet," strove to raise the body. Nigel went to her assistance, but not without a glance at the open window, which Martha, as acute as if undisturbed either by passion or terror, failed not to interpret justly. "Fear not," she cried, "fear not. They are base cowards, to whom courage is as much unknown as mercy. If I had had weapons, I could have defended myself against them without assistance or protection. Oh, my poor father, protection comes too late for this cold and stiff corpse. He is dead, dead." While she spoke, they were attempting to raise the dead body of the old miser, but it was evident, even from the feeling of the inactive weight and rigid joints, that life had forsaken her station. Nigel looked for a wound, but saw none. The daughter of the deceased, with more presence of mind than a daughter could at the time have been supposed capable of exerting, discovered the instrument of his murder, a sort of scarf, which had been drawn so tight round his throat as to stifle his cries for assistance in the first instance, and afterwards to extinguish life. She undid the fatal noose, and laying the old man's body in the arms of Lord Glenvarloch, she ran for water, for spirits, for essences, in the vain hope that life might be only suspended. That hope proved indeed vain. She chafed his temples, raised his head, loosened his nightgown, for it seemed as if he had arisen from bed upon hearing the entrance of the villains, and finally opened with difficulty his fixed and closely clenched hands, from one of which dropped a key, from the other the very piece of gold about which the unhappy man had been a little before so anxious, and which, probably in the impaired state of his mental faculties, he was disposed to defend with as desperate energy as if its amount had been necessary to his actual existence. "It is in vain," said the daughter, desisting from her fruitless attempts to recall the spirit, which had been effectually dislodged, for the neck had been twisted by the violence of the murderers. "It is in vain. He is murdered. I always knew it would be thus, and now I witness it." She then snatched up the key and the piece of money, but it was only to dash them again on the floor, as she exclaimed, "Accursed be ye both, for you are the causes of this deed." Nigel would have spoken, would have reminded her that measures should be instantly taken for the pursuit of the murderer who had escaped, as well as for her own security against his return. But she interrupted him sharply. "Be silent," she said. "Be silent. Think you the thoughts of my own heart are not enough to distract me, and with such a sight as this before me? I say be silent," she said again, and in a yet sterner tone. "Can a daughter listen, and her father's murdered corpse lying on her knees?" Lord Glenvarloch, however, overpowered by the energy of her grief, felt not the less the embarrassment of his own situation. He had discharged both his pistols. The robber might return. He had probably other assistants besides the man who had fallen, and it seemed to him indeed as if he had heard a muttering beneath the windows. He explained hastily to his companion the necessity of procuring ammunition. "You are right," she said somewhat contemptuously, "and have ventured already more than ever I expected of man. Go and shift for yourself, since that is your purpose. Leave me to my fate." Without stopping for needless expostulation, Nigel hastened to his own room through the secret passage, furnished himself with the ammunition he sought for, and returned with the same celerity, wondering himself at the accuracy with which he achieved in the dark all the meanderings of the passage which he had traversed only once, and that in a moment of such violent agitation. He found, on his return, the unfortunate woman standing like a statue by the body of her father, which he had laid straight on the floor, having covered the face with the skirt of his gown. She testified neither surprise nor pleasure at Nigel's return, but said to him calmly, "My moan is made. My sorrow, all the sorrow, at least, that man shall ever have noting of, is gone past. But I will have justice, and the base villain who murdered this poor defenceless old man, when he had not, by the course of nature, a 12-month's life in him, shall not cumber the earth long after him. Stranger, whom heaven has sent to forward the revenge reserved for this action, go to Hildebrad's. There they are awake all night in their revels. Bid him come hither. He is bound by his duty, and dare not and shall not refuse his assistance, which he knows well I can reward. Why do ye tarry? Go instantly." "I would," said Nigel, "but I'm fearful of leaving you alone. The villains may return, and—" "True, most true," answered Martha, "he may return, and though I care little for his murdering me, he may possess himself of what has most tempted him. Keep this key and this piece of gold. They are both of importance. Defend your life if assailed, and if you kill the villain, I will make you rich. I go myself to call for aid." Nigel would have remonstrated with her, but she had departed, and in a moment he heard the house door clank behind her. For an instant he thought of following her, but upon recollection that the distance was but short betwixt the tavern of Hildebrand and the house of trap boys, he concluded that she knew it better than he, incurred little danger in passing it, and that he would do well in the meanwhile to remain on the watch as she recommended. It was no pleasant situation for one unused to such scenes to remain in the apartment with two dead bodies, recently those of living and breathing men, who had both, within the space of less than half an hour, suffered violent death, one of them by the hand of the assassin, the other whose blood still continued to flow from the wound in his throat, and to flood all around him by the spectator's own deed of violence, though of justice. He turned his face from those wretched relics of mortality with a feeling of disgust, mingled with superstition, and he found, when he had done so, that the consciousness of the presence of these ghastly objects though unseen by him, rendered him more uncomfortable than even when he had his eyes fixed upon and reflected by the cold, staring, lifeless eyeballs of the deceased. Fancy also played her usual sport with him. He now thought he heard the well-worn damask nightgown of the deceased usurer rustle. Anon, that he heard the slaughtered bravo draw up his leg, the boot scratching the floor as if he was about to rise, and again he deemed he heard the footsteps and the whisper of the returned ruffian under the window from which he had lately escaped. To face the last and most real danger, and to parry the terrors which the other class of feelings were like to impress upon him, Nigel went to the window and was much cheered to observe the light of several torches illuminating the street, and followed as the murmur of voices denoted by a number of persons, armed, it would seem, with firelocks and halberds, and attendant on Hildebrand, who, not in his fantastic office of duke, but in that which he really possessed of bailiff of the liberty and sanctuary of Whitefriars, was on his way to inquire into the crime and its circumstances. It was a strange and melancholy contrast to see these debauchees, disturbed in the very depth of their midnight revel, on their arrival at such a scene as this. They stared on each other and on the bloody work before them with lacklustre eyes, staggered with uncertain steps overboard, slippery with blood, their noisy, brawling voices sunk into stammering whispers, and with spirits quelled by what they saw, while their brains were still stupefied by the liquor which they had drunk, they seemed like men walking in their sleep. Old Hildebrand was an exception to the general condition. That seasoned cask, however full, was at all times capable of motion when there occurred a motive sufficiently strong to set him a-rolling. He seemed much shocked at what he beheld, and his proceedings, in consequence, had more in them of regularity and propriety than he might have been supposed capable of exhibiting upon any occasion whatever. The daughter was first examined, and stated with wonderful accuracy and distinctness the manner in which she had been alarmed with a noise of struggling and violence in her father's apartment, and that the more readily because she was watching him on account of some alarm concerning his health. On her entrance she had seen her father sinking under the strength of two men, upon whom she rushed with all the fury she was capable of. As their faces were blackened, and their figures disguised, she could not pretend, in the hurry of a moment, so dreadfully agitating, to distinguish either of them as persons whom she had seen before. She remembered little more, except the firing of shots, until she found herself alone with her guest, and saw that the ruffians had escaped. Lord Glenvarloch told his story as we have given it to the reader. The direct evidence thus received, Hildebrand examined the premises. He found that the villains had made their entrance by the window, out of which the survivor had made his escape. Yet it seemed singular that they should have done so, as it was secured with strong iron bars, which old Trapboys was in the habit of shutting with his own hand at nightfall. He minuted down with great accuracy the state of everything in the apartment, and examined carefully the features of the slain robber. He was dressed like a seaman of the lowest order, but his face was known to none present. Hildebrand next sent for an Alsatian surgeon, whose vices, undoing what his skill might have done for him, had consigned him to the wretched practice of this place. He made him examine the dead bodies, and make a proper declaration of the manner in which the sufferers seemed to have come by their end. The circumstances of the sash did not escape the learned judge, and having listened to all that could be heard or conjectured on the subject, and collected all particulars of evidence which appeared to bear on the bloody transaction, he commanded the door of the apartment to be locked until next morning, and carrying the unfortunate daughter of the murdered man into the kitchen, where there was no one in presence but Lord Glenvarloch, he asked her gravely whether she suspected no one in particular of having committed the deed. "Do you suspect no one?" answered Martha, looking fixedly on him. "Perhaps I may, mistress, but it is my part to ask questions, yours to answer them. That's the rule of the game." "Then I suspect him who wore yonder sash. Do not you know whom I mean?" "Why, if you call on me for honours, I must needs say I have seen Captain Peppercall have one of such a fashion, and he was not a man to change his suits often." "Send out then," said Martha, "and have him apprehended. If it is he will be far by this time, but I will communicate with the higher powers," answered the judge. "You would have him escape?" resumed she, fixing her eyes on him sternly. "By cock and pie, replied Hildebrand, did it depend on me, the murdering cutthroat should hang as high as ever Haman did. But let me take my time. He has friends among us, that you wot well, and all that should assist me are as drunk as fiddlers. I will have revenge. I will have it, repeated she, and take heed you trifle not with me. Trifle? I would sooner trifle with a she-bear, the minute after they had baited her. I tell you, mistress, be but patient, and we will have him. I know all his haunts, and he cannot forbear them long, and I will have trap-doors open for him. You cannot want justice, mistress, for you have the means to get it. They who help me in my revenge, said Martha, shall share those means. Enough said, replied Hildebrand, and now I would have you go to my house and get something hot. You will be but dreary here by yourself. I will send for the old charwoman, replied Martha, and we have the stranger gentleman besides. Humph, humph, the stranger gentleman, said Hildebrand to Nigel, whom he drew a little apart. I fancy the captain has made the stranger gentleman's fortune when he was making a bold dash for his own. I can tell your honour, I must not say lordship, that I think my having chanced to give the greasy, buff and iron scoundrel some hint of what I recommended to you today has put him on this rough game. The better for you. You will get the cash. Without the father-in-law, you will keep conditions, I trust. I wish you had said nothing to anyone of a scheme so absurd, said Nigel. Absurd? Why, think you she will not have thee? Take her with the tear in her eye, man. Take her with the tear in her eye. Let me hear from you tomorrow. Good night, good night. A nod is as good as a wink. I must go to my business of sealing and locking up. By the way, this horrid work has put all out of my head. Here's a fellow from Mr. Lowestoft has been asking to see you. As he said his business was express, the Senate only made him drink a couple of flagons, and he was just coming to beat up your quarters when this breeze blew up. Hey, friend, there is Master Nigel Graham. A young man dressed in a green plush jerkin with a badge on the sleeve, and having the appearance of a waterman, approached and took Nigel aside, while Duke Hildebrand went from place to place to exercise his authority and to see the windows fastened and the doors of the apartment locked up. The news communicated by Lowestoft's messenger were not the most pleasant. They were intimated in a courteous whisper to Nigel to the following effect, that Master Lowestoft prayed him to consult his safety by instantly leaving Whitefriars, for that a warrant from the Lord Chief Justice had been issued out for apprehending him, and would be put in force tomorrow by the assistance of a party of musketeers, a force which the Alsatians neither would nor dared to resist. And so, squire, said the aquatic emissary, my weary is to wait you at the temple stairs yonder at 5 this morning, and if you would give the bloodhounds the slip, why, you may. Why did not Master Lowestoft write to me? Said Nigel. Alas, the good gentleman lies up in lavender for it himself, and has a little to do with pen and ink as if he were a parson. Did he send any token to me? Said Nigel. Token? Ay, marry, did he? Token enough, then I have not forgot it, said the fellow. Then giving a hoist to the waistband of his breeches, he said, Ay, I have it. You were to believe me because your name was written with an O for Graham. Ay, that was it, I think. Well, shall we meet in 2 hours, when tide turns, and go down the river like a 12-oared barge? Where is the king just now, knowest thou? Answered Lord Glenvarloch. The king, why, he went down to Greenwich yesterday by water, like a noble sovereign as he is, who will always float where he can. He was to have hunted this week, but that purpose is broken, they say, and the prince and the duke and all of them at Greenwich are as merry as minnows. Well, replied Nigel, I will be ready to go at 5. Do thou come hither to carry my baggage. Ay, ay, master, replied the fellow, and left the house, mixing himself with the disorderly attendants of Duke Hildebrand, who were now retiring. That potentate entreated Nigel to make fast the doors behind him, and pointing to the female who sat by the expiring fire, with her limbs outstretched like one whom the hand of death had already arrested, he whispered, Mind your hits, and mind your bargain, or I will cut your bowstring for you before you can draw it. Feeling deeply the ineffable brutality which could recommend the prosecuting such views over a wretch in such a condition, Lord Glenvarloch yet commanded his temper so far as to receive the advice in silence and attend to the former part of it, by barring the door carefully behind Duke Hildebrand and his suite, with the tacit hope that he should never again see or hear of them. He then returned to the kitchen, in which the unhappy woman remained, her hands still clenched, her eyes fixed and her limbs extended, like those of a person in a trance. Much moved by her situation, and with the prospect which lay before her, he endeavoured to awaken her to existence by every means in his power, and at length apparently succeeded in dispelling her stupor and attracting her attention. He then explained to her that he was in the act of leaving Whitefriars in a few hours, that his future destination was uncertain, but that he desired anxiously to know whether he could contribute to her protection by apprising any friend of her situation or otherwise. With some difficulty she seemed to comprehend his meaning, and thanked him with her usual short and gracious manner. He might mean well, she said, but he ought to know that the miserable had no friends. Nigel said he would not willingly be importunate, but as he was about to leave the friars, she interrupted him. You are about to leave the friars? I will go with you. You go with me? Exclaimed Lord Glenvarloch. Yes, she said, I will persuade my father to leave this murdering den. But as she spoke, the more perfect recollection of what had passed crowded on her mind. She hid her face in her hands, and burst out into a dreadful fit of sobs, moans, and lamentations, which terminated in hysterics, violent in proportion to the uncommon strength of her body and mind. Lord Glenvarloch, shocked, confused, and inexperienced, was about to leave the house in quest of medical, or at least female assistance, but the patient, when the paroxysm had somewhat spent its force, held him fast by the sleeve with one hand, covering her face with the other, while a copious flood of tears came to relieve the emotions of grief by which she had been so violently agitated. Do not leave me, she said. Do not leave me, and call no one. I have never been in this way before, and would not now, she said, sitting upright and wiping her eyes with her apron, would not now but that he loved me, if he loved nothing else that was human, to die so, and by such hands. And again the unhappy woman gave way to a paroxysm of sorrow, mingling her tears with sobbing, wailing, and all the abandonment of female grief when at its utmost height. At length she gradually recovered the austerity of her natural composure, and maintained it as if by a forcible exertion of resolution, repelling as she spoke the repeated returns of the hysterical affection by such an effort as that by which epileptic patients are known to suspend the recurrence of their fits. Yet her mind, however resolved, could not so absolutely overcome the affection of her nerves, but that she was agitated by strong fits of trembling, which for a minute or two at a time shook her whole frame in a manner frightful to witness. Nigel forgot his own situation, and indeed everything else, in the interest inspired by the unhappy woman before him, an interest which affected a proud spirit the more deeply that she herself, with correspondent highness of mind, seemed determined to owe as little as possible either to the humanity or the pity of others. I'm not wont to be in this way, she said, but nature will have power over the frail beings it has made. Over you, sir, I have some right, for without you I had not survived this awful night. I wish your aid had been either earlier or later, but you have saved my life, and you are bound to assist in making it endurable to me. If you will show me how it is possible, answered Nigel. You are going hence, you say instantly. Carry me with you, said the unhappy woman. By my own efforts I shall never escape from this wilderness of guilt and misery. Alas, what can I do for you? Replied Nigel. My own way, and I must not deviate from it, leads me in all probability to a dungeon. I might indeed transport you from hence with me, if you could afterwards bestow yourself with any friend. Friend, she exclaimed, I have no friend. They have long since discarded us. A spectre arising from the dead were more welcome than I should be at the doors of those who have disclaimed us. And if they were willing to restore their friendship to me now, I would despise it, because they withdrew it from him. Here she underwent strong but suppressed agitation, and then added firmly, from him who lies yonder. I have no friend. Here she paused, and then suddenly, as if recollecting herself, added, I have no friend, but I have that will purchase many. I have that which will purchase both friends and avengers. It is well thought of. I must not leave it for a prey to cheats and ruffians. Stranger, you must return to yonder room, pass through it boldly to his, that is, to the sleeping apartment, push the bedstead aside. Beneath each of the posts is a brass plate, as if to support the weight, but it is that upon the left, nearest to the wall, which must serve your turn. Press the corner of the plate, and it will spring up and show a keyhole, which this key will open. You will then lift a concealed trapdoor, and in a cavity of the floor you will discover a small chest. Bring it hither. It shall accompany our journey, and it will be hard if the contents cannot purchase me a place of refuge. But the door communicating with the kitchen has been locked by these people, said Nigel. True, I had forgot. They had their reasons for that, doubtless, answered she, but the secret passage from your apartment is open, and you may go that way. Lord Glenvarloch took the key, and as he lighted a lamp to show him the way, she read in his countenance some unwillingness to the task imposed. You fear? Said she. There is no cause. The murderer and his victim are both at rest. Take courage. I will go with you myself. You cannot know the trick of the spring, and the chest will be too heavy for you. No fear, no fear, answered Lord Glenvarloch, ashamed of the construction she put upon a momentary hesitation, arising from a dislike to look upon what is horrible, often connected with those high-wrought minds which are the last to fear what is merely dangerous. I will do your errand as you desire, but for you must not, cannot go yonder. I can, I will, she said. I am composed. You shall see that I am so. She took from the table a piece of unfinished sewing work, and with steadiness and composure passed a silken thread into the eye of a fine needle. Could I have done that, she said, with a smile, yet more ghastly than her previous look of fixed despair, had not my heart and hand been both steady? She then led the way rapidly upstairs to Nigel's chamber, and proceeded through the secret passage with the same haste, as if she had feared her resolution might have failed her ere her purpose was executed. At the bottom of the stairs she paused a moment before entering the fatal apartment, then hurried through with a rapid step to the sleeping chamber beyond, followed closely by Lord Glenvarloch, whose reluctance to approach the scene of butchery was altogether lost in the anxiety which he felt on account of the survivor of the tragedy. Her first action was to pull aside the curtains of her father's bed. The bedclothes were thrown aside in confusion, doubtless in the action of his starting from sleep to oppose the entrance of the villains into the next apartment. The hard mattress scarcely showed the slight pressure where the emaciated body of the old miser had been deposited. His daughter sank beside the bed, clasped her hands, and prayed to heaven in a short and affectionate manner for support in her affliction and for vengeance on the villains who had made her fatherless. A low, muttered, and still more brief petition recommended to heaven the soul of the sufferer and invoked pardon for his sins in virtue of the great Christian atonement. This duty of piety performed, she signed to Nigel to aid her, and having pushed aside the heavy bedstead, they saw the brass plate which Martha had described. She pressed the spring, and at once the plate, starting up, showed the keyhole and a large iron ring used in lifting the trapdoor, which, when raised, displayed the strong box or small chest she had mentioned, and which proved indeed so very weighty that it might perhaps have been scarcely possible for Nigel, though a very strong man, to have raised it without assistance. Having replaced everything as they had found it, Nigel, with such help as his companion was able to afford, assumed his load, and made a shift to carry it into the next apartment, where lay the miserable owner, insensible to sounds and circumstances which, if anything could have broken his long last slumber, would certainly have done so. His unfortunate daughter went up to his body, and had even the courage to remove the sheet which had been decently disposed over it. She put her hand on the heart, but there was no throb, held a feather to the lips, but there was no motion, then kissed with deep reverence the starting veins of the pale forehead, and then the emaciated hand. I would you could hear me, she said. Father, I would you could hear me swear that if I now save what you most valued on earth, it is only to assist me in obtaining vengeance for your death. She replaced the covering, and without a tear, a sigh, or an additional word of any kind, renewed her efforts until they conveyed the strong box betwixt them into Lord Glenvarloch's sleeping apartment. It must pass, she said, as part of your baggage. I will be in readiness so soon as the waterman calls. She retired, and Lord Glenvarloch, who saw the hour of their departure approach, tore down a part of the old hanging to make a covering which he corded upon the trunk, lest the peculiarity of its shape and the care with which it was banded and counterbanded with bars of steel might afford suspicions respecting the treasure which it contained. Having taken this measure of precaution, he changed the rascally disguise which he had assumed on entering Whitefriars into a suit becoming his quality, and then, unable to sleep, though exhausted with the events of the night, he threw himself on his bed to await the summons of the watermen. End of chapter 25. Section 28 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Give us good voyage, gentle stream, we stun not thy sober ear with sounds of revelry. Wake not the slumbering echoes of thy banks with voice of flute and horn. We do but seek on the broad pathway of thy swelling bosom to glide in silent safety. The double bridle. Grey, or rather yellow, light was beginning to twinkle through the fogs of Whitefriars when a low tap at the door of the unhappy miser announced to Lord Glenvarloch the summons of the boatman. He found at the door the man whom he had seen the night before, with a companion. "Come, come, master, let us get afloat," said one of them, in a rough, impressive whisper. "Time and tide wait for no man." "They shall not wait for me," said Lord Glenvarloch, "but I have some things to carry with me." "Ay, ay, no man will take a pair of oars now, Jack, unless he means to load the wherry like a 6-horse wagon. When they don't want to shift the whole kit, they take a sculler, and be damned to them. Come, come, where be your rattle-traps?" One of the men was soon sufficiently loaded, in his own estimation at least, with Lord Glenvarloch's mail and its accompaniments, with which burden he began to trudge towards the Temple stairs. His comrade, who seemed the principal, began to handle the trunk which contained the miser's treasure, but pitched it down again in an instant, declaring, with a great oath, that it was as reasonable to expect a man to carry palls on his back. The daughter of trap boys, who had by this time joined them, muffled up in a long dark hood and mantle, exclaimed to Lord Glenvarloch, "Let them leave it, if they will, let them leave it all. Let us but escape from this horrible place." We have mentioned elsewhere that Nigel was a very athletic young man, and, impelled by a strong feeling of compassion and indignation, he showed his bodily strength singularly on this occasion by seizing on the ponderous strong box, and by means of the rope he had cast around it, throwing it on his shoulders, and marching resolutely forward under a weight which would have sunk to the earth 3 young gallants at the least of our degenerate day. The waterman followed him in amazement, calling out, "Why, master, master, you might as well gie me t'other end on't," and anon offered his assistance to support it in some degree behind, which after the first minute or two Nigel was fain to accept. His strength was almost exhausted when he reached the wherry, which was lying at the Temple stairs according to appointment, and when he pitched the trunk into it, the weight sank the bow of the boat so low in the water as well nigh to overset it. "We shall have as hard a fare of it," said the waterman to his companion, "as if we were ferrying over an honest bankrupt with all his secreted goods. Ho, ho, good woman, what are you stepping in for? Our gunwale lies deep enough in the water without live lumber to boot." "This person comes with me," said Lord Glenvarloch. "She is for the present under my protection." "Come, come, master," rejoined the fellow, "that is out of my commission. You must not double my freight on me. She may go by land, and as for protection, her face will protect her from Berwick to the Land's End." "You will not accept at my doubling the loading, if I double the fare?" said Nigel, determined on no account to relinquish the protection of this unhappy woman, for which he had already devised some sort of plan, likely now to be baffled by the characteristic rudeness of the Thames watermen. "Ay, by God, but I will accept though," said the fellow with the green plush jacket. "I will overload my wherry, neither for love nor money. I love my boat as well as my wife, and a thought better." "Nay, nay, comrade," said his mate, "that is speaking no true water language. For double fare we are bound to row a witch in her eggshell if she bid us, and so pull away, Jack, and let us have no more prating." They got into the streamway accordingly, and although heavily laden, began to move down the river with reasonable speed. The lighter vessels which passed, overtook, or crossed them in their course, failed not to assail them with their boisterous raillery, which was then called water wit, for which the extreme plainness of Mistress Martha's features, contrasted with the youth, handsome figure, and good looks of Nigel, furnished the principal topics, while the circumstance of the boat being somewhat overloaded did not escape their notice. They were hailed successively as a grocer's wife upon a party of pleasure with her eldest apprentice, as an old woman carrying her grandson to school, and as a young strapping Irishman conveying an ancient maiden to Dr. Rigmarole's at Redriff, who buckles beggars for a tester and a dram of Geneva. All this abuse was retorted in a similar strain of humour by Green Jacket and his companion, who maintained the war of wit with the same alacrity with which they were assailed. Meanwhile Lord Glenvarloch asked his desolate companion if she had thought on any place where she could remain in safety with her property. She confessed in more detail than formerly that her father's character had left her no friends, and that from the time he had betaken himself to Whitefriars to escape certain legal consequences of his eager pursuit of gain, she had lived a life of total seclusion, not associating with the society which the place afforded, and by her residence there, as well as her father's parsimony, effectually cut off from all other company. What she now wished was, in the first place, to obtain the shelter of a decent lodging, and the countenance of honest people, however low in life, until she should obtain legal advice as to the mode of obtaining justice on her father's murderer. She had no hesitation to charge the guilt upon Culpeper, commonly called Peppercall, whom she knew to be as capable of any act of treacherous cruelty as he was cowardly, where actual manhood was required. He had been strongly suspected of 2 robberies before, one of which was coupled with an atrocious murder. He had, she intimated, made pretensions to her hand as the easiest and safest way of obtaining possession of her father's wealth, and on her refusing his addresses, if they could be termed so, in the most positive terms, he had thrown out such obscure hints of vengeance as, joined with some imperfect assaults upon the house, had kept her in frequent alarm, both on her father's account and her own. Nigel, but that his feeling of respectful delicacy to the unfortunate woman forbade him to do so, could here have communicated a circumstance corroborative of her suspicions which had already occurred to his own mind. He recollected the hint that old Hildebrand threw forth on the preceding night, that some communication betwixt himself and Culpeper had hastened the catastrophe. As this communication related to the plan which Hildebrand had been pleased to form of promoting a marriage betwixt Nigel himself and the rich heiress of Trapboys, the fear of losing an opportunity not to be regained, together with the mean malignity of a low-bred ruffian, disappointed in a favourite scheme, was most likely to instigate the bravo to the deed of violence which had been committed. The reflection that his own name was in some degree implicated with the causes of this horrid tragedy doubled Lord Glenvarloch's anxiety in behalf of the victim whom he had rescued, while at the same time he formed the tacit resolution that so soon as his own affairs were put upon some footing, he would contribute all in his power towards the investigation of this bloody affair. After ascertaining from his companion that she could form no better plan of her own, he recommended to her to take up her lodging for the time at the house of his old landlord, Christie the ship-chandler, at Paul's Wharf, describing the decency and honesty of that worthy couple, and expressing his hopes that they would receive her into their own house, or recommend her at least to that of some person for whom they would be responsible until she should have time to enter upon other arrangements for herself. Poor woman received advice so grateful to her in her desolate condition with an expression of thanks, brief indeed, but deeper than anything had yet extracted from the austerity of her natural disposition. Lord Glenvarloch then proceeded to inform Martha that certain reasons, connected with his personal safety, called him immediately to Greenwich, and therefore it would not be in his power to accompany her to Christie's house, which he would otherwise have done with pleasure, but tearing a leaf from his tablet, he wrote on it a few lines, addressed to his landlord as a man of honesty and humanity, in which he described the bearer as a person who stood in singular necessity of temporary protection and good advice, for which her circumstances enabled her to make ample acknowledgment. He therefore requested John Christie, as his old and good friend, to afford her the shelter of his roof for a short time, or if that might not be consistent with his convenience, at least to direct her to proper lodging, and finally he imposed on him the additional and somewhat more difficult commission to recommend her to the counsel and services of an honest, at least a reputable and skilful attorney, for the transacting some law business of importance. The note he subscribed with his real name, and delivering it to his protege, who received it with another deeply uttered "I thank you," which spoke the sterling feelings of her gratitude better than 1,000 combined phrases, he commanded the waterman to pull in for Paul's Wharf, which they were now approaching. "We have not time," said Green Jacket. "We cannot be stopping every instant." But upon Nigel insisting upon his commands being obeyed, and adding that it was for the purpose of putting the lady ashore, the waterman declared that he would rather have her room than her company, and put the wherry alongside the wharf accordingly. Here 2 of the porters who ply in such places were easily induced to undertake the charge of the ponderous strong box, and at the same time to guide the owner to the well-known mansion of John Christie, with whom all who lived in that neighborhood were perfectly acquainted. The boat, much lightened of its load, went down the Thames at a rate increased in proportion, but we must forbear to pursue her in her voyage for a few minutes, since we have previously to mention the issue of Lord Glenvarloch's recommendation. Mistress Martha Trappoise reached the shop in perfect safety, and was about to enter it, when a sickening sense of the uncertainty of her situation, and of the singularly painful task of telling her story, came over her so strongly that she paused a moment at the very threshold of her proposed place of refuge, to think in what manner she could best second the recommendation of the friend whom Providence had raised up to her. Had she possessed that knowledge of the world from which her habits of life had completely excluded her, she might have known that the large sum of money which she brought along with her might, judiciously managed, have been a passport to her into the mansions of nobles and the palaces of princes. But however conscious of its general power, which assumed so many forms and complexions, she was so inexperienced as to be most unnecessarily afraid that the means by which the wealth had been acquired might exclude its inheritrix from shelter even in the house of a humble tradesman. While she thus delayed, a more reasonable cause for hesitation arose in a considerable noise and altercation within the house, which grew louder and louder as the disputants issued forth upon the street or lane before the door. The first who entered upon the scene was a tall, raw-boned, hard-favoured man, who stalked out of the shop hastily with a gait like that of a Spaniard in a passion, who, disdaining to add speed to his locomotion by running, only condescends, in the utmost extremity of his angry haste, to add length to his stride. He faced about so soon as he was out of the house upon his pursuer, a decent-looking, elderly, plain tradesman, no other than John Christie himself, the owner of the shop and tenement, by whom he seemed to be followed, and who was in a state of agitation more than is usually expressed by such a person. "I'll hear no more on't," said the personage who first appeared on the scene. "Sir, I will hear no more on it. Besides being a most false and impudent figment, as I can testify, it is scandalum magnatum, sir, scandalum magnatum," he reiterated with a broad accentuation of the first vowel, well known in the colleges of Edinburgh and Glasgow, which we can only express in print by doubling the said first of letters and of vowels, and which would have cheered the cockles of the reigning monarch, had he been within hearing, as he was a severer stickler for what he deemed the genuine pronunciation of the Roman tongue than for any of the royal prerogatives, for which he was at times disposed to insist so strenuously in his speeches to Parliament. "I care not an ounce of rotten cheese," said John Christie in reply, "what you call it, but it is true, and I am a free Englishman, and have right to speak the truth in my own concerns, and your master is little better than a villain, and you no more than a swaggering coxcomb, whose head I will presently break, as I have known it well broken before on lighter occasion." And so saying, he flourished the paring shovel which usually made clean the steps of his little shop, and which he had caught up as the readiest weapon of working his foeman damage, and advanced therewith upon him. The cautious Scot, for such our readers must have already pronounced him from his language and pedantry, drew back as the enraged ship-chandler approached, but in a surly manner, and bearing his hand on his sword-hilt, rather in the act of one who was losing habitual forbearance and caution of deportment, than as alarmed by the attack of an antagonist inferior to himself in youth, strength, and weapons. "Bide back," he said, "Maister Christie, I say bide back, and consult your safety, man. I have evited striking you in your ain house under muckle provocation, because I'm ignorant how the laws here may pronounce respecting burglary and hame-sucking and such matters. And besides, I would not willingly hurt ye, man, e'en on the causeway that is free to us baith, because I mind your kindness of lang syne, and partly consider ye as a poor deceived creature. But deil den me, sir, and I'm not wont to swear, but if you touch my Scotch shouther with that shool of yours, I will make 6 inches of my Andrew Ferrara devilish intimate with your guts, neighbour." And therewithal, though still retreating from the brandished shovel, he made 1/3 of the basket-hilled broadsword which he wore visible from the sheath. The wrath of John Christie was abated, either by his natural temperance of disposition, or perhaps in part by the glimmer of cold steel which flashed on him from his adversary's last action. "I would do well to cry clubs on thee, and have thee ducked at the wharf, he said, grounding his shovel, however, at the same time, for a paltry swaggerer that would draw thy bit of iron there on an honest citizen before his own door. But get thee gone, and reckon on a salt eel for thy supper if thou shouldst ever come near my house again. I wish it had been at the bottom of the Thames when it first gave the use of its roof to smooth-faced, oily-tongued, double-minded Scots thieves. It's an ill bird that fouls its own nest, replied his adversary, not perhaps the less bold that he saw matters were taking the turn of a pacific debate, and a pity it is that a kindly Scot should ever have married in foreign parts and given life to a purse-proud, pudding-headed, fat-gutted, lean-brained Southron, e'en such as you, Maister Christie. But fare ye weel for ever and a day, and if you quarrel wi' a Scot again, man, say as mickle ill o' hissel as ye like, but say nane of his patron or of his countrymen, or it will scarce be your flat cap that will keep your lang lugs from the sharp abridgment of a Highland whinger, man. And if you continue your insolence to me before my own door, were it but 2 minutes longer, retorted John Christie, I will call the constable and make your Scottish ankles acquainted with an English pair of stocks. So saying, he turned to retire into his shop with some show of victory, for his enemy, whatever might be his innate valour, manifested no desire to drive matters to extremity, conscious, perhaps, that whatever advantage he might gain in single combat with John Christie would be more than overbalanced by incurring an affair with the constituted authorities of Old England, not at that time apt to be particularly favourable to their new fellow subjects in the various successive broils which were then constantly taking place between the individuals of two proud nations, who still retained a stronger sense of their national animosity during centuries than of their late union for a few years under the government of the same prince. Mrs. Martha Trapboys had dwelt too long in Alsatia to be either surprised or terrified at the altercation she had witnessed. Indeed, she only wondered that the debate did not end in some of those acts of violence by which they were usually terminated in the sanctuary. As the disputants separated from each other, she, who had no idea that the cause of the quarrel was more deeply rooted than in the daily scenes of the same nature which she had heard of or witnessed, did not hesitate to stop Mr. Christie in his return to his shop and present to him the letter which Lord Glenvarloch had given to her. Had she been better acquainted with life and its business, she would certainly have waited for a more temperate moment, and she had reason to repent of her precipitation when, without saying a single word, or taking the trouble to gather more of the information contained in the letter than was expressed in the subscription, the incensed ship chandler threw it down on the ground, trampled it in high disdain, and without addressing a single word to the bearer, except indeed something much more like a hearty curse than was perfectly consistent with his own grave appearance, he retired into his shop and shut the hatch door. It was with the most inexpressible anguish that the desolate, friendless, and unhappy female thus beheld her sole hope of succour, countenance, and protection vanish at once, without being able to conceive a reason. For, to do her justice, the idea that her friend, whom she knew by the name of Nigel Graham, had imposed on her a solution which might readily have occurred to many in her situation, never once entered her mind. Although it was not her temper easily to bend her mind to entreaty, she could not help exclaiming, after the ireful and retreating ship chandler, "Good master, hear me but a moment, for mercy's sake, for honesty's sake." "Mercy and honesty from him, mistress," said the Scot, who, though he essayed not to interrupt the retreat of his antagonist, still kept stout possession of the field of action. "Ye might as weel expect brandy from beanstalks, or milk from a crag of blue what stain. The man is mad, bomb mad to boot." "I must have mistaken the person to whom the letter was addressed, then," and as she spoke, Mistress Martha Trapboys was in the act of stooping to lift the paper which had been so uncourteously received. Her companion, with natural civility, anticipated her purpose, but what was not quite so much etiquette, he took a sly glance at it as he was about to hand it to her, and his eye having caught the subscription, he said with surprise, "Glenvarloch, Nigel Olifaunt of Glenvarloch. Do you know the Lord Glenvarloch, mistress?" "I know not of whom you speak," said Mrs. Martha peevishly. "I have the paper from one Master Nigel Graham." "Nigel Graham? Humph! Oh, ay, very true. I had forgot," said the Scotsman. "A tall, well-set young man, about my height, bright blue eyes like a hawk's, a pleasant speech, something leaning to the kindly north country accentuation, but not much in respect of his having been resident abroad." "All this is true. And what of it all?" said the daughter of the miser. "Hair of my complexion. Yours is red, replied she. I pray you peace, said the Scotsman. I was going to say, of my complexion, but with a deeper shade of the chestnut. Weel, mistress, if I have guessed the man aright, he is one with whom I am, and have been intimate and familiar. Nay, I may truly say I have done him much service in my time, and may live to do him more. I had indeed a sincere goodwill for him, and I doubt he has been much at a loss since we parted, but the fault is not mine. Wherefore, as this letter will not avail you with him to whom it is directed, you may believe that heaven has sent it to me, who have a special regard for the writer. I have besides as much mercy and honesty within me as man can weel make his bread with, and am willing to aid any distressed creature that is my friend's friend, with my counsel and otherwise, so that I am not put to much charges, being in a strange country like a poor lamb that has wandered from its ain native hersel, and leaves a tate of its woo in every damned southron bramble that comes across it. While he spoke thus, he read the contents of the letter without waiting for permission, and then continued, And so this is all that you are wanting, my dove? Nothing more than safe and honourable lodging, and sustenance upon your own charges? Nothing more, said she. If you are a man and a Christian, you will help me to what I need so much. A man I am, replied the formal Caledonian, e'en sick as ye see me, and a Christian I may call myself, though unworthy, and though I have heard little pure doctrine since I came hither, polluted with men's devices, a hem, weel, and if ye be an honest woman, here he peeped under her muffler, as an honest woman ye seem likely to be, though, let me tell you, they are a kind of cattle, not so rife in the streets of this city as I would desire them. I was almost strangled with my own band by twa rampallions, who I wanted yestreen nae farther gain to harrow me into a change house. However, if ye be a decent honest woman, here he took another peep at features certainly bearing no beauty which could infer suspicion. As decent and honest ye seem to be, why I will advise you to a decent house, where you will get douce, quiet entertainment, on reasonable terms, and the occasional benefit of my own counsel and direction, that is, from time to time, as my other avocations may permit. May I venture to accept of such an offer from a stranger, said Martha with natural hesitation. Troth, I see nothing to hinder you, mistress, replied the bonny Scot. Ye can but see the place, and do after as ye think best. Besides, we are nae such strangers neither, for I know your friend, and you, it's like no mine. Whilk knowledge on either hand is a medium of communication between us, even as the middle of the string connecteth its twa ends or extremities. But I will enlarge on this farther as we pass along. Gin ye list to bid your twa lazy loons of porters there lift up your little kist between them, whilk a true Scotsman might carry under his arm. Let me tell you, mistress, ye will soon make a tune pocket of it in Lunnon, if you hire twa knaves to do the work of ane. So saying, he led the way, followed by Mistress Martha Trapboys, whose singular destiny, though it had heaped her with wealth, had left her for the moment no wiser counsellor or more distinguished protector than honest Richie Maniplies, a discarded serving man. End of chapter 26.
Section 29 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. This way lie safety and a sure retreat. Yonder lie danger, shame, and punishment. Most welcome danger then. Nay, let me say, though spoke with swelling heart, welcome e'en shame, and welcome punishment. For, call me guilty, I do but pay the tax that's due to justice, and call me guiltless, then that punishment is shame to those alone who do inflict it. The Tribunal. We left Lord Glenvarloch, to whose fortunes our story chiefly attaches itself, gliding swiftly down the Thames. He was not, as the reader may have observed, very affable in his disposition, or apt to enter into conversation with those into whose company he was casually thrown. This was indeed an error in his conduct, arising less from pride, though of that feeling we do not pretend to exculpate him, than from a sort of bashful reluctance
to mix in the conversation of those with whom he was not familiar. It is a fault only to be cured by experience and knowledge of the world, which soon teaches every sensible and acute person the important lesson that amusement, and what is of more consequence, that information and increase of knowledge are to be derived from the conversation of every individual whatever, with whom he is thrown into a natural train of communication. For ourselves, we can assure the reader, and perhaps if we have ever been able to afford him amusement, it is owing in a great degree to this cause, that we never found ourselves in company with the stupidest of all possible companions in a post-chaise, or with the most arrant cumber-corner that ever occupied a place in the mail-coach, without finding that in the course of our conversation with him we had some ideas suggested to us, either grave or gay, or some information communicated in the course of our journey which we should have regretted not to have learned, and which we should be sorry to have immediately forgotten. But Nigel was somewhat immured within the Bastille of his rank, as some philosopher, Tom Paine, we think, has happily enough expressed that sort of shyness which men of dignified situations are apt to be beset with, rather from not exactly knowing how far, or with whom, they ought to be familiar, than from any real touch of aristocratic pride. Besides, the immediate pressure of our adventurer's own affairs was such as exclusively to engross his attention. He sat therefore wrapped in his cloak in the stern of the boat, with his mind entirely bent upon the probable issue of the interview with his sovereign, which it was his purpose to seek, for which abstraction of mind he may be fully justified, although perhaps by questioning the watermen who were transporting him down the river, he might have discovered matters of high concernment to him. At any rate, Nigel remained silent till the wherry approached the town of Greenwich, when he commanded the men to put in for the nearest landing place, as it was his purpose to go ashore there, and dismiss them from further attendance. "That is not possible," said the fellow with the green jacket, who, as we have already said, seemed to take on himself the charge of pilotage. "We must go," he continued, "to Gravesend, where a Scottish vessel, which dropped down the river last tide for the very purpose, lies with her anchor apeak, waiting to carry you to your own dear northern country. Your hammock is slung, and all is ready for you, and you talk of going ashore at Greenwich, as seriously as if such a thing were possible." "I see no impossibility," said Nigel, "in your landing me where I desire to be landed, but very little possibility of your carrying me anywhere I'm not desirous of going." "Why, whether do you manage the wherry, or we, master?" asked Green Jacket, in a tone betwixt jest and earnest. "I take it she will go the way we row her." "Ay," retorted Nigel, "but I take it you will row her on the course I direct you, otherwise your chance of payment is but a poor one." "Suppose we are content to risk that," said the undaunted waterman. "I wish to know how you, who talk so big, I mean no offence, master, but you do talk big, would help yourself in such a case?" "Simply thus," answered Lord Glenvarloch. "You saw me an hour since bring down to the boat a trunk that neither of you could lift. If we are to contest the destination of our voyage, the same strength which tossed that chest into the wherry will suffice to fling you out of it. Wherefore, before we begin the scuffle, I pray you to remember that whither I would go, there I will oblige you to carry me." "Gramercy for your kindness," said Green Jacket, "and now mark me in return. My comrade and I are two men, and you, were you as stout as Georgia Green, can pass but for one. and two, you will allow, are more than a match for one. You mistake in your reckoning, my friend. It is you who mistake, answered Nigel, who began to grow warm. It is I who am 3 to 2, sir. I carry 2 men's lives at my girdle. So saying, he opened his cloak and showed the 2 pistols which he had disposed at his girdle. Green Jacket was unmoved at the display. I've got, said he, a pair of barkers that will match yours, and he showed that he also was armed with pistols, so you may begin as soon as you list. Then, said Lord Glenvarloch, drawing forth and cocking a pistol, the sooner the better. Take notice, I hold you as a ruffian, who have declared you will put force on my person, and that I will shoot you through the head if you do not instantly put me ashore at Greenwich. The other waterman, alarmed at Nigel's gesture, lay upon his oar, but Green Jacket replied coolly, Look you, master, I should not care a tester to venture a life with you on this matter, but the truth is I am employed to do you good and not to do you harm. By whom are you employed? Said the Lord Glenvarloch, or who dare concern themselves in me or my affairs without my authority? As to that, answered the waterman, in the same tone of indifference, I shall not show my commission. For myself, I care not, as I said, whether you land at Greenwich to get yourself hanged, or go down to get aboard the Royal Thistle to make your escape to your own country. You will be equally out of my reach either way, but it is fair to put the choice before you. My choice is made, said Nigel. I've told you thrice already, it is my pleasure to be landed at Greenwich. Write it on a piece of paper, said the waterman, that such is your positive will. I must have something to show to my employers, that the transgression of their orders lies with yourself, not with me. I choose to hold this trinket in my hand for the present, said Nigel, showing his pistol, and will write you the acquittance when I go ashore. I would not go ashore with you for 100 pieces, said the waterman. Ill luck has ever attended you, except in small gaming. Do me fair justice, and give me the testimony I desire. If you are afraid of foul play while you write it, you may hold my pistols if you will. He offered the weapons to Nigel, accordingly, who, while they were under his control and all possibility of his being taken at disadvantage was excluded, no longer hesitated to give the waterman an acknowledgment in the following terms. Jack in the Green, with his mate belonging to the wherry called the Jolly Raven, have done their duty faithfully by me, landing me at Greenwich by my express command, and being themselves willing and desirous to carry me on board the Royal Thistle, presently lying at Gravesend. Having finished this acknowledgment, which he signed with the letters N.O.G., as indicating his name and title, he again requested to know of the waterman to whom he delivered it the name of his employers. Sir, replied Jack in the Green, I have respected your secret. Do not you seek to pry into mine. It would do you no good to know for whom I am taking this present trouble, and to be brief, you shall not know it. And if you will fight in the quarrel, as you said even now, the sooner we begin the better. Only this you may be cocksure of, that we designed you no harm, and that if you fall into any, it will be of your own wilful seeking. As he spoke, they approached the landing place, where Nigel instantly jumped ashore. The waterman placed his small mail trunk on the stairs, observing that there were plenty of spare hands about to carry it where he would. We part friends, I hope, my lads, said the young nobleman, offering at the same time a piece of money more than double the usual fare to the boatmen. We part as we met, answered Green Jacket, and for your money I am paid sufficiently with this bit of paper. Only, if you owe me any love for the cast I have given you, I pray you not to dive so deep into the pockets of the next apprentice that you find fool enough to play the cavalier. And you greedy swine, said he to his companion, who still had a longing eye fixed on the money which Nigel continued to offer, push off, or if I take a stretcher in hand, I'll break the knave's pate of thee. The fellow pushed off as he was commanded, but still could not help muttering this was entirely out of waterman's rules. Glenvarloch, though without the devotion of the injured Thales of the moralist to the memory of that great princess, had now attained the hallowed soil which gave Eliza birth, whose halls were now less respectably occupied by her successor. It was not, as has been well shown by a late author, that James was void either of parts or of good intentions, and his predecessor was at least as arbitrary in effect as he was in theory. But while Elizabeth possessed a sternness of masculine sense and determination which rendered even her weaknesses, some of which were in themselves sufficiently ridiculous, in a certain degree respectable, James, on the other hand, was so utterly devoid of firm resolve, so well called by the Scottish bard the stalk of Carl Hemp in man, that even his virtues and his good meaning became laughable from the whimsical uncertainty of his conduct, so that the wisest things he ever said and the best actions he ever did were often touched with a strain of the ludicrous and fidgety character of the man. Accordingly, though at different periods of his reign he contrived to acquire with his people a certain degree of temporary popularity, it never long outlived the occasion which produced it. So true it is that the mass of mankind will respect a monarch stained with actual guilt more than one whose foibles render him only ridiculous. To return from this digression, Lord Glenvarloch soon received, as Green Jacket had assured him, the offer of an idle bargeman to transport his baggage where he listed, but that where was a question of momentary doubt. At length, recollecting the necessity that his hair and beard should be properly arranged before he attempted to enter the royal presence, and desirous at the same time of obtaining some information of the motions of the sovereign and of the court, he desired to be guided to the next barber's shop, which we have already mentioned as the place where news of every kind circled and centered. He was speedily shown the way to such an emporium of intelligence, and soon found he was likely to hear all he desired to know, and much more, while his head was subjected to the art of a nimble tonsor, the glibness of whose tongue kept pace with the nimbleness of his fingers, while he ran on, without stint or stop, in the following excursive manner. The court here, master, yes, master, much to the advantage of trade, good custom stirring, his majesty loves Greenwich, hunts every morning in the park, all decent persons admitted that have the entries of the palace, no rabble, frighten the king's horse with their hallooing, the uncombed slaves. Yes, sir, the beard more peaked, yes, master, so it is worn. I know the last cut, dressed several of the courtiers, one valet of the chamber, 2 pages of the body, the clerk of the kitchen, 3 running footmen, 2 dog boys, and an honourable Scottish knight, Sir Munco Malgrowler. Malagrowther, I suppose, said Nigel, thrusting in his conjectural emendation with infinite difficulty betwixt 2 clauses of the barber's text. Yes, sir, Malcrowder, sir, as you say, sir. Hard names the Scots have, sir, for an English mouth. Sir Munco is a handsome person, sir. Perhaps you know him, bating the loss of his fingers, and the lameness of his leg, and the length of his chin. Sir, it takes me 1 minute, 12 seconds more time to trim that chin of his than any chin that I know in the town of Greenwich, sir. But he is a very comely gentleman for all that, and a very pleasant gentleman, sir, and a good-humoured, saving that he is so deaf he can never hear good of any one, and so wise that he can never believe it. But he is a very good-natured gentleman for all that, except when one speaks too low, or when a hair turns awry. Did I graze you, sir? We shall put it to rights in a moment with 1 drop of styptic. My styptic, or rather my wife's, sir. She makes the water herself. 1 drop of the styptic, sir, and a bit of black taffeta patch, just big enough to be the saddle to a flea, sir. Yes, sir, rather improves than otherwise. The prince had a patch the other day, and so had the duke, and if you will believe me, there are 17 yards 3/4 of black taffeta already cut into patches for the courtiers. But Sir Mungo Malagrowther, again interjected Nigel with difficulty. Ay, sir, Sir Munco, as you say, a pleasant, good-humoured gentleman as ever, to be spoken with, did you say? Oh, ay, easily to be spoken withal, that is, as easily as his infirmity will permit. He will presently, unless some one hath asked him forth to breakfast, be taking his bone of broiled beef at my neighbour Ned Kilderkin's yonder, removed from over the way. Ned keeps an eating-house, sir, famous for pork griskins, but Sir Munco cannot abide pork, no more than the king's most sacred majesty, nor my Lord Duke of Lennox, nor Lord Delgarno. Nay, I am sure, sir, if I touched you this time it was your fault, not mine. But a single drop of the styptic, another little patch that would make a doublet for a flea, just under the left moustache, it will become you when you smile, sir, as well as a dimple, and if you would salute your fair mistress. But I beg pardon, you are a grave gentleman, very grave to be so young. Hope I have given no offence. It is my duty to entertain customers, my duty, sir, and my pleasure. Sir Munco Malcrowther, yes, sir, I dare say he is at this moment in Ned's eating-house, for few folks ask him out, now Lord Huntingdon is gone to London. You will get touched again, yes, sir, there you shall find him, with his can of single ale, stirred with a sprig of rosemary, for he never drinks strong potations, sir, unless to oblige Lord Huntingdon. Take heed, sir, or any other person who asks him forth to breakfast, but single beer he always drinks at Ned's, with his broiled bone of beef or mutton, or it may be lamb at the season, but not pork, though Ned is famous for his griskins. But the Scots never eat pork. Strange that. Some folk think they are a sort of Jews. There is a resemblance, sir. Do you not think so? Then they call our most gracious sovereign the second Solomon, and Solomon, you know, was king of the Jews, so the thing bears a face, you see. I believe, sir, you will find yourself trimmed now to your content. I will be judged by the fair mistress of your affections. Crave pardon, no offence, I trust. Pray consult the glass, one touch of the crisping tongs to reduce this straggler. Thank your munificence, sir. Hope your custom, while you stay in Greenwich. Would you have a tune on that gittern to put your temper in a concord for the day? Twang, 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 dillo. Something out of tune, sir. Too many hands to touch it. We cannot keep these things like artists. Let me help you with your cloak, sir. Yes, sir. You would not play yourself, sir, would you? Way to Sir Munco's eating-house? Yes, sir. But it is Ned's eating-house, not Sir Munco's. The knight, to be sure, eats there, and makes it his eating-house in some sense, sir. Ha, ha! Yonder it is, removed from over the way, new whitewashed posts and red lattice, a fat man in his doublet at the door, Ned himself, sir, worth £1,000. They say better singeing pigs' faces than trimming courtiers, but ours is the less mechanical vocation. Farewell, sir. Hope your custom. So saying, he at length permitted Nigel to depart, whose ears, so long tormented with continued babble, tingled when it had ceased, as if a bell had been rung close to them for the same space of time. Upon his arrival at the eating-house, where he proposed to meet with Sir Mungo Malagrother, from whom, in despair of better advice, he trusted to receive some information as to the best mode of introducing himself into the royal presence, Lord Glenvarloch found, in the host with whom he communed, the consequential taciturnity of an Englishman well to pass in the world. Ned Kilderkin spoke as a banker writes, only touching the needful. Being asked if Sir Mungo Malagrother was there, he replied no. Being interrogated whether he was expected, he said yes, and being again required to say when he was expected, he answered presently. As Lord Glenvarloch next inquired whether he himself could have any breakfast, the landlord wasted not even a syllable in reply, but ushering him into a neat room, where there were several tables, he placed one of them before an armchair, and beckoning Lord Glenvarloch to take possession, he set before him in a very few minutes a substantial repast of roast beef, together with a foaming tankard, to which refreshment the keen air of the river disposed him, notwithstanding his mental embarrassments, to do much honour. While Nigel was thus engaged in discussing his comments, but raising his head at the same time, whenever he heard the door of the apartment open, eagerly desiring the arrival of Sir Mungo Malagrother, an event which had seldom been expected by any one with so much anxious interest, a personage, as it seemed, of at least equal importance with the knight, entered into the apartment and began to hold earnest colloquy with the publican, who thought proper to carry on the conference on his side unbonneted. This important gentleman's occupation might be guessed from his dress: a milk-white jerkin and hose of white kersey, a white apron twisted around his body in the manner of a sash, in which instead of a warlike dagger was stuck a long-bladed knife, hilted with buck's horn, a white nightcap on his head, under which his hair was neatly tucked, sufficiently portrayed him as one of those priests of Comus whom the vulgar call cooks; and the air with which he rated the publican for having neglected to send some provisions to the palace showed that he ministered to royalty himself. "This will never answer," he said, "Master Kilderkin. The king twice asked for sweetbreads and fricasseed coxcombs, which are a favourite dish of his most sacred majesty, and they were not to be had, because Master Kilderkin had not supplied them to the clerk of the kitchen as by bargain bound." Here Kilderkin made some apology, brief according to his own nature, and muttered in a lowly tone, after the fashion of all who find themselves in a scrape. His superior replied, in a lofty strain of voice, "Do not tell me of the carrier and his wain, and of the hen coops coming from Norfolk with the poultry. A loyal man would have sent an express. He would have gone upon his stumps like Witherington. What if the king had lost his appetite, Master Kilderkin? What if his most sacred majesty had lost his dinner? Oh, Master Kilderkin, if you had but the just sense of the dignity of our profession, which is told of by the witty African slave, for so the king's most excellent majesty designates him, Publius Terentius, tanguam in specula impatinis in spectra ubio." "You are learned, Master Linklater," replied the English publican, compelling, as it were with difficulty, his mouth to utter 3 or 4 words consecutively. "A poor smatterer," said Mr. Linklater, "but it would be a shame to us, who are his most excellent majesty's countrymen, not in some sort to have cherished those arts wherewith he is so deeply imbued. Regis ad exemplar, Master Kilderkin, totus componitor orbis," which is as much as to say, as the king quotes, "the cook learns." In brief, Master Kilderkin, having had the luck to be bred where humanities may be had at the matter of an English 5 groats by the quarter, I, like others, have acquired a hem. Here the speaker's eye having fallen upon Lord Glenvarloch, he suddenly stopped in his learned harangue, with such symptoms of embarrassment as induced Ned Kilderkin to stretch his taciturnity so far as not only to ask him what he ailed, but whether he would take anything. "Ail nothing," replied the learned rival of the philosophical Cyrus, "nothing, and yet I do feel a little giddy. I could taste a glass of your dame's aqua mirabilis." "I will fetch it," said Ned, giving a nod, and his back was no sooner turned than the cook walked near the table where Lord Glenvarloch was seated, and regarding him with a look of significance, where more was meant than met the ear, said, "You are a stranger in Greenwich, sir. I advise you to take the opportunity to step into the park. The western wicket was ajar when I came hither. I think it will be locked presently, so you'd better make the best of your way, that is, if you have any curiosity. The venison are coming into season just now, sir, and there is a pleasure in looking at a heart of grease. I always think, when they are bounding so blithely past, what a pleasure would be to broach their plump haunches on a spit, and to embattle their breasts in a noble fortification of puff paste, with plenty of black pepper." He said no more as Kilderkin re-entered with the cordial, but edged off from Nigel without waiting any reply, only repeating the same look of intelligence with which he had accosted him. Nothing makes men's wits so alert as personal danger. Nigel took the first opportunity which his host's attention to the yeoman of the royal kitchen permitted to discharge his reckoning, and readily obtained a direction to the wicket in question. He found it upon the latch, as he had been taught to expect, and perceived that it admitted him to a narrow footpath which traversed a close and tangled thicket, designed for the cover of the does and the young fawns. Here he conjectured it would be proper to wait, nor had he been stationary above 5 minutes when the cook, scalded as much with heat of motion as ever he had been by his huge fireplace, arrived almost breathless, and with his pass key hastily locked the wicket behind him. Ere Lord Glenvarloch had time to speculate upon this action, the man approached with anxiety, and said, Good Lord, my Lord Glenvarloch, why will you endanger yourself thus? You know me then, my friend, said Nigel. Not much of that, my lord, but I know your honour's noble house well. My name is Laurie Linklater, my lord. Linklater, repeated Nigel. I should recollect. Under your lordship's favour, he continued, I was prenticed, my lord, to old Mungo Manipoles, the flesher at the wanton Westport of Edinburgh, which I wish I saw again before I died, and your honour's noble father having taken Richie Manipoles into his house to wait on your lordship, there was a sort of connection, your lordship sees. Ah, said Lord Glenvarloch, I had almost forgot your name, but not your kind purpose. You tried to put Richie in the way of presenting a supplication to his majesty. Most true, my lord, replied the king's cook. I had like to have come by mischief in the job, for Richie, who was always wilful, would not be guided by me, as the saying says, but nobody amongst these brave English cooks can kittle up his majesty's most sacred palate with our own gusty Scottish dishes, so I e'en betook myself to my craft, and concocted a mess of friar's chicken for the soup and a savoury hatchis that made the whole cabal coop the crans, and instead of disgrace I came by preferment. I'm one of the clerks of the kitchen now, make me thankful, with a finger in the purveyor's office, and may get my whole hand in by and by. I'm truly glad, said Nigel, to hear that you have not suffered on my account, still more so at your good fortune. You bear a kind heart, my lord, said Linklater, and do not forget poor people, and troth I see not why they should be forgotten, since the king's errand may sometimes fall in the cadger's gate. I followed your lordship in the street just to look at such a stately shoot of the old oak tree, and my heart jumped into my throat when I saw you sitting openly in the eating-house yonder, and knew there was such danger to your person. What? There are warrants against me, then? Said Nigel. It is even true, my lord, and there are those who are willing to blacken you as much as they can. God forgive them that would sacrifice an honourable house for their own base ends. Amen, said Nigel. For, say your lordship may have been a little wild, like other young gentlemen. We have little time to talk of it, my friend, said Nigel. The point in question is, how am I to get speech of the king? The king, my lord, said Linklater, in astonishment. Why will not that be rushing wilfully into danger, scalding yourself, as I may say, with your own ladle? My good friend, answered Nigel, my experience of the court and my knowledge of the circumstances in which I stand tell me that the manliest and most direct road is, in my case, the surest and the safest. The king is both a head to apprehend what is just, and a heart to do what is kind. It is e'en true, my lord, and so we, his old servants, know, added Linklater. But woe is me, if you knew how many folks make it their daily and nightly purpose to set his head against his heart, and his heart against his head, to make him do hard things because they are called just, and unjust things because they are represented as kind. Woe is me, it is with his sacred majesty and the favourers who work upon him, even according to the homely proverb that men taunt my calling with, God sends good meat, but the devil sends cooks. It signifies not talking of it, my good friend, said Nigel. I must take my risk. My honour peremptorily demands it. They may maim me or beggar me, but they shall not say I fled from my accusers. My peers shall hear my vindication. Your peers? Exclaimed the cook. Alack a day, my lord, we're not in Scotland, where the nobles can bang it out bravely, were it even with the king himself now and then. This mess must be cooked in the Star Chamber, and that is an oven 7 times heated, my lord. And yet if you are determined to see the king, I will not say but you may find some favour, for he likes well anything that is appealed directly to his own wisdom, and sometimes in the like cases I've known him stick by his own opinion, which is always a fair one. Only mind, if you will forgive me, my lord, mind to spice high with Latin. A kern or two of Greek would not be amiss, and if you can bring in anything about the judgment of Solomon in the original Hebrew, and season with a merry jest, or so the dish will be the more palatable. Truly, I think that besides my skill in art, I owe much to the stripes of the rector of the high school, who imprinted on my mind that cooking scene in the Ho Ton to Moruminous. Leaving that aside, my friend, said Lord Glenvarloch, can you inform me which way I shall most readily get to the sight and speech of the king? To the sight of him, readily enough, said Linklater. He is galloping about these alleys. To see them strike the heart, to get him an appetite for a nooning. And that reminds me I should be in the kitchen. To the speech of the king you will not come so easily, unless you could either meet him alone, which rarely chances, or wait for him among the crowd that go to see him alight. And now farewell, my lord, and Godspeed. If I could do more for you, I would offer it. You have done enough, perhaps, to endanger yourself, said Lord Glenvarloch, but I pray you to be gone and leave me to my fate. The honest cook lingered, but a nearer burst of the horns apprised him that there was no time to lose, and acquainting Nigel that he would leave the postern door on the latch to secure his retreat in that direction, he bade God bless him, and farewell. In the kindness of this humble countryman, flowing partly from national partiality, partly from a sense of long-remembered benefits which had been scarce thought on by those who had bestowed them, Lord Glenvarloch thought he saw the last touch of sympathy which he was to receive in this cold and courtly region, and felt that he must now be sufficient to himself or be utterly lost. He traversed more than one alley, guided by the sounds of the chase, and met several of the inferior attendants upon the king's sport, who regarded him only as one of the spectators who were sometimes permitted to enter the park by the concurrence of the officers about the court. Still there was no appearance of James, or any of his principal courtiers, and Nigel began to think whether, at the risk of incurring disgrace similar to that which had attended the rash exploit of Richie Maniples, he should not repair to the palace gate in order to address the king on his return, when fortune presented him the opportunity of doing so in her own way. He was in one of those long walks by which the park was traversed when he heard first a distant rustling, then the rapid approach of hoofs shaking the firm earth on which he stood, then a distant halloo, warned by which he stood up by the side of the avenue, leaving free room for the passage of the chase. The stag, reeling, covered with foam and blackened with sweat, his nostrils extended as he gasped for breath, made a shift to come up as far as where Nigel stood, and without turning to bay, was there pulled down by two tall greyhounds of the breed still used by the hardy deer stalkers of the Scottish Highlands, but which has been long unknown in England. One dog struck at the buck's throat, another dashed his sharp nose and fangs, I might almost say, into the animal's bowels. It would have been natural for Lord Glenvarloch, himself persecuted as if by hunters, to have thought upon the occasion like the melancholy Jaques, but habit is a strange matter, and I fear that his feelings on the occasion were rather those of the practised huntsman than of the moralist. He had no time, however, to indulge them, for mark what befell. A single horseman followed the chase upon a steed so thoroughly subjected to the rein that it obeyed the touch of the bridle as if it had been a mechanical impulse operating on the nicest piece of machinery, so that seated deep in his demi-pipe saddle, and so trussed up there as to make falling almost impossible, the rider without either fear or hesitation might increase or diminish the speed at which he rode, which even on the most animating occasions of the chase seldom exceeded 3/4 of a gallop, the horse keeping his haunches under him, and never stretching forward beyond the managed pace of the academy. The security with which he chose to prosecute even his favourite, and in the ordinary case somewhat dangerous amusement, as well as the rest of his equipage, marked King James. No attendant was within sight. Indeed, it was often a nice strain of flattery to permit the sovereign to suppose he had outridden and distanced all the rest of the chase. "Weel doon, Bash, weel doon, Batty," he exclaimed as he came up. "By the honour of a king, ye are a credit to the braes of Balwither. Haud my horse, man," he called out to Nigel, without stopping to see to whom he had addressed himself. "Haud my nag, and help me doon out of the saddle. Deal ding your saul, sirrah, canna ye make haste before these lazy smakes come up. Haud the rein easy, dinna let him swerve. Now haud the stirrup, that will do, man, and now we are on terra firma." So saying, without casting an eye on his assistant, gentle King Jamie, unsheathing the short, sharp hanger, couteau de chasse, which was the only thing approaching to a sword that he could willingly endure the sight of, drew the blade with great satisfaction across the throat of the buck, and put an end at once to its struggles and its agonies. Lord Glenvarloch, who knew well the sylvan duty which the occasion demanded, hung the bridle of the king's palfrey on the branch of a tree, and kneeling duteously down, turned the slaughtered deer upon its back, and kept the quarry in that position, while the king, too intent upon his sport to observe anything else, drew his couteau down the breast of the animal, secundum artem, and having made a cross cut so as to ascertain the depth of the fat upon the chest, exclaimed in a sort of rapture, 3 inches of white fat on the brisket, prime, prime, as I am a crowned sinner, and deal ane o' the lazy loons in but mysell. 7 tines on the antlers, by God, a heart of 8 tines, and the first of the season. Bash and batty blessings on the heart's root of ye. Bus me, my bairns, bus me. The dogs accordingly fawned upon him, licked him with bloody jaws, and soon put him in such a state that it might have seemed treason had been doing its full work upon his anointed body. Bide doon with a mischief to ye, bide doon with a wanyon, cried the king, almost overturned by the obstreperous caresses of the large staghounds. But ye are just like ither folks, gie ye an inch and ye take an ell. And what may ye be, friend? He said, now finding leisure to take a nearer view of Nigel, and observing what in his first emotion of sylvan delight had escaped him. Ye are nane of our train, man. In the name of God, what the devil are ye? An unfortunate man, sire, replied Nigel. I dare say that, answered the king snappishly, or I would have seen naething of you. My lieges keep their happiness to themselves, but let bowls row wang with 'em, and I am sure to hear of it. And to whom else can we carry our complaints but to your majesty, who is heaven's vice-regent over us, answered Nigel. Right, man, right. Very weel spoken, said the king, but you should leave heaven's vice-regent some quiet on earth too, if your majesty will look on me, for hitherto the king had been so busy, first with the dogs and then with the mystic operation of breaking, in vulgar phrase, cutting up the deer, that he had scarce given his assistant above a transient glance. You will see whom necessity makes bold to avail himself of an opportunity which may never again occur. King James looked. His blood left his cheek, though it continued stained with that of the animal which lay at his feet. He dropped the knife from his hand, cast behind him a faltering eye, as if he either meditated flight or looked out for assistance, and then exclaimed, Glenvarlochades, as sure as I was christened James Stewart, here is a bonny spot of work, and me alone, and on foot too, he added, bustling to get upon his horse. Forgive me that I interrupt you, my liege, said Nigel, placing himself between the king and his steed. Hear me but a moment. I'll hear ye best on horseback, said the king. I cannot hear a word on foot, man, not a word, and it is not seemly to stand cheek for jowl, confronting us that gate. Bide out of our gates, sir, we charge you on your allegiance. The deals in them, what can they be doing? By the crown that you wear, my liege, said Nigel, and for which my ancestors have worthily fought, I conjure you to be composed and to hear me but a moment. That which he asked was entirely out of the monarch's power to grant. The timidity which he showed was not the plain, downright cowardice, which, like a natural impulse, compels a man to flight, and which can excite little but pity or contempt, but a much more ludicrous as well as more mingled sensation. The poor king was frightened at once, and angry, desirous of securing his safety, and at the same time ashamed to compromise his dignity, so that without attending to what Lord Glenvarloch endeavoured to explain, he kept making at his horse and repeating, We are a free king, man, we are a free king, we will not be controlled by a subject, in the name of God. What keeps Steenie? And praised be his name, they are coming. Hillo, ho, here, here, Steenie, Steenie. The Duke of Buckingham galloped up, followed by several courtiers and attendants of the royal chase, and commenced with his usual familiarity. I see fortune has graced our dear dad, as usual. But what's this? What is it? It is treason, for what I ken, said the king. And your white Steenie, your dear dad and gossip might have been murdered, for what you care. Murdered? Secure the villain, exclaimed the Duke. By heaven, it is Olifaunt himself. A dozen of the hunters dismounted at once, letting their horses run wild through the park. Some seized roughly on Lord Glenvarloch, who thought it folly to offer resistance while others busy themselves with the king? Are you wounded, my liege? Are you wounded? Not that I ken of, said the king, in the paroxysm of his apprehension, which, by the way, might be pardoned in one of so timorous a temper, and who, in his time, had been exposed to so many strange attempts. Not that I ken of, but search him, I'm sure I saw firearms under his cloak, I'm sure I smelled powder, I am dooms sure of that. Lord Glenvarloch's cloak being stripped off, his pistols discovered a shout of wonder and of execration on the supposed criminal purpose arose from the crowd, now thickening every moment. Not that celebrated pistol which, though resting on a bosom as gallant and as loyal as Nigel's, spread such cause less alarm among knights and dames at a late high solemnity. Not that very pistol caused more temporary consternation than was so groundlessly excited by the arms which were taken from Lord Glenvarloch's person, and not Mahic Alistair More himself could repel with greater scorn and indignation the insinuations that they were worn for any sinister purposes. Away with the wretch, the parricide, the bloody-minded villain, was echoed on all hands, and the king, who naturally enough set the same value on his own life at which it was or seemed to be rated by others, cried out louder than all the rest, Aye, away with him, I've had enough of him, and so has the country, but do him no bodily harm. And for God's sake, sirs, if you are sure ye have thoroughly disarmed him, put up your swords, dirks, and skeans, for you will certainly do each other a mischief. There was a speedy sheathing of weapons at the king's command, for those who had hitherto been brandishing them in loyal bravado began thereby to call to mind the extreme dislike which his majesty nourished against naked steel, a foible which seemed to be as constitutional as his timidity, and was usually ascribed to the brutal murder of Rizzio having been perpetrated in his unfortunate mother's presence before he yet saw the light. At this moment the prince, who had been hunting in a different part of the then extensive park, and had received some hasty and confused information of what was going forward, came rapidly up with one or two noblemen in his train, and amongst others Lord Dalgarno. He sprung from his horse and asked eagerly if his father were wounded. Not that I am sensible of baby Charles, but a wee matter exhausted with struggling single-handed with the assassin. Steenie, fill up a cup of wine. The leathern bottle is hanging at our pommel. Bust me then, baby Charles, continued the monarch, after he had taken this cup of comfort. O man, the Commonwealth and you have had a fair escape from the heavy and bloody loss of a dear father, for we are pater patriae, as real as pater familias, quis desiderio sit puder aut, modus tarn cari capitis. Woe is me, black cloth would have been dear in England, and dry e'en scarce. And at the very idea of the general grief which must have attended his death, the good-natured monarch cried heartily himself. Is this possible? Said Charles sternly, for his pride was hurt at his father's demeanour on the one hand, while on the other he felt the resentment of a son and a subject at the supposed attempt on the king's life. Let some one speak who has seen what happened. My lord of Buckingham. I cannot say, my lord, replied the duke, that I saw any actual violence offered to his majesty, else I should have avenged him on the spot. You would have done wrong then in your zeal, George, answered the prince. Such offenders were better left to be dealt with by the laws. But was the villain not struggling with his majesty? I cannot term it so, my lord, said the duke, who with many faults would have disdained an untruth. He seemed to desire to detain his majesty, who on the contrary appeared to wish to mount his horse, but they have found pistols on his person, contrary to the proclamation, and as it proves to be by Nigel Olifaunt, of whose ungoverned disposition your royal highness has seen some samples, we seem to be justified in apprehending the worst. Nigel Olifaunt, said the prince, can that unhappy man so soon have engaged in a new trespass? Let me see those pistols. You are not so unwise as to meddle with such snap-haunces. Baby Charles, said James, do not give him them. Steenie, I command you on your allegiance. They may go off on their own accord. Wilk often befalls. You will do it then? Saw ever man sick wilful barons as we are cumbered with? Havenna we guardsmen and soldiers enow, but you must unload the weapons yourself, you the heir of our body and dignities, and say mony men around that are paid for venturing life in our cause. But without regarding his father's exclamations, Prince Charles, with the obstinacy which characterized him in trifles as well as matters of consequence, persisted in unloading the pistols with his own hand. Of the double bullets with which each was charged, the hands of all around were held up in astonishment at the horror of the crime supposed to have been intended, and the escape which was presumed so narrow. Nigel had not yet spoken a word. He now calmly desired to be heard. "To what purpose?" answered the prince coldly. "You knew yourself accused of a heavy offence, and instead of rendering yourself up to justice in terms of the proclamation, you are here found intruding yourself on his Majesty's presence, and armed with unlawful weapons." "May it please you, sir," answered Nigel, "I bore these unhappy weapons for my own defence, and not very many hours since they were necessary to protect the lives of others." "Doubtless, my lord," answered the prince, still calm and unmoved. "Your late mode of life and the associates with whom you have lived have made you familiar with scenes and weapons of violence, but it is not to me you are to plead your cause." Hear me, noble prince," said Nigel eagerly. "Hear me, you, even you yourself, may one day ask to be heard, and in vain." "How, sir?" said the prince haughtily. "How am I to construe that, my lord?" "If not on earth, sir," replied the prisoner, "yet to heaven we must all pray for patient and favorable audience." "True, my lord," said the prince, bending his head with haughty acquiescence, "nor would I now refuse such audience to you could it avail you. But you shall suffer no wrong. We will ourselves look into your case." "Ay," answered the king, "he hath made appellatio ad carceram." "We will interrogate Glenvar Lochades ourselves, time and place fitting, and in the meanwhile have him and his weapons away, for I am weary of the sight of them." In consequence of directions hastily given, Nigel was accordingly removed from the presence, where, however, his words had not altogether fallen to the ground. "This is a most strange matter, George," said the prince to the favourite. "This gentleman hath a good countenance, a happy presence, and much calm firmness in his look and speech. I cannot think he would attempt a crime so desperate and useless." "I profess neither love nor favour to the young man," answered Buckingham, whose high-spirited ambition bore always an open character, "but I cannot but agree with your highness, but that our dear gossip hath been something hasty in apprehending personal danger from him." "By my soul, Steenie, you are not blate to say so," said the king. "Do I not ken the smell of powther, think ye? Who else nosed out the 5th of November save our royal selves? Cecil and Suffolk and all of them were at fault like say mony mongrel tykes when I puzzled it out. And trow ye that I cannot smell powther? Why, 'sblood man, Johannes Barclayus thought my engine was in some measure inspiration, and terms his history of the plot, Series pata facti divinitas paricitii, and Spondanus in like manner saith of us, Divinitas evasit. The land was happy in your majesty's escape, said the Duke of Buckingham, and not less in the quick wit which tracked that labyrinth of treason by so fine and almost invisible a clue. Saul, man, Steenie, ye are right. There are few youths have sit true judgment as you, respecting the wisdom of their elders, and for this false traitor's smake, I doubt he is a hawk of the same nest. Saw ye not something papistical about him? Let him look that he bears not a crucifix or some sick Roman trinket about him. It would ill become me to attempt the exculpation of this unhappy man, said Lord Dalgarno, considering the height of his present attempt, which has made all true men's blood curdle in their veins. Yet I cannot avoid intimating, with all due submission to his Majesty's infallible judgment, injustice to one who showed himself formerly only my enemy, though he now displays himself in much blacker colours, that this Olifaunt always appeared to me more as a Puritan than as a Papist. Ah, Dalgarno, out there, man, said the king, and ye behoved to keep back too, and leave us to our own natural strength and the care of Providence, when we were in grips with the villain. Providence, may it please your most gracious majesty, would not fail to aid in such a strait the care of 3 weeping kingdoms, said Lord Dalgarno. Surely, man, surely, replied the king, but a sight of your father with his long whinyard would have been a blithe matter a short while sin, and in future we will aid the ends of Providence in our favour by keeping near us 2 stout beef-eaters of the guard. And so this Olifaunt is a Puritan, not the less like to be a Papist for all that, for extremities meet, as the Scholias proveth. There are, as I have proved in my book, Puritans of papistical principles. It is just a new tout on an old horn. Here the king was reminded by the prince, who dreaded perhaps that he was going to recite the whole Basilicon Doron, that it would be best to move towards the palace and consider what was to be done for satisfying the public mind, in whom the morning's adventure was likely to excite much speculation. As they entered the gate of the palace, a female bowed and presented a paper, which the king received, and with a sort of groan thrust it into his side pocket. The prince expressed some curiosity to know its contents. "The valet in waiting will tell you them," said the king, "when I strip off my cassock. Do you think, baby, that I can read all that is thrust into my hands? See to me, man." He pointed to the pockets of his great trunk breeches, which were stuffed with papers. "We are like an ass, that we should so speak, stooping betwixt two burdens. Ay, asinus fortis accumbens inter turbinos, eths vulgate hath it. Ay, witty terrain, quod esset optima, et supposui humorum ad portandum, et factus sum tibitus serviens. I saw this land of England became an overburdened king thereof." "You are indeed well loaded, my dear dad, in gossip," said the Duke of Buckingham, receiving the papers which King James emptied out of his pockets. Ay, continued the monarch, "take them to you per aversinum, barons, the one pouch stuffed with petitions, t'other with pasquinados. A fine time we have on't. On my conscience, I believe the tale of Cadmus was hieroglyphical, and that the dragon's teeth Wilkie sewed with the letters he invented. Ye are laughing, baby Charles. Mind what I say. When I came here first frae our ain country, where the men are as rude as the weather, by my conscience, England was a beildy bit. One would have thought the king had little to do but to walk by quiet waters, per aquam refectionis, but I kenna how or why the place is sair changed. Read that libel upon us and on our regimen. The dragon's teeth are sown, baby Charles. I pray God they bear not their armed harvest in your day, and I should not live to see it. God forbid I should, for there will be an awful day's kemping at the shearing of them. I shall know how to stifle the crop in the blade. Ha, George," said the prince, turning to the favourite, with a look expressive of some contempt for his father's apprehensions, and full of confidence in the superior firmness and decision of his own counsels. While this discourse was passing, Nigel, in charge of a pursuivant at arms, was pushed and dragged through the small town, all the inhabitants of which, having been alarmed by the report of an attack on the king's life, now pressed forward to see the supposed traitor. Amid the confusion of the moment, he could descry the face of the victualler, arrested into a stare of stolid wonder, and that of the barber grinning betwixt horror and eager curiosity. He thought that he also had a glimpse of his waterman in the green jacket. He had no time for remarks, being placed in a boat with the pursuivant and 2 yeomen of the guard, and rowed up the river as fast as the arms of 6 stout watermen could pull against the tide. They passed the groves of masts, which even then astonished the stranger with the extended commerce of London, and now approached those low and blackened walls of curtain and bastion, which exhibit here and there a piece of ordnance, and here and there a solitary sentinel under arms, but have otherwise so little of the military terrors of a citadel. A projecting low-browed arch, which had lowered over many an innocent and many a guilty head in similar circumstances, now spread its dark frowns over that of Nigel. The boat was put close up to the broad steps against which the tide was lapping its lazy wave. The warder on duty looked from the wicket and spoke to the pursuivant in whispers. In a few minutes the lieutenant of the Tower appeared, received and granted an acknowledgment for the body of Nigel, Lord Glenvarloch. End of chapter 27. Section 30 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Ye towers of Julius, London's lasting shame, with many a foul and midnight murder fed. Gray. Such is the exclamation of Gray. Bandello, long before him, has said something like it, and the same sentiment must, in some shape or other, have frequently occurred to those who, remembering the fate of other captives in that memorable state prison, may have had but too much reason to anticipate their own. The dark and low arch, which seemed, like the entrance to Dante's hell, to forbid hope of regress, the muttered sounds of the warders, and petty formalities observed in opening and shutting the grated wicket, the cold and constrained salutation of the lieutenant of the fortress, who showed his prisoner that distant and measured respect which authority pays as a tax to decorum, all struck upon Nigel's heart, impressing on him the cruel consciousness of captivity. "I am a prisoner," he said, the words escaping from him almost unawares. "I am a prisoner, and in the Tower." The lieutenant bowed. "And it is my duty," he said, "to show your lordship your chamber, where I'm compelled to say my orders are to place you under some restraint. I will make it as easy as my duty permits." Nigel only bowed in return to this compliment, and followed the lieutenant to the ancient buildings on the western side of the parade, and adjoining to the chapel, used in those days as a state prison, but in ours as the mess room of the officers of the guard upon duty at the fortress. The double doors were unlocked. The prisoner ascended a few steps, followed by the lieutenant and a warder of the higher class. They entered a large but irregular, low-roofed and dark apartment, exhibiting a very scanty proportion of furniture. The warder had orders to light a fire and attend to Lord Glenvarloch's commands in all things consistent with his duty, and the lieutenant, having made his reverence with the customary compliment that he trusted his lordship would not long remain under his guardianship, took his leave. Nigel would have asked some questions of the warder, who remained to put the apartment into order, but the man had caught the spirit of his office. He seemed not to hear some of the prisoner's questions, though of the most ordinary kind, did not reply to others, and when he did speak it was in a short and sullen tone, which, though not positively disrespectful, was such as at least to encourage no farther communication. Nigel left him therefore to do his work in silence, and proceeded to amuse himself with the melancholy task of deciphering the names, mottos, verses, and hieroglyphics with which his predecessors in captivity had covered the walls of their prison house. There he saw the names of many a forgotten sufferer, mingled with others which will continue in remembrance until English history shall perish. There were the pious effusions of the devout Catholic, poured forth on the eve of his sealing his profession at Tyburn, mingled with those of the firm Protestant about to feed the fires of Smithfield. There the slender hand of the unfortunate Jane Grey, whose fate was to draw tears from future generations, might be contrasted with the bolder touch which impressed deep on the walls the bare and ragged staff, the proud emblem of the proud Dudleys. It was like the roll of the prophet, a record of lamentation and mourning, and yet not unmixed with brief interjections of resignation and sentences expressive of the firmest resolution. In the sad task of examining the miseries of his predecessors in captivity, Lord Glenvarloch was interrupted by the sudden opening of the door of his prison room. It was the warder, who came to inform him that by order of the lieutenant of the Tower his lordship was to have the society and attendance of a fellow prisoner in his place of confinement. Nigel replied hastily that he wished no attendance, and would rather be left alone, but the warder gave him to understand with a kind of grumbling civility that the lieutenant was the best judge how his prisoners should be accommodated, and that he would have no trouble with the boy, who was such a slip of a thing as was scarce worth turning a key upon. "There, Giles," he said, "bring the child in." Another warder put the lad before him into the room, and both withdrawing, bolt crashed and chain clanged, as they replaced these ponderous obstacles to freedom. The boy was clad in a grey suit of the finest cloth, laid down with silver lace, with a buff-coloured cloak of the same pattern. His cap, which was a montero of black velvet, was pulled over his brows, and with the profusion of his long ringlets almost concealed his face. He stood on the very spot where the warder had quitted his collar, about 2 steps from the door of the apartment, his eyes fixed on the ground, and every joint trembling with confusion and terror. Nigel could well have dispensed with his society, but it was not in his nature to behold distress, whether of body or mind, without endeavouring to relieve it. "Cheer up," he said, "my pretty lad. We are to be companions, it seems, for a little time. At least I trust your confinement will be short, since you are too young to have done aught to deserve long restraint. Come, come, do not be discouraged. Your hand is cold and trembles. The air is warm too, but it may be the damp of this darksome room. Place you by the fire. What, weeping ripe, my little man? I pray you do not be a child. You have no beard yet to be dishonoured by your tears, but yet you should not cry like a girl. Think you are only shut up for playing truant, and you can pass a day without weeping, surely." The boy suffered himself to be led and seated by the fire, but after retaining for a long time the very posture which he assumed in sitting down, he suddenly changed it, in order to wring his hands with an air of the bitterest distress, and then, spreading them before his face, wept so plentifully that the tears found their way in floods through his slender fingers. Nigel was in some degree rendered insensible to his own situation by his feelings for the intense agony by which so young and beautiful a creature seemed to be utterly overwhelmed, and sitting down close beside the boy, he applied the most soothing terms which occurred to endeavour to alleviate his distress, and with an action which the difference of their age rendered natural, drew his hand kindly along the long hair of the disconsolate child. The lad appeared so shy as even to shrink from this slight approach to familiarity, and yet when Lord Glenvarloch, perceiving and allowing for his timidity, sat down on the farther side of the fire, he appeared to be more at his ease, and to hearken with some apparent interest to the arguments which from time to time Nigel used, to induce him to moderate at least the violence of his grief. As the boy listened, his tears, though they continued to flow freely, seemed to escape from their source more easily. His sobs were less convulsive, and became gradually changed into low sighs, which succeeded each other, indicating as much sorrow, perhaps, but less alarm, than his first transports had shown. "Tell me who and what you are, my pretty boy," said Nigel. "Consider me, child, as a companion who wishes to be kind to you. Would you but teach him how he can be so." "Sir, my lord, I mean," answered the boy very timidly, and in a voice which could scarce be heard even across the brief distance which divided them, "you are very good, and I am very unhappy." A second fit of tears interrupted what else he had intended to say, and it required a renewal of Lord Glenvarloch's good-natured expostulations and encouragements to bring him once more to such composure as rendered the lad capable of expressing himself intelligibly. At length, however, he was able to say, "I am sensible of your goodness, my lord, and grateful for it, but I am a poor unhappy creature, and what is worse, have myself only to thank for my misfortunes." "We are seldom absolutely miserable, my young acquaintance," said Nigel, "without being ourselves more or less responsible for it. I may well say so, otherwise I had not been here to day. But you are very young, and can have but little to answer for." "Oh, sir, I wish I could say so. I've been self-willed and obstinate and rash and ungovernable, and now, how dearly do I pay the price of it." "Pshaw, my boy," replied Nigel, "this must be some childish frolic, some breaking out of bounds, some truant trick. And yet how should any of these have brought you to the Tower? There is something mysterious about you, young man, which I must inquire into." Indeed, my lord, there is no harm about me," said the boy, more moved, it would seem, to confession by the last words, by which he seemed considerably alarmed, than by all the kind expostulations and arguments which Nigel had previously used. "I am innocent. That is, I have done wrong, but nothing to deserve being in this frightful place." "Tell me the truth, then," said Nigel, in a tone in which command mingled with encouragement. "You have nothing to fear from me, and as little to hope, perhaps. Yet, placed as I am, I would know with whom I speak." "With an unhappy boy, sir, and idle and truantly disposed, as your lordship said," answered the lad, looking up, and showing a countenance in which paleness and blushes succeeded each other, as fear and shamefacedness alternately had influence. "I left my father's house without leave, to see the king hunt in the park at Greenwich. There came a cry of treason, and all the gates were shut. I was frightened, and hid myself in a thicket, and I was found by some of the rangers, and examined, and they said I gave no good account of myself, and so I was sent hither." "I am an unhappy, a most unhappy being," said Lord Glenvarloch, rising and walking through the apartment. "Nothing approaches me but shares my own bad fate. Death and imprisonment dog my steps, and involve all who are found near me. Yet this boy's story sounds strangely. You say you were examined, my young friend. Let me pray you to say whether you told your name, and your means of gaining admission into the park. If so, they surely would not have detained you." "Oh, my lord," said the boy, "I took care not to tell them the name of the friend that let me in. And as to my father, I would not he knew where I now am for all the wealth in London." "But do you not expect," said Nigel, "that they will dismiss you till you let them know who and what you are?" "What good will it do them to keep so useless a creature as myself?" said the boy. "They must let me go, were it but out of shame." "Do not trust to that. Tell me your name and station. I will communicate them to the lieutenant. He is a man of quality and honour, and will not only be willing to procure your liberation, but also, I have no doubt, will intercede with your father. I am partly answerable for such poor aid as I can afford to get you out of this embarrassment, since I occasioned the alarm owing to which you were arrested. So tell me your name and your father's name." "My name to you? Oh, never, never," answered the boy, in a tone of deep emotion, the cause of which Nigel could not comprehend. "Are you so much afraid of me, young man?" he replied. "Because I am here accused and a prisoner? Consider, a man may be both, and deserve neither suspicion nor restraint. Why should you distrust me? You seem friendless, and I am myself so much in the same circumstances that I cannot but pity your situation when I reflect on my own. Be wise. I have spoken kindly to you. I mean as kindly as I speak." "Oh, I doubt it not, I doubt it not, my lord," said the boy, "and I could tell you all, that is, almost all." "Tell me nothing, my young friend, excepting what may assist me in being useful to you," said Nigel. "You are generous, my lord," said the boy, "and I am sure, oh sure, I might safely trust to your honour. But yet, I'm so sore beset. I have been so rash, so unguarded. I can never tell you of my folly. Besides, I have already told too much to one whose heart I thought I had moved. Yet I find myself here." "To whom did you make this disclosure?" said Nigel. "I dare not tell," replied the youth. "There is something singular about you, my young friend," said Lord Glenvarloch, withdrawing with a gentle degree of compulsion the hand with which the boy had again covered his eyes. "Do not pain yourself with thinking on your situation just at present. Your pulse is high, and your hand feverish. Lay yourself on yonder pallet, and try to compose yourself to sleep. It is the readiest and best remedy for the fancies with which you are worrying yourself." "I thank you for your considerate kindness, my lord," said the boy. "With your leave, I will remain for a little space quiet in this chair. I am better thus than on the couch. I can think undisturbedly on what I have done, and have still to do, and if God sends slumber to a creature so exhausted, it shall be most welcome." So saying, the boy drew his hand from Lord Nigel's, and drawing around him and partly over his face the folds of his ample cloak, he resigned himself to sleep or meditation, while his companion, notwithstanding the exhausting scenes of this and the preceding day, continued his pensive walk up and down the apartment. Every reader has experienced that times occur when, far from being lord of external circumstances, man is unable to rule even the wayward realm of his own thoughts. It was Nigel's natural wish to consider his own situation coolly, and fix on the course which it became him, as a man of sense and courage, to adopt. And yet, in spite of himself, and notwithstanding the deep interest of the critical state in which he was placed, it did so happen that his fellow prisoner's situation occupied more of his thoughts than did his own. There was no accounting for this wandering of the imagination, but also there was no striving with it. The pleading tones of one of the sweetest voices he had ever heard still rung in his ear, though it seemed that sleep had now fettered the tongue of the speaker. He drew near on tiptoe to satisfy himself whether it were so. The folds of the cloak hid the lower part of his face entirely, but the bonnet, which had fallen a little aside, permitted him to see the forehead streaked with blue veins, the closed eyes, and the long silken eyelashes. "Poor child," said Nigel to himself as he looked on him, nestled up as it were in the folds of his mantle, "the dew is yet on thy eyelashes, and thou hast fairly wept thyself asleep. Sorrow is a rough nurse to one so young and delicate as thou art. Peace be to thy slumbers, I will not disturb them. My own misfortunes require my attention, and it is to their contemplation that I must resign myself." He attempted to do so, but was crossed at every turn by conjectures which intruded themselves as before, and which all regarded the sleeper rather than himself. He was very angry and vexed, and expostulated with himself concerning the overweening interest which he took in the concerns of one of whom he knew nothing, saving that the boy was forced into his company, perhaps as a spy, by those to whose custody he was committed. But the spell could not be broken, and the thoughts which he struggled to dismiss continued to haunt him. Thus passed half an hour or more, at the conclusion of which the harsh sound of the revolting bolts was again heard, and the voice of the warder announced that a man desired to speak with Lord Glenvarloch. "A man to speak with me? Under my present circumstances, who can it be?" And John Christie, his landlord of Paul's Wharf, resolved his doubts by entering the apartment. "Welcome, most welcome, mine honest landlord," said Lord Glenvarloch. "How could I have dreamt of seeing you in my present close lodgings?" And at the same time, with the frankness of old kindness, he walked up to Christie and offered his hand, but John started back as from the look of a basilisk. "Keep your courtesies to yourself, my lord," said he gruffly. "I've had as many of them already as may serve me for my life." "Why, Master Christie," said Nigel, "what means this? I trust I have not offended you." "Ask me no questions, my lord," said Christie bluntly. "I am a man of peace. I came not hither to wrangle with you at this place and season. Just suppose that I am well informed of all the obligements from your honour's nobleness, and then acquaint me in as few words as may be. Where is the unhappy woman? What have you done with her?" "What have I done with her?" said Lord Glenvarloch. "Done with whom? I know not what you are speaking of." "Oh yes, my lord," said Christie, "play surprise as well as you will. You must have some guess that I am speaking of the poor fool that was my wife, till she became your lordship's light o' love." "Your wife? Has your wife left you? And if she has, do you come to ask her of me?" "Yes, my lord, singular as it may seem," returned Christie in a tone of bitter irony, and with a sort of grin widely discording from the discomposure of his features, the gleam of his eye, and the froth which stood on his lip. "I do come to make that demand of your lordship. Doubtless you are surprised I should take the trouble, but I cannot tell. Great men and little men think differently. She has lain in my bosom and drunk of my cup, and such as she is, I cannot forget that, though I will never see her again, she must not starve, my lord, or do worse to gain bread, though I reckon your lordship may think I am robbing the public in trying to change her courses." "By my faith as a Christian, by my honour as a gentleman," said Lord Glenvarloch, "if aught amiss has chanced with your wife, I know nothing of it. I trust in heaven you are as much mistaken in imputing guilt to her as in supposing me her partner in it." "Fie, fie, my lord," said Christie. "Why will you make it so tough? She is but the wife of a clod-pated old chandler, who was idiot enough to marry a wench 20 years younger than himself. Your lordship cannot have more glory by it than you have had already. And as for advantage and solace, I take it Dame Nelly is now unnecessary to your gratification. I should be sorry to interrupt the course of your pleasure. An old wittol should have more consideration of his condition. But your precious lordship being mewed up here among other choice jewels of the kingdom, Dame Nelly cannot, I take it, be admitted to share the hours of dalliance which—" Here the incensed husband stammered, broke off his tone of irony, and proceeded, striking his staff against the ground, "Oh, that these false limbs of yours, which I wish had been hamstrung when they first crossed my honest threshold, were free from the fetters they have well deserved. I would give you the odds of your youth and your weapon, and would bequeath my soul to the foul fiend if I, with this piece of oak, did not make you such an example to all ungrateful pick-thank courtiers, that it should be a proverb to the end of time, how John Christie swaddled his wife's fine leman." "I understand not your insolence," said Nigel, "but I forgive it, because you labour under some strange delusion. In so far as I can comprehend your vehement charge, it is entirely undeserved on my part. You seem to impute to me the seduction of your wife. I trust she is innocent. For me at least she is as innocent as an angel in bliss. I never thought of her, never touched her hand or cheek, save in honourable courtesy. Oh, ay, courtesy, that is the very word. She always praised your lordship's honourable courtesy. Ye have cozened me between ye with your courtesy. My lord, you came to us no very wealthy man, you know it. It was for no lucre of gain. I took you and your swashbuckler, your Don Diego yonder, under my poor roof. I never cared if the little room were let or no. I could live without it. If you could not have paid for it, you should never have been asked. All the wharf knows John Christie has the means and spirit to do a kindness. When you first darkened my honest doorway, I was as happy as a man need to be, who is no youngster and has the rheumatism. Nelly was the kindest and best humoured wench. She might have a word now and then about a gown or a ribbon, but a kinder soul on the whole, and a more careful considering her years till you come. And what is she now? But I will not be a fool to cry if I can help it. What she is not the question, but where she is, and that I must learn, sir, of you." "How can you, when I tell you," replied Nigel, "that I am as ignorant as yourself, or rather much more so? Till this moment I never heard of any disagreement betwixt your dame and you." "That is a lie," said John Christie, bluntly. "How, you base villain," said Lord Glenvarloch, "do you presume on my situation? If it were not that I hold you mad, and perhaps made so by some wrong sustained, you should find my being weaponless were no protection. I would beat your brains out against the wall." "Ay, ay," answered Christie, bully as ye list. "Ye have been at the ordinaries, and in Alsatia, and learned the ruffian's rant, I doubt not, but I repeat, you have spoken an untruth, when you said you knew not of my wife's falsehood. For when you were twitted with it among your gay mates, it was a common jest among you, and your lordship took all the credit they would give you for your gallantry and gratitude." There was a mixture of truth in this part of the charge which disconcerted Lord Glenvarloch exceedingly, for he could not, as a man of honour, deny that Lord Dalgarno and others had occasionally jested with him on the subject of Dame Nelly, and that though he had not played exactly le fanfaron des vices qu'il n'avoit pas, he had not at least been sufficiently anxious to clear himself of the suspicion of such a crime to men who considered it as a merit. It was therefore with some hesitation, and in a sort of qualifying tone, that he admitted that some idle jests had passed upon such a supposition, although without the least foundation in truth. John Christie would not listen to his vindication any longer. "By your own account," he said, "you permitted lies to be told of you in jest. How do I know you are speaking truth, now you are serious? You thought it, I suppose, a fine thing to wear the reputation of having dishonoured an honest family. Who will not think that you had real grounds for your base bravado to rest upon? I will not believe otherwise for one, and therefore, my lord, mark what I have to say. You are now yourself in trouble. As you hope to come through it safely and without loss of life and property, tell me where this unhappy woman is. Tell me if you hope for heaven. Tell me if you fear hell. Tell me, as you would not have the curse of an utterly ruined woman and a broken-hearted man attend you through life and bear witness against you at the great day, which shall come after death. You are moved, my lord, I see it. I cannot forget the wrong you have done me. I cannot even promise to forgive it. But tell me, and you shall never see me again, or hear more of my reproaches." "Unfortunate man," said Lord Glenvarloch, "you have said more, far more than enough, to move me deeply. Were I at liberty, I would lend you my best aid to search out him who has wronged you. The rather that I do suspect my having been your lodger has been in some degree the remote cause of bringing the spoiler into the sheepfold." I am glad your lordship grants me so much, said John Christie, resuming the tone of embittered irony with which he had opened the singular conversation. I will spare you farther reproach and remonstrance. Your mind is made up, and so is mine. So ho, warder. The warder entered, and John went on. I want to get out, brother. Look well to your charge. It were better that half the wild beasts in their dens yonder were turned loose upon Tower Hill, than that this same smooth-faced, civil-spoken gentleman were again returned to honest men's company. So saying, he hastily left the apartment, and Nigel had full leisure to lament the waywardness of his fate, which seemed never to tire of persecuting him for crimes of which he was innocent, and investing him with the appearances of guilt which his mind abhorred. He could not, however, help acknowledging to himself that all the pain which he might sustain from the present accusation of John Christie was so far deserved, from his having suffered himself out of vanity, or rather an unwillingness to encounter ridicule, to be supposed capable of a base, inhospitable crime, merely because fools called it an affair of gallantry. And it was no balsam to the wound when he recollected what Ritchie had told him of his having been ridiculed behind his back by the gallants of the ordinary for affecting the reputation of an intrigue which he had not in reality spirit enough to have carried on. His simulation had in a word placed him in the unlucky predicament of being rallied as a braggart amongst the dissipated youths, with whom the reality of the armour would have given him credit, whilst on the other hand he was branded as an inhospitable seducer by the injured husband, who was obstinately persuaded of his guilt. End of chapter 28.
Section 31 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. How fares the man on whom good men would look with eyes where scorn and censure combated? But that kind Christian love hath taught the lesson, that they who merit most contempt and hate do most deserve our pity. Old Play. It might have seemed natural that the visit of John Christie should have entirely diverted Nigel's attention from his slumbering companion, and for a time such was the immediate effect of the chain of new ideas which the incident introduced. Yet soon after the injured man had departed, Lord Glenvarloch began to think it extraordinary that the boy should have slept so soundly while they talked loudly in his vicinity. Yet he certainly did not appear to have stirred. Was he well? Was he only feigning sleep? He went close to him to make his observations, and perceived that he had wept, and was still weeping, though his eyes were closed. He touched him gently on the shoulder. The boy shrunk from his touch, but did not awake. He pulled him harder, and asked him if he was sleeping. "Do they waken folk in your country to know whether they are asleep or no?" said the boy, in a peevish tone. "No, my young sir," answered Nigel, "but when they weep in the manner you do in your sleep, they awaken them to see what ails them." "It signifies little to any one what ails me," said the boy. "True," replied Lord Glenvarloch, "but you knew before you went to sleep how little I could assist you in your difficulties, and you seemed disposed, notwithstanding, to put some confidence in me." "If I did, I have changed my mind," said the lad. "And what may have occasioned this change of mind, I trow?" said Lord Glenvarloch. "Some men speak through their sleep. Perhaps you have the gift of hearing in it." "No, but the patriarch Joseph never dreamt truer dreams than I do." "Indeed," said Lord Glenvarloch. "And pray what dream have you had that has deprived me of your good opinion? For that, I think, seems the moral of the matter." "You shall judge yourself," answered the boy. "I dreamed I was in a wild forest, where there was a cry of hounds and winding of horns, exactly as I heard in Greenwich Park." "That was because you were in the park this morning, you simple child," said Nigel. "Stay, my lord," said the youth. "I went on in my dream, till at the top of a broad green alley I saw a noble stag, which had fallen into the toils, and methought I knew that he was the very stag which the whole party were hunting, and that if the chase came up, the dogs would tear him to pieces, or the hunters would cut his throat. And I had pity on the gallant stag, and though I was of a different kind from him, and though I was somewhat afraid of him, I thought I would venture something to free so stately a creature,
and I pulled out my knife, and just as I was beginning to cut the meshes of the net, the animal started up in my face, in the likeness of a tiger, much larger and fiercer than any you may have seen in the ward of the wild beasts yonder, and was just about to tear me limb from limb, when you awaked me. Methinks, said Nigel, I deserve more thanks than I have got, for rescuing you from such a danger by waking you. But, my pretty master, methinks all this tale of a tiger and a stag has little to do with your change of temper towards me. I know not whether it has or no, said the lad, but I will not tell you who I am. You will keep your secret to yourself, then, peevish boy, said Nigel, turning from him, and resuming his walk through the room. Then stopping suddenly, he said, and yet you shall not escape from me without knowing that I penetrate your mystery. My mystery, said the youth, at once alarmed and irritated. What mean you, my lord? Only that I can read your dream without the assistance of a Chaldean interpreter, and my exposition is, that my fair companion does not wear the dress of her sex. And if I do not, my lord, said his companion, hastily starting up and folding her cloak tight around her, my dress, such as it is, covers one who will not disgrace it. Many would call that speech a fair challenge, said Lord Glenvarloch, looking on her fixedly. Women do not masquerade in men's clothes to make use of men's weapons. I have no such purpose, said the seeming boy. I have other means of protection, and powerful, but I would first know what is your purpose. An honourable and a most respectful one, said Lord Glenvarloch, whatever you are, whatever motive may have brought you into this ambiguous situation, I am sensible every look, word, and action of yours makes me sensible that you are no proper subject of importunity, far less of ill usage. What circumstances can have forced you into so doubtful a situation I know not, but I feel assured that there is and can be nothing in them of premeditated wrong which should expose you to cold-blooded insult. From me you have nothing to dread. I expected nothing less from your nobleness, my lord, answered the female. My adventure, though I feel it was both desperate and foolish, is not so very foolish, nor my safety here so utterly unprotected as at first sight, and in this strange dress, it may appear to be. I've suffered enough, and more than enough, by the degradation of having been seen in this unfeminine attire, and the comments you must necessarily have made on my conduct. But I thank God that I am so far protected, that I could not have been subjected to insult unavenged. When this extraordinary explanation had proceeded thus far, the warder appeared to place before Lord Glenvarloch a meal, which, for his present situation, might be called comfortable, and which, if not equal to the cookery of the celebrated Chevalier Beaujeu, was much superior in neatness and cleanliness to that of Alsatia. A warder attended to do the honours of the table, and made a sign to the disguised female to rise and assist him in his functions, but Nigel, declaring that he knew the youth's parents, interfered and caused his companion to eat along with him. She consented with a sort of embarrassment, which rendered her pretty features yet more interesting, yet she maintained with a natural grace that sort of good breeding which belongs to the table, and it seemed to Nigel, whether already prejudiced in her favour by the extraordinary circumstances of their meeting, or whether really judging from what was actually the fact, that he had seldom seen a young person comport herself with more decorous propriety mixed with ingenuous simplicity, while the consciousness of the peculiarity of her situation threw a singular colouring over her whole demeanour, which could be neither said to be formal, nor easy, nor embarrassed, but was compounded of and shaded with an interchange of all these three characteristics. Wine was placed on the table, of which she could not be prevailed on to taste a glass. Their conversation was of course limited by the presence of the warder to the business of the table, but Nigel had, long ere the cloth was removed, formed the resolution, if possible, of making himself master of this young person's history, the more especially as he now began to think that the tones of her voice and her features were not so strange to him as he had originally supposed. This, however, was a conviction which he adopted slowly, and only as it dawned upon him from particular circumstances during the course of the repast. At length the prison meal was finished, and Lord Glenvarloch began to think how he might most easily enter upon the topic he meditated, when the warder announced a visitor. "So," said Nigel, something displeased, "I find even a prison does not save one from importunate visitations." He prepared to receive his guest, however, while his alarmed companion flew to the large cradle-shaped chair which had first served her as a place of refuge, drew her cloak around her, and disposed herself as much as she could to avoid observation. She had scarce made her arrangements for that purpose when the door opened, and the worthy citizen George Heriot entered the prison chamber. He cast around the apartment his usual sharp, quick glance of observation, and advancing to Nigel, said, "My lord, I wish I could say I was happy to see you. The sight of those who are unhappy themselves, Master Heriot, seldom produces happiness to their friends. I, however, am glad to see you." He extended his hand, but Heriot bowed with much formal complaisance, instead of accepting the courtesy which, in those times, when the distinction of ranks was much guarded by etiquette and ceremony, was considered as a distinguished favour. "You are displeased with me, Master Heriot," said Lord Glenvarloch, reddening, for he was not deceived by the worthy citizen's affectation of extreme reverence and respect. "By no means, my lord," replied Heriot, "but I have been in France, and have thought it is well to import, along with other more substantial articles, a small sample of that good breeding which the French are so renowned for." "It is not kind of you," said Nigel, "to bestow the first use of it on an old and obliged friend." Heriot only answered to this observation with a short dry cough, and then proceeded, "Hem, hem, I say ahem, my lord, as my French politeness may not carry me far, I would willingly know whether I am to speak as a friend, since your lordship is pleased to term me such, or whether I am, as befits my condition, to confine myself to the needful business which must be treated of between us." "Speak as a friend by all means, Master Heriot," said Nigel. "I perceive you have adopted some of the numerous prejudices against me, if not all of them. Speak out, and frankly, what I cannot deny, I will at least confess." "And I trust, my lord, redress," said Heriot. "So far as in my power, certainly," answered Nigel. "Ah, ay, my lord," continued Heriot, "that is a melancholy though a necessary restriction, for how lightly may any one do 100 times more than the degree of evil which it may be within his power to repair to the sufferers and to society. But we are not alone here," he said, stopping and darting his shrewd eye towards the muffled figure of the disguised maiden, whose utmost efforts had not enabled her so to adjust her position as altogether to escape observation. More anxious to prevent her being discovered than to keep his own affairs private, Nigel hastily answered, "'Tis a page of mine. You may speak freely before him. He is of France, and knows no English." "I am, then, to speak freely," said Harry, after a second glance at the chair. "Perhaps my words may be more free than welcome." "Go on, sir," said Nigel. "I've told you I can bear reproof." "In one word, then, my lord, why do I find you in this place, and whelmed with charges which must blacken a name rendered famous by ages of virtue?" "Simply, then, you find me here," said Nigel, "because, to begin from my original error, I would be wiser than my father." "It was a difficult task, my lord," replied Heriot. "Your father was voiced generally as the wisest and one of the bravest men of Scotland." "He commanded me," continued Nigel, "to avoid all gambling, and I took upon me to modify this injunction into regulating my play according to my skill, means, and the course of my luck." "Ay, self-opinion, acting on a desire of acquisition, my lord. You hope to touch pitch and not to be defiled," answered Heriot. "Well, my lord, you need not say, for I have heard with much regret how far this conduct diminished your reputation. Your next error I may without scruple remind you of, my lord, in whatever degree Lord Dalgarno may have failed towards you, the son of his father should have been sacred from your violence." "You speak in cold blood, Master Heriot, and I was smarting under 1,000 wrongs inflicted on me under the mask of friendship." "That is, he gave your lordship bad advice, and you," said Heriot. "Was fool enough to follow his counsel," answered Nigel. "But we will pass this, Master Heriot, if you please. Old men and young men, men of the sword and men of peaceful occupation, always have thought, always will think differently on such subjects." "I grant," answered Heriot, "the distinction between the old goldsmith and the young nobleman. Still you should have had patience for Lord Huntingdon's sake, and prudence for your own. Supposing your quarrel just—" "I pray you to pass on to some other charge," said Lord Glenvarloch. "I am not your accuser, my lord, but I trust in heaven that your own heart has already accused you bitterly on the inhospitable wrong which your late landlord has sustained at your hand." Had I been guilty of what you allude to, said Lord Glenvarloch, had a moment of temptation hurried me away, I had long ere now most bitterly repented it. But whoever may have wronged the unhappy woman, it was not I. I never heard of her folly until within this hour. Come, my lord, said Harriet, with some severity, this sounds too much like affectation. I know there is among our modern youth a new creed respecting adultery as well as homicide. I would rather hear you speak of a revision of the Decalogue, with mitigated penalties in favor of the privileged orders. I would rather hear you do this than deny a fact in which you have been known to glory. Glory? I never did, never would have taken honour to myself from such a cause, said Lord Glenvarloch. I could not prevent other idle tongues and idle brains from making false inferences. You would have known well enough how to stop their mouths, my lord, replied Harriet, had they spoke of you what was unpleasing to your ears, and what the truth did not warrant. Come, my lord, remember your promise to confess, and indeed to confess is in this case in some slight sort to redress. I will grant you are young, the woman handsome, and as I myself have observed, light-headed enough. Let me know where she is. Her foolish husband has still some compassion for her, will save her from infamy, perhaps in time receive her back. For we are a good-natured generation, we traitors. Do not, my lord, emulate those who work mischief merely for the pleasure of doing so. It is the very devil's worst quality. Your grave remonstrances will drive me mad, said Nigel. There is a show of sense and reason in what you say, and yet it is positively insisting on my telling the retreat of a fugitive of whom I know nothing earthly. It is well, my lord, answered Harriet coldly. You have a right, such as it is, to keep your own secrets, but since my discourse on these points seems so totally unavailing, we had better proceed to business. Your father's image rises before me, and seems to plead that I should go on. Be it as you will, sir, said Glenvarloch. He who doubts my word shall have no additional security for it. Well, my lord, in the sanctuary of Whitefriars, a place of refuge so unsuitable to young men of quality and character, I am told a murder was committed. And you believe that I did the deed, I suppose? God forbid, my lord, said Harriet. The coroner's inquest hath sat, and it appeared that your lordship, under your assumed name of Graham, behaved with the utmost bravery. No compliment, I pray you, said Nigel. I am only too happy to find that I did not murder, or am not believed to have murdered, the old man. True, my lord, said Harry, but even in this affair there lacks explanation. Your lordship embarked this morning in a wherry with a female, and it is said an immense sum of money, in specie and other valuables, but the woman has not since been heard of. I parted with her at Paul's Wharf, said Nigel, where she went ashore with her charge. I gave her a letter to that very man, John Christie. Ay, that is the waterman's story, but John Christie denies that he remembers anything of the matter. I am sorry to hear this, said the young nobleman. I hope in heaven she has not been trepanned for the treasure she had with her. I hope not, my lord, replied Harriet, but men's minds are much disturbed about it. Our national character suffers on all hands. Men remember the fatal case of Lord Sanquhar, hanged for the murder of a fencing master, and exclaim they will not have their wives whored and their property stolen by the nobility of Scotland. And all this is laid to my door, said Nigel. My exculpation is easy. I trust so, my lord, said Harriet. Nay, in this particular I do not doubt it. But why did you leave Whitefriars under such circumstances? Master Reginald Lowestoft sent a boat for me, with intimation to provide for my safety. I am sorry to say, replied Harriet, that he denies all knowledge of your lordship's motions, after having dispatched a messenger to you with some baggage. The watermen told me they were employed by him. Watermen, said Harriet. One of these proves to be an idle apprentice, an old acquaintance of mine. The other has escaped. But the fellow who is in custody persists in saying he was employed by your lordship, and you only. He lies, said Lord Glenvarloch hastily. He told me Master Lowestoft had sent him. I hope that kind-hearted gentleman is at liberty. He is, answered Harriet, and has escaped with a rebuke from the benchers for interfering in such a matter as your lordship's. The court desire to keep well with the young Templars in these times of commotion, or he had not come off so well. That is the only word of comfort I have heard from you, replied Nigel. But this poor woman, she and her trunk, were committed to the charge of 2 porters. So said the pretended waterman, but none of the fellows who ply at the wharf will acknowledge the employment. I see the idea makes you uneasy, my lord, but every effort is made to discover the poor woman's place of retreat, if indeed she yet lives. And now, my lord, my errand is spoken, so far as it relates exclusively to your lordship. What remains is matter of business of a more formal kind. Let us proceed to it without delay, said Lord Glenvarloch. I would hear of the affairs of any one rather than of my own. You cannot have forgotten, my lord, said Harriet, the transaction which took place some weeks since at Lord Huntingland's, by which a large sum of money was advanced for the redemption of your lordship's estate. I remember it perfectly, said Nigel, and your present austerity cannot make me forget your kindness on the occasion. Harriet bowed gravely and went on. That money was advanced under the expectation and hope that it might be replaced by the contents of a grant to your lordship under the royal sign manual, in payment of certain moneys due by the crown to your father. I trust your lordship understood the transaction at the time. I trust you now understand my resumption of its import, and hold it to be correct. Undeniably correct, answered Lord Glenvarloch. If the sums contained in the warrant cannot be recovered, my lands become the property of those who paid off the original holders of the mortgage, and now stand in their right. Even so, my lord, said Harriet, and your lordship's unhappy circumstances having, it would seem, alarmed these creditors, they are now, I am sorry to say, pressing for one or other of these alternatives, possession of the land, or payment of their debt. They have a right to one or other, answered Lord Glenvarloch, and as I cannot do the last in my present condition, I suppose they must enter on possession. Stay, my lord, replied Harriet, if you have ceased to call me a friend to your person, at least you shall see I am willing to be such to your father's house, were it but for the sake of your father's memory. If you will trust me with the warrant under the sign manual, I believe circumstances do now so stand at court that I may be able to recover the money for you. I would do so gladly, said Lord Glenvarloch, but the casket which contains it is not in my possession. It was seized when I was arrested at Greenwich. It will be no longer withheld from you, said Harriet, for I understand my master's natural good sense, and some information which he has procured, I know not how, has induced him to contradict the whole charge of the attempt on his person. It is entirely hushed up, and you will only be proceeded against for your violence on Lord Dalgarno, committed within the verge of the palace, and that you will find heavy enough to answer. I will not shrink under the weight, said Lord Glenvarloch, but that is not the present point. If I had that casket— Your baggage stood in the little anteroom as I passed, said the citizen. The casket caught my eye. I think you had it of me. It was my old friend Sir Faithful Frugal's. Ay, he too had a son. Here he stopped short. A son who, like Lord Glenvarloch's, did no credit to his father. Was it not so you would have ended the sentence, Master Harriet? Asked the young nobleman. My lord, it was a word spoken rashly, answered Harriet. God may mend all in his own good time. This, however, I will say, that I have sometimes envied my friends their fair and flourishing families, and yet have I seen such changes when death has removed the head, so many rich men's sons penniless, the heirs of so many knights and nobles acreless, that I think mine own estate and memory, as I shall order it, has a fair chance of outliving those of greater men, though God has given me no heir of my name. But this is from the purpose. Ho, warder, bring in Lord Glenvarloch's baggage. The officer obeyed. Seals had been placed upon the trunk and casket, but were now removed, the warder said, in consequence of the subsequent orders from court, and the whole was placed at the prisoner's free disposal. Desirous to bring this painful visit to a conclusion, Lord Glenvarloch opened the casket and looked through the papers which it contained, first hastily and then more slowly and accurately, but it was all in vain. The sovereign's signed warrant had disappeared. I thought and expected nothing better, said George Heriot bitterly. The beginning of evil is the letting out of water. Here is a fair heritage lost, I dare say, on a foul cast at dice, or a conjuring trick at cards. My lord, your surprise is well played. I give you full joy of your accomplishments. I have seen many as young brawlers and spendthrifts, but never as young and accomplished a dissembler. Nay, man, never bend your angry brows on me. I speak in bitterness of heart, from what I remember of your worthy father, and if his son hears of his degeneracy from no one else, he shall hear it from the old goldsmith. This new suspicion drove Nigel to the very extremity of his patience, yet the motives and zeal of the good old man, as well as the circumstances of suspicion which created his displeasure, were so excellent an excuse for it, that they formed an absolute curb on the resentment of Lord Glenvarloch, and constrained him, after 2 or 3 hasty exclamations, to observe a proud and sullen silence. At length Master Heriot resumed his lecture. Hark you, my lord, he said, it is scarce possible that this most important paper can be absolutely assigned away. let me know in what obscure corner, and for what petty sum it lies pledged. Something may yet be done. Your efforts in my favour are the more generous, said Lord Glenvarloch, as you offer them to one whom you believe you have cause to think hardly of, but they are altogether unavailing. Fortune has taken the field against me at every point. Even let her win the battle. Zounds! exclaimed Harriet impatiently, you would make a saint swear. Why, I tell you, if this paper, the loss of which seems to sit so light on you, be not found, farewell to the fair lordship of Glenvarloch. Firth and forest, lea and furrow, lake and stream, all that has been in the house of Olifaunt since the days of William the Lion. Farewell to them then, said Nigel, and that moan is soon made. S'death, my lord, you will make more moan for it ere you die, said Harriet, in the same tone of angry impatience. Not I, my old friend, said Nigel. If I mourn, Master Harry, it will be for having lost the good opinion of a worthy man, and lost it, as I must say, most undeservedly. Ay, young man, said Harriet, shaking his head, make me believe that if you can. To sum the matter up, he said, rising from his seat and walking towards that occupied by the disguised female, for our matters are now drawn into small compass, you shall as soon make me believe that this masquerading mummer, on whom I now lay the hand of paternal authority, is a French page who understands no English. So saying, he took hold of the supposed page's cloak, and not without some gentle degree of violence led him into the middle of the apartment, the disguised fair one, who in vain attempted to cover her face, first with her mantle, and afterwards with her hands, both which impediments Master Harriet removed something unceremoniously, and gave to view the detected daughter of the old chronologist, his own fair goddaughter, Margaret Ramsay. Here is goodly gear, he said, and as he spoke, he could not prevent himself from giving her a slight shake, for we have elsewhere noticed that he was a severe disciplinarian. How comes it, Minion, that I find you in so shameless a dress, and so unworthy a situation? Nay, your modesty is now mistimed. It should have come sooner. Speak, or I will. Master Harriet, said Lord Glenvarloch, whatever right you may have over this maiden elsewhere, while in my apartment she is under my protection. Your protection, my lord, a proper protector. And how long, mistress, have you been under my lord's protection? Speak out, forsooth. For the matter of 2 hours, godfather, answered the maiden, with her countenance bent to the ground, and covered with blushes, but it was against my will. 2 hours, repeated Harriet, space enough for mischief. My lord, this is, I suppose, another victim offered to your character of gallantry, another adventure to be boasted of at Beaujeu's ordinary. Methinks the roof under which you first met this silly maiden should have secured her at least from such a fate. On my honour, Master Harriet, said Lord Glenvarloch, you remind me now, for the first time, that I saw this young lady in your family. Her features are not easily forgotten, and yet I was trying in vain to recollect where I had last looked on them. For your suspicions, they are as false as they are injurious both to her and me. I had but discovered her disguise as you entered. I am satisfied from her whole behaviour that her presence here in this dress was involuntary, and God forbid that I have been capable of taking advantage of it to her prejudice. It is well mouthed, my lord, said Master Harriet, but a cunning clerk can read the Apocrypha as loud as the Scripture. Frankly, my lord, you are come to that pass where your words will not be received without a warrant. I should not speak, perhaps, said Margaret, the natural vivacity of whose temper could never be long suppressed by any situation, however disadvantageous. But I cannot be silent. Godfather, you do me wrong, and no less wrong to this young nobleman. You say his words want a warrant. I know where to find a warrant for some of them, and the rest I deeply and devoutly believe without one. And I thank you, maiden, replied Nigel, for the good opinion you have expressed. I'm at that point, it seems, though how I have been driven to it I know not, where every fair construction of my actions and motives is refused me. I am the more obliged to her who grants me that right which the world denies me. For you, lady, were I at liberty, I have a sword and arm, should know how to guard your reputation. Upon my word, a perfect Amadis and Oriana, said George harried, I should soon get my throat cut betwixt the knight and the princess, I suppose, but that the beef-eaters are happily within halloo. Come, come, Lady Lida Love, if you mean to make your way with me, it must be by plain facts, not by speeches from romance and playbooks. How, in heaven's name, came you here? Sir, answered Margaret, since I must speak, I went to Greenwich this morning with Mona Palla to present a petition to the king on the part of the Lady Hermione. Mercy egad, exclaimed Harry, is she in the dance too? Could she not have waited my return to stir in her affairs? But I suppose the intelligence I sent her had rendered her restless. Ah, woman, woman, he that goes partner with you had need of a double share of patience, for you will bring none into the common stock. Well, but what on earth had this embassy of Mona Paula's to do with your absurd disguise? Speak out. Mona Paula was frightened, answered Margaret, and did not know how to set about the errand, for you know she scarce ever goes out of doors, and so I agreed to go with her to give her courage, and for the dress, I am sure you remember, I wore it at a Christmas mumming, and you thought it not unbeseeming. Yes, for a Christmas parlor, said Harriet, but not to go a-masking through the country in. I do remember it, minion, and I knew it even now, that and your little shoe there linked with a hint I had in the morning from a friend, or one who called himself such, led to your detection. Here Lord Glenvarloch could not help giving a glance at the pretty foot, which even the staid citizen thought worth recollection. It was but a glance, for he saw how much the least degree of observation added to Margaret's distress and confusion. And tell me, maiden, continued Master Harriet, for what we have observed was by-play, did the Lady Hermione know of this fair work? I dared not have told her for the world, said Margaret. She thought one of our apprentices went with Mona Paula. It may be here noticed that the words our apprentices seem to have in them something of a charm to break the fascination with which Lord Glenvarloch had hitherto listened to the broken yet interesting details of Margaret's history. And wherefore went he not? He had been a fitter companion for Mona Paula than you, I wot, said the citizen. He was otherwise employed, said Margaret, in a voice scarce audible. Master George darted a hasty glance at Nigel, and when he saw his features betokened no consciousness, he muttered to himself, it must be better than I feared. And so this cursed Spaniard, with her head full, as they all have, of disguises, trapdoors, rope ladders, and masks, was jade and fool enough to take you with her on this wild goose errand. And how sped you, I pray? Just as we reached the gate of the park, replied Margaret, the cry of treason was raised. I know not what became of Mona, but I ran till I fell into the arms of a very decent serving man, called Linklater, and I was fain to tell him I was your goddaughter, and so he kept the rest of them from me, and got me to speech of his majesty, as I entreated him to do. It is the only sign you showed in the whole matter, that common sense had not utterly deserted your little skull, said Harriet. His majesty, continued the damsel, was so gracious as to receive me alone, though the courtiers cried out against the danger to his person, and would have searched me for arms, God help me, but the king forbade it. I fancy he had a hint from Linklater how the truth stood with me. Well, maiden, I ask not what passed, said Harry. It becomes not me to pry into my master's secrets. Had you been closeted with his grandfather, the Red Tod of St. Andrews, as Davy Lindsay used to call him, by my faith I should have had my own thoughts of the matter, but our master, God bless him, is douce and temperate, and Solomon in everything, save in the chapter of wives and concubines. I know not what you mean, sir, answered Margaret. His majesty was most kind and compassionate, but said I must be sent hither, and that the lieutenant's lady, the Lady Mansell, would have her charge of me, and see that I sustained no wrong. And the king promised to send me in a tilted barge, and under conduct of a person well known to you, and thus I come to be in the Tower. But how or why in this apartment, nymph, said George Harriet, expound that to me, for I think the riddle needs reading. I cannot explain it, sir, further than that the Lady Mansell sent me here, in spite of my earnest prayers, tears, and entreaties. I was not afraid of anything, for I knew I should be protected, but I could have died then, could die now, for very shame and confusion. Very well, if your tears are genuine, said Harriet, they may the sooner wash out the memory of your fault. Knows your father aught of this escape of yours? I would not for the world he did, replied she. He believes me with the Lady Hermione. I, honest Davy, can regulate his horologies better than his family. Come, damsel, now I will escort you back to the Lady Mansell, and pray her of her kindness that when she is again trusted with the goose, she will not give it to the fox to keep. The warders will let us pass to my lady's lodgings, I trust. Stay but one moment, said Lord Glenvarloch. Whatever hard opinion you may have formed of me, I forgive you, for time will show that you do me wrong, and you yourself, I think, will be the first to regret the injustice you have done me. But involve not in your suspicions this young person, for whose purity of thought angels themselves should be vouchers. I have marked every look, every gesture, and whilst I can draw breath, I shall ever think of her with— Think not at all of her, my lord, answered George Harriet, interrupting him. It is, I have a notion, the best favour you can do her, or think of her as the daughter of Davy Ramsay, the clockmaker, no proper subject for fine speeches, romantic adventures, or high-flown Arcadian compliments. I give you God den, my lord, I think not altogether so harshly as my speech may have spoken, if I can help, that is, if I saw my way clearly through this labyrinth. but it avails not talking now. I give your lordship God-den. Here, warder, permit us to pass to the Lady Hansel's apartment. The warder said he must have orders from the lieutenant, and as he retired to procure them, the parties remained standing near each other, but without speaking, and scarce looking at each other, save by stealth, a situation which, in two of the party at least, was sufficiently embarrassing. The difference of rank, though in that age a consideration so serious, could not prevent Lord Glenvarloch from seeing that Margaret Ramsay was one of the prettiest young women he had ever beheld, from suspecting, he could scarce tell why, that he himself was not indifferent to her, from feeling assured that he had been the cause of much of her present distress, admiration, self-love, and generosity, acting in favour of the same object. And when the yeoman returned with permission to his guest to withdraw, Nigel's obeisance to the beautiful daughter of the mechanic was marked with an expression which called up in her cheeks as much colour as any incident of the eventful day had hitherto excited. She returned the courtesy timidly and irresolutely, clung to her godfather's arm, and left the apartment, which, dark as it was, had never yet appeared so obscure to Nigel as when the door closed behind her. End of chapter 29. Section 32 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Yet, though thou shouldst be dragged in scorn to yonder ignominious tree, thou shalt not want one faithful friend to share the cruel fate's decree. Ballad of Jemmy Dawson. Master George Heriot and his ward, as she might justly be termed, for his affection to Margaret imposed on him all the cares of a guardian, were ushered by the yeoman of the guard to the lodging of the lieutenant, where they found him seated with his lady. They were received by both with that decorous civility which Master Heriot's character and supposed influence demanded, even at the hand of a punctilious old soldier and courtier like Sir Edward Mansell. Lady Mansell received Margaret with like courtesy, and informed Master George that she was now only her guest, and no longer her prisoner. She is at liberty, she said, to return to her friends under your charge. Such is his Majesty's pleasure. I am glad of it, madam, answered Harry, but only I could have wished her freedom had taken place before her foolish interview with that singular young man, and I marvel your ladyship permitted it. My good Master Heriot, said Sir Edward, we act according to the commands of one better and wiser than ourselves. Our orders from his Majesty must be strictly and literally obeyed, and I need not say that the wisdom of his Majesty doth more than ensure. I know his Majesty's wisdom well, said Heriot, yet there's an old proverb about fire and flax. Well, let it pass. I see Sir Mungo Malagrother stalking towards the door of the lodging, said the Lady Mansell, with the gait of a lame crane. It is his second visit this morning. He brought the warrant for discharging Lord Glenvarloch of the charge of treason, said Sir Edward. And from him, said Harriet, I heard much of what had befallen, for I came from France only late last evening, and somewhat unexpectedly. As they spoke, Sir Mungo entered the apartment, saluted the lieutenant of the Tower and his lady with ceremonious civility, honoured George Heriot with a patronizing nod of acknowledgment, and accosted Margaret with, Hey, my young charge, you have not doffed your masculine attire yet? She does not mean to lay it aside, Sir Mungo, said Heriot, speaking loud, until she has had satisfaction from you for betraying her disguise to me like a false knight. And in very deed, Sir Mungo, I think when you told me she was rambling about in so strange a dress, you might have said also that she was under Lady Mansell's protection. That was the king's secret, Master Heriot, said Sir Mungo, throwing himself into a chair with an air of atrabiliarious importance. The other was a well-meaning hint to yourself as the girl's friend. Yes, replied Heriot, it was done like yourself. Enough told to make me unhappy about her, not a word which could relieve my uneasiness. Sir Mungo will not hear that remark, said the lady. We must change the subject. Is there any news from court, Sir Mungo? You have been to Greenwich? You might as well ask me, madam, answered the knight, whether there's any news from hell. How, Sir Mungo, how? Said Sir Edward. Measure your words something better. You speak of the court of King James. Sir Edward, if I spoke of the court of the 12 Kaisers, I would say it is as confused for the present as the infernal regions. Courtiers of 40 years standing, and such I may write myself, are as far to seek in the matter as a minnow in the maelstrom. Some folk say the king has frowned on the prince, some that the prince has looked grave on the duke, some that Lord Glenvarloch will be hanged for high treason, and some that there is matter against Lord Dalgarno that may cost him as much as his head's worth. And what do you that are a courtier for 40 years standing think of it all? Said Sir Edward Mansell. Nay, nay, do not ask him, Sir Edward, said the lady with an expressive look to her husband. Sir Mungo is too witty, added Master Harriot, to remember that he who says aught that may be repeated to his own prejudice does but load a piece for any of the company to shoot him dead with at their pleasure and convenience. What, said the bold knight, you think I am afraid of the trepang? Why now, what if I should say that Dalgarno has more wit than honesty, the duke more sail than ballast, the prince more pride than prudence, and that the king— the Lady Mansell held up her finger in a warning manner— that the king is my very good master, who has given me for 40 years and more dog's wages, victualless sit, bones, and beating. Why now, all this is said, and Archy Armstrong says worse than this of the best of them every day. The more fool he, said George Heriot, yet he is not so utterly wrong, for folly is his best wisdom. But do not you, Sir Mungo, set your wit against a fool's, though he be a court fool. A fool, said you, replied Sir Mungo, not having fully heard what Master Heriot said, or not choosing to have it thought so. I've been a fool indeed to hang on at a close-fisted court here, when men of understanding and men of action have been making fortunes in every other place of Europe. But here a man comes indifferently off, unless he gets a great key to turn, looking at Sir Edward, or can beat tattoo with a hammer on a pewter plate. Well, sirs, I must make as much haste back on mine errand as if I were a feed messenger. Sir Edward and my lady, I leave my commendations with you, and my goodwill with you, Master Harriot, and for this breaker of bounds, if you will act by my counsel, some maceration by fasting and a gentle use of the rod is the best cure for her giddy fits. If you propose for Greenwich, Sir Mungo, said the lieutenant, I can spare you the labour. The king comes immediately to Whitehall. And that must be the reason the council are summoned to meet in such hurry, said Sir Mungo. Well, I will, with your permission, go to the poor lad Glenvarloch, and bestow some comfort on him. The lieutenant seemed to look up, and paused for a moment as if in doubt. The lad will want a pleasant companion, who can tell him the nature of the punishment which he is to suffer, and other matters of concernment. I will not leave him until I show him how absolutely he hath ruined himself from feather to spur, how deplorable is his present state, and how small his chance of mending it. Well, Sir Mungo, replied the lieutenant, if you really think all this likely to be very consolatory to the party concerned, I will send a warder to conduct you. And I, said George Heriot, will humbly pray of Lady Mansell that she will lend some of her handmaiden's apparel to this giddy-brained girl, for I shall forfeit my reputation if I walk up Tower Hill with her in that mad guise, and yet the silly lassie looks not so ill in it neither. I will send my coach with you instantly, said the obliging lady. Faith, madam, and if you will honour us by such courtesy, I will gladly accept it at your hands, said the citizen, for business presses hard on me, and the forenoon is already lost to little purpose. The coach being ordered accordingly, transported the worthy citizen and his charge to his mansion in Lombard Street. There he found his presence was anxiously expected by the Lady Hermione, who had just received an order to be in readiness to attend upon the royal privy council in the course of an hour, and upon whom, in her inexperience of business, and long retirement from society and the world, the intimation had made as deep an impression as if it had not been the necessary consequence of the petition which he had presented to the king by Mona Paula. George Heriot gently blamed her for taking any steps in an affair so important until his return from France, especially as he had requested her to remain quiet, in a letter which accompanied the evidence he had transmitted to her from Paris. She could only plead in answer the influence which her immediately stirring in the matter was likely to have on the affair of her kinsman, Lord Glenvarloch, for she was ashamed to acknowledge how much she had been gained on by the eager importunity of her youthful companion. The motive of Margaret's eagerness was of course the safety of Nigel, but we must leave it to time to show in what particulars that came to be connected with the petition of the Lady Hermione. Meanwhile we return to the visit with which Sir Mungo Malagrotha favoured the afflicted young nobleman in his place of captivity. The knight, after the usual salutations, and having prefaced his discourse with a great deal of professed regret for Nigel's situation, sat down beside him, and composing his grotesque features into the most lugubrious despondence, began his raven song as follows. I bless God, my lord, that I was the person who had the pleasure to bring his majesty's mild message to the lieutenant, discharging the higher prosecution against ye for anything meditated against his majesty's sacred person, for admit you be prosecuted on the lesser offence, or breach of privilege of the palace and its precincts, usque ad mutilationem, even to dismemberation, as it is most likely you will, yet the loss of a member is nothing to being hanged and drawn quick after the fashion of a traitor. I should feel the shame of having deserved such a punishment, answered Nigel, more than the pain of undergoing it. Doubtless, my lord, the having, as you say, deserved it, must be an excruciation to your own mind, replied his tormentor, a kind of mental and metaphysical hanging, drawing, and quartering, which may be in some measure equivalent with the external application of hemp, iron, fire, and the like, to the outer man. I say, Sir Mungo, repeated Nigel, and beg you to understand my words, that I am unconscious of any error, save that of having arms on my person when I chance to approach that of my sovereign. Ye are right, my lord, to acknowledge nothing, said Sir Mungo. We have an old proverb, confess, and so forth. And indeed, as to the weapons, his majesty has a special ill will at all arms whatsoever, and more especially pistols. But as I said, there is an end of that matter. I wish you as well through the next, which is altogether unlikely. Surely, Sir Mungo, answered Nigel, you yourself might say something in my favour concerning the affair in the park. None knows better than you that I was at that moment urged by wrongs of the most heinous nature, offered to me by Lord Dalgarno, many of which were reported to me by yourself, much to the inflammation of my passion. Alackaday, alackaday, replied Sir Mungo, I remember but too well how much your choler was inflamed, in spite of the various remonstrances which I made to you respecting the sacred nature of the place. Alas, alas, you cannot say you leaped into the mire for want of warning. I see, Sir Mungo, you are determined to remember nothing which can do me service, said Nigel. Blithely would I do ye service, said the knight, and the best work I can think of is to tell you the process of the punishment to the whilk you will be indubitably subjected, I having had the good fortune to behold it performed in the Queen's time on a chield that had written a pasquinado. I was then in my Lord Grey's train, who lay illeaguer here, and being always covetous of pleasing and profitable sights, I could not dispense with being present on the occasion. I should be surprised indeed, said Lord Glenvarloch, if you had so far put restraint upon your benevolence as to stay away from such an exhibition. Hey, was your lordship praying me to be present at your own execution? Answered the knight. Troth, my lord, it will be a painful sight to a friend, but I will rather punish myself than balk you. It is a pretty pageant in the main, a very pretty pageant. The fellow came on with such a bold face, it was a pleasure to look on him. He was dressed all in white, to signify harmlessness and innocence. The thing was done on a scaffold at Westminster. Most likely yours will be at the Charing. There were the sheriffs and the marshal's men and what not, the executioner with his cleaver and mallet, and his man with a pan of hot charcoal and the irons for cautery. He was a dexterous fellow, that Derrick. This man Gregory is not fit to gipper a joint with him. It might be worth your lordship's while to have the loon sent to a barber surgeon's to learn some needful scantling of anatomy. It may be for the benefit of yourself and other unhappy sufferers, and also a kindness to Gregory. I will not take the trouble, said Nigel. If the laws will demand my hand, the executioner may get it off as he best can. If the king leaves it where it is, it may chance to do him better service. Very noble, very grand indeed, my lord, said Sir Mungo. It is pleasant to see a brave man suffer. This fellow whom I spoke of, this Tubbs or Stubbs, or whatever the plebeian was called, came forward as bold as an emperor, and said to the people, Good friends, I come to leave here the hand of a true Englishman, and clapped it on the dressing block with as much ease as if he had laid it on his sweetheart's shoulder, whereupon Derrick the hangman, adjusting, do you mind me, the edge of his cleaver on the very joint, hit it with the mallet with such force that the hand flew off as far from the owner as a gauntlet, which the challenger cast down in the tilt yard. Well, sir, Stubbs or Tubbs lost no whit of countenance until the fellow clapped the hissing hot iron on his raw stump. My lord, it fizzed like a rasher of bacon, and the fellow set up and Elrich screech, which made some think his courage was abated, but not a whit, for he plucked off his hat with his left hand, and waved it, crying, God save the Queen, and confound all evil counsellors. The people gave him 3 cheers, which he deserved for his stout heart, and truly I hope to see your lordship suffer with the same magnanimity. I thank you, Sir Mungo, said Nigel, who had not been able to forbear some natural feelings of an unpleasant nature during this lively detail. I have no doubt the exhibition will be a very engaging one to you and the other spectators, whatever it may prove to the party principally concerned. Vera engaging, answered Sir Mungo, vera interesting indeed, though not altogether so much so as an execution for high treason. I saw Digby, the Winters Fox, and the rest of the gunpowder gang suffer for that treason, which was a very grand spectacle, as well in regard to their sufferings as to their constancy in enduring. I am the more obliged to your goodness, Sir Mungo, replied Nigel, that has induced you, although you have lost the sight, to congratulate me on my escape from the hazard of making the same edifying appearance. As you say, my lord, answered Sir Mungo, the loss is chiefly in appearance. Nature has been very bountiful to us, and has given duplicates of some organs that we may endure the loss of one of them, should some such circumstance chance in our pilgrimage. See my poor Dexter abridged to 1 thumb, 1 finger, and a stump, by the blow of my adversary's weapon, however, and not by any carnificial knife. Weel, sir, this poor maimed hand doth me in some sort as much service as ever, and admit yours to be taken off by the wrist. You have still your left hand for your service, and are better off than the little Dutch dwarf here about town, who threads a needle, limns, writes, and tosses a pike, merely by means of his feet, without ever a hand to help him. Well, Sir Mungo, said Lord Glenvarloch, this is all no doubt very consolatory, but I hope the king will spare my hand to fight for him in battle, where, notwithstanding all your kind encouragement, I could spend my blood much more cheerfully than on a scaffold. It is even a sad truth, replied Sir Mungo, that your lordship was but too like to have died on a scaffold. Not a soul to speak for you, but that deluded lassie, Maggie Ramsay. Whom mean you? Said Nigel, with more interest than he had hitherto shown in the knight's communications. Nay, who should I mean but that travestied lassie whom we dined with when we honoured Harriet the goldsmith. Ye ken best how you have made interest with her, but I saw her on her knees to the king for you. She was committed to my charge to bring her up hither in honour and safety. Had I had my own will, I would have had her to Bridewell to flog the wild blood out of her. A cutty queen, to think of wearing the breeches, and not so much as married yet. Hark ye, Sir Mungo Malagrother, answered Nigel, I would have you talk of that young person with fitting respect. With all the respect that befits your lordship's paramour and Davy Ramsay's daughter, I shall certainly speak of her, my lord, said Sir Mungo, assuming a dry tone of irony. Nigel was greatly disposed to have made a serious quarrel of it, but with Sir Mungo such an affair would have been ridiculous. He smothered his resentment, therefore, and conjured him to tell what he had heard and seen respecting this young person. Simply that I was in the ante-room when she had audience, and heard the king say to my great perplexity, Pulchra, sana, puella, and Maxwell, who hath but indifferent Latin ears, thought that his majesty called on him by his own name of Sawney, and thrust into the presence, and there I saw our sovereign James with his own hand raising up the lassie, who, as I said heretofore, was travestied in man's attire. I should have had my own thoughts of it, but our gracious master is old, and was nae great ravager among the queans even in his youth, and he was comforting her in his own way, and saying, Ye needna greet about it, my bonny woman. Glenvarlochidis shall have fair play. And indeed, when the hurry was off our spirits, we could not believe that he had any design on our person, and touching his other offences, we will look wisely and closely into the matter. So I got charged to take the young fence-looper to the Tower here, and deliver her to the charge of Lady Mansell, and his majesty charged me to say not a word to her about your offences, for, said he, the poor thing is breaking her heart for him. And on this you have charitably founded the opinion to the prejudice of this young lady, which you have now thought proper to express, said Lord Glenvarloch. In honest truth, my lord, replied Sir Mungo, what opinion would you have me form of a wench who gets into male habiliments, and goes on her knees to the king for a wild young nobleman? I wot not what the fashionable word may be, for the phrase changes, though the custom abides, but truly I must needs think this young leddy, if you call Watchie Ramsay's daughter a young leddy, demeans herself more like a leddy of pleasure than a leddy of honour. You do her egregious wrong, Sir Mungo, said Nigel, or whether you have been misled by appearances. So will all the world be misled, my lord, replied the satirist, unless you were doing that to disabuse them, which your father's son will hardly judge it fit to do. And what may that be, I pray you? E'en marry the lass, make her Letty Glenvarloch. Ay, ye may start, but it's the course you are driving on. Rather marry than do worse, if the worst be not done already. Sir Mungo, said Nigel, I pray you to forbear this subject, and rather return to that of the mutilation upon which it pleased you to enlarge a short while since. I have not time at present, said Sir Mungo, hearing the clock strike 4, but so soon as you shall have received sentence, my lord, you may rely on my giving you the fullest detail of the whole solemnity, and I give you my word as a knight and a gentleman, that I will myself attend you on the scaffold, whoever may cast sour looks on me for doing so. I bear a heart to stand by a friend in the worst of times. So saying, he wished Lord Glenvarloch farewell, who felt as heartily rejoiced at his departure, though it may be a bold word, as any person who had ever undergone his society. But when left to his own reflections, Nigel could not help feeling solitude nearly as irksome as the company of Sir Mungo Malagrother. The total wreck of his fortune, which seemed now to be rendered unavoidable by the loss of the royal warrant that had afforded him the means of redeeming his paternal estate, was an unexpected and additional blow. When he had seen the warrant he could not precisely remember, but was inclined to think it was in the casket when he took out money to pay the miser for his lodgings at Whitefriars. Since then the casket had been almost constantly under his own eye, except during the short time he was separated from his baggage by the arrest in Greenwich Park. It might indeed have been taken out at that time, for he had no reason to think either his person or his property was in the hands of those who wished him well, but on the other hand the locks of the strong box had sustained no violence that he could observe, and, being of a particular and complicated construction, he thought they could scarce be opened without an instrument made on purpose adapted to their peculiarities, and for this there had been no time. But speculate as he would on the matter, it was clear that this important document was gone, and probable that it had passed into no friendly hands. Let it be so, said Nigel to himself. I am scarcely worse off respecting my prospects of fortune than when I first reached this accursed city. But to be hampered with cruel accusations, and stained with foul suspicions, to be the object of pity of the most degrading kind to yonder honest citizen, and of the malignity of that envious and atrabilarious courtier, who can endure the good fortune and good qualities of another no more than the mole can brook sunshine, this is indeed a deplorable reflection, and the consequences must stick to my future life, and impede whatever my head or my hand, if it is left me, might be able to execute in my favour. The feeling that he is the object of general dislike and dereliction seems to be one of the most unendurably painful to which a human being can be subjected. The most atrocious criminals, whose nerves have not shrunk from perpetrating the most horrid cruelty, endure more from the consciousness that no man will sympathize with their sufferings than from apprehension of the personal agony of their impending punishment, and are known often to attempt to palliate their enormities, and sometimes altogether to deny what is established by the clearest proof, rather than to leave life under the general ban of humanity. It was no wonder that Nigel, labouring under the sense of general, though unjust suspicion, should, while pondering on so painful a theme, recollect that one at least had not only believed him innocent, but hazarded herself with all her feeble power to interpose in his behalf. Poor girl, he repeated, poor rash but generous maiden, your fate is that of her in Scottish story, who thrust her arm into the staple of the door to oppose it as a bar against the assassins who threatened the murder of her sovereign. The deed of devotion was useless, save to give an immortal name to her by whom it was done, and whose blood flows, it is said, in the veins of my house. I cannot explain to the reader whether the recollection of this historical deed of devotion, and the lively effect which the comparison, a little overstrained perhaps, was likely to produce in favour of Margaret Ramsay, was not qualified by the concomitant ideas of ancestry and ancient descent with which that recollection was mingled, but the contending feelings suggested a new train of ideas. Ancestry, he thought, and ancient descent, what are they to me? My patrimony alienated, my title become a reproach. For what can be so absurd as titled beggary? My character subjected to suspicion. I will not remain in this country, and should I, at leaving it, procure the society of one so lovely, so brave, and so faithful, who should say that I derogated from the rank which I am virtually renouncing? There was something romantic and pleasing as he pursued this picture of an attached and faithful pair, becoming all the world to each other, and stemming the tide of fate arm in arm. and to be linked thus with a creature so beautiful, and who had taken such devoted and disinterested concern in his fortunes, formed itself into such a vision as romantic youth loves best to dwell upon. Suddenly his dream was painfully dispelled by the recollection that its very basis rested upon the most selfish ingratitude on his own part. Lord of his castle and his towers, his forests and fields, his fair patrimony and noble name, his mind would have rejected as a sort of impossibility the idea of elevating to his rank the daughter of a mechanic. But when degraded from his nobility and plunged into poverty and difficulties, he was ashamed to feel himself not unwilling that this poor girl, in the blindness of her affection, should abandon all the better prospects of her own settled condition to embrace the precarious and doubtful course which he himself was condemned to. The generosity of Nigel's mind recoiled from the selfishness of the plan of happiness which he projected, and he made a strong effort to expel from his thoughts for the rest of the evening this fascinating female, or at least not to permit them to dwell upon the perilous circumstance that she was at present the only creature living who seemed to consider him as an object of kindness. He could not, however, succeed in banishing her from his slumbers, when, after having spent a weary day, he betook himself to a perturbed couch. The form of Margaret mingled with the wild mass of dreams which his late adventures had suggested, and even when copying the lively narrative of Sir Mungo, fancy presented to him the blood bubbling and hissing on the heated iron. Margaret stood behind him like a spirit of light to breathe healing on the wound. At length nature was exhausted by these fantastic creations, and Nigel slept, and slept soundly until awakened in the morning by the sound of a well-known voice which had often broken his slumbers about the same hour. End of chapter 30.
Section 33 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Many come up, sir, with your gentle blood. Here's a red stream beneath this coarse blue doublet that warms the heart as kindly as if drawn from the far source of old Assyrian kings, who first made mankind subject to their sway. Old play. The sounds to which we alluded in our last were no other than the grumbling tones of Richie Monipoles's voice. This worthy, like some other persons who rank high in their own opinion, was very apt, when he could have no other auditor, to hold conversation with one who was sure to be a willing listener, I mean with himself. He was now brushing and arranging Lord Glenvarloch's clothes with as much composure and quiet assiduity as if he had never been out of his service, and grumbling betwixt whiles to the following purpose: Hump, time, cloak and jerkin were through my hands. I question if horsehair has been passed over them since they and I last parted. The embroidery finely frayed too, and the gold buttons of the cloak, by my conscience, and as I am an honest man, there is a round dozen of them gain. This comes of Alsatian frolics. God keep us with his grace, and not give us over to our own devices. I see no sword, but that will be in respect of present circumstances. Nigel for some time could not help believing that he was still in a dream, so improbable did it seem that his domestic, whom he supposed to be in Scotland, should have found him out and obtained access to him in his present circumstances. Looking through the curtains, however, he became well assured of the fact when he beheld the stiff and bony length of Richie, with a visage charged with nearly double its ordinary degree of importance, employed sedulously in brushing his master's cloak, and refreshing himself with whistling or humming from interval to interval some snatch of an old melancholy Scottish ballad tune. Although sufficiently convinced of the identity of the party, Lord Glenvarloch could not help expressing his surprise in the superfluous question, "In the name of heaven, Richie, is this you?" "And wha else should it be, my lord?" answered Richie. "I dremna that your lordship's levee in this place is like to be attended by ony that are not bounded thereto by duty." "I'm rather surprised," answered Nigel, "that it should be attended by any one at all, especially by you, Richie, for you know that we parted, and I thought you'd reached Scotland long since." "I crave your lordship's pardon, but we have not parted yet, nor are soon likely so to do, for there gang twae folks votes to the unmaking of a bargain, as to the making of ane.
though it was your lordship's pleasure so to conduct yourself that we were like to have parted, yet it was not on reflection my will to be gone. To be plain, if your lordship does not can, when you have a good servant I can, when I have a kind master, and to say truth, you will be easier served now than ever, for there is not much chance of your getting out of bounds. I am indeed bound over to good behaviour, said Lord Glenvarloch with a smile, but I hope you will not take advantage of my situation to be too severe on my follies, Richie. God forbid, my lord, God forbid, replied Richie, with an expression betwixt a conceited consciousness of superior wisdom and real feeling, especially in consideration of your lordship's having a due sense of them. I did indeed remonstrate, as was my humble duty, but I scorn to cast that up to your lordship now. Nay, nay, I am myself an erring creature, very conscious of some small weaknesses. There is no perfection in man. But Richie, said Lord Glenvarloch, although I am much obliged to you for your proffered service, it can be of little use to me here, and may be of prejudice to yourself. Your lordship shall pardon me again, said Richie, whom the relative situation of the parties had invested with 10 times his ordinary dogmatism, but as I will manage the matter, your lordship shall be greatly benefited by my service, and I myself no whit prejudiced. I see not how that can be, my friend, said Lord Glenvarloch, since, even as to your pecuniary affairs, touching my pecuniars, my lord, replied Richie, I'm indifferently weel provided, and as it chances my living here will be no burden to your lordship, or distress to myself, only I crave permission to annex certain conditions to my servitude with your lordship. Annex what you will, said Lord Glenvarloch, for you are pretty sure to take your own way, whether you make any conditions or not. Since you will not leave me, which were, I think, your wisest course, you must, and I suppose will, serve me only on such terms as you like yourself. All that I ask, my lord, said Richie gravely and with a tone of great moderation, is to have the uninterrupted command of my own motions for certain important purposes which I have now in hand, always giving your lordship the solace of my company and attendance at such times as may be at once convenient for me and necessary for your service. Of which I suppose you constitute yourself sole judge, replied Nigel, smiling. Unquestionably, my lord, answered Richie gravely, for your lordship can only know what yourself want, whereas I, who see both sides of the picture, can both what is the best for your affairs and what is the most needful for my own. Richie, my good friend, said Nigel, I fear this arrangement, which places the master much under the disposal of the servant, would scarce suit us if we were both at large, but a prisoner as I am, I may be as well at your disposal as I am at that of so many other persons, and so you may come and go as you list, for I suppose you will not take my advice to return to your own country and leave me to my fate. The deal be in my feet if I do, said Meniples. I'm not the lad to leave your lordship in foul weather, when I followed you and fed you through the whole summer day, and besides there may be brave days behind, for that has come and gane yet, for it's hame, and it's hame, and it's hame we fain would be, though the cloud is in the lift and the wind is on the lee, for the sun through the murk blinks live on mine says I'll shine on ye yet in our ain country. Having sung this stanza in the manner of a ballad singer, whose voice had been cracked by matching his windpipe against the bugle of the north blast, Richie Meniples aided Lord Glenvarloch to rise, attended his toilet with every possible mark of the most solemn and deferential respect, then waited upon him at breakfast, and finally withdrew, pleading that he had business of importance, which would detain him for some hours. Although Lord Glenvarloch necessarily expected to be occasionally annoyed by the self-conceit and dogmatism of Richie Meniples' character, yet he could not but feel the greatest pleasure from the firm and devoted attachment which this faithful follower had displayed in the present instance, and indeed promised himself an alleviation of the ennui of his imprisonment in having the advantage of his services. It was therefore with pleasure that he learned from the warder that his servants' attendance would be allowed at all times when the general rules of the fortress permitted the entrance of strangers. In the meanwhile the magnanimous Richie Meniples had already reached Tower Wharf. Here, after looking with contempt on several scholars, by whom he was plied, and whose services he rejected with a wave of his hand, he called with dignity first doors, and stirred into activity several lounging Tritons of the higher order, who had not on his first appearance thought it worth while to accost him with proffers of service. He now took possession of a wherry, folded his arms within his ample cloak, and sitting down in the stern with an air of importance, commanded them to row to Whitehall stairs. Having reached the palace in safety, he demanded to see Master Linklater, the under clerk of his Majesty's kitchen. The reply was that he was not to be spoken withal, being then employed in cooking a mess of kakaliki for the king's own mouth. Tell him, said Meniples, that it is a dear countryman of his who seeks to converse with him on matter of high import. A dear countryman, said Linklater, when this pressing message was delivered to him. Well, let him come in, and be damned that I should say, this now is some red-headed, long-legged, gilly, white-foot frae the Westport, that, hearing of my promotion, has come up to be a turn-broche, or deputy scullion, through my interest. It is a great hindrance to any man who would rise in the world to have such friends to hang by his skirts, in hope of being towed up along with him. Ha, Richard Meniples, man is it thou, and what has brought ye here, if they should ken thee for the loon that scared the horse the other day? No more of that, neighbour, said Richie. I'm just here on the old errand. I'm on speak with the king. The king, your Redwood, said Linklater, then shouted to his assistant in the kitchen. Look to the broches, ye knaves, piscus purga sal cementa fac macerentur pulchra. I will make you understand Latin, ye knaves, as becomes the scullions of King James. Then in a cautious tone to Richie's private ear he continued, Know ye not how ill your master came off the other day? I can tell you that job made some folk shake for their office. Weel, but Laurie, ye maun befriend me this time and get this wee bit siplication slipped into his Majesty's ain most gracious hand. I promise you the contents will be most grateful to him. Richie, answered Linklater, you have certainly sworn to say your prayers in the porter's lodge with your back bare, and 2 grooms with dog whips to cry amen to you. Nay, nay, Laurie, lad, said Richie, I can better what belangs to siplications than I did yon day, and ye will say that yoursel if ye will but get that bit note to the king's hand. I will have neither hand nor foot in the matter, said the cautious clerk of the kitchen, but there is his Majesty's mess of kakaliki just going to be served to him in his closet. I cannot prevent you from putting the letter between the gilt bowl and the platter. His sacred Majesty will see it when he lifts the bowl, for he aye drinks out the broth. Enough said, replied Richie, and deposited the paper accordingly. Just before a page entered to carry away the mess to his Majesty. A wheel, neighbour, said Lawrence, when the mess was taken away. If ye have done ony thing to bring yoursel to the withy or the scourging post, it is your ain wilful deed. I will blame no other for it, said Richie, and with that undismayed pertinacity of conceit which made a fundamental part of his character, he abode the issue, which was not long of arriving. In a few minutes Maxwell himself arrived in the apartment, and demanded hastily who had placed a writing on the king's trencher. Linklater denied all knowledge of it, but Richie Meniples, stepping boldly forth, pronounced the emphatical confession, I am the man. Follow me then, said Maxwell, after regarding him with a look of great curiosity. They went up a private staircase, even that private staircase, the privilege of which at court is accounted a nearer road to power than the grand entree themselves. Arriving at what Richie described as an ill redd-up anteroom, the usher made a sign to him to stop, while he went into the king's closet. Their conference was short, and as Maxwell opened the door to retire, Richie heard the conclusion of it. Ye are sure he is not dangerous? I was caught once. Bide within call, but not nearer the door than within 3 geometrical cubits. If I speak loud, start to me like a falcon. If I speak loud, keep your lang lugs out of earshot. And now let him come in. Richie passed forward at Maxwell's mute signal, and in a moment found himself in the presence of the king. Most men of Richie's birth and breeding, and many others, would have been abashed at finding themselves alone with their sovereign. But Richie Meniples had an opinion of himself too high to be controlled by any such ideas, and having made his stiff reverence, he arose once more into his perpendicular height, and stood before James as stiff as a hedge stake. Have ye gotten them, man? Have ye gotten them? Said the king, in a fluttered state betwixt hope and eagerness, and some touch of suspicious fear. Give me them, then, before ye speak a word, I charge you, on your allegiance. Richie took a box from his bosom, and stooping on one knee, presented it to his Majesty, who hastily opened it, and having ascertained that it contained a certain carcanet of rubies, with which the reader was formerly made acquainted, he could not resist falling into a sort of rapture, kissing the gems as if they had been capable of feeling, and repeating again and again, with childish delight, Onyx cum prole, silexque, onyx cum prole. Ah, my bright and bonny sparklers, my heart loops light to see you again. He then turned to Richie, upon whose stoical countenance his Majesty's demeanour had excited something like a grim smile, which James interrupted his rejoicing to reprehend, saying, "Take heed, sir, you are not to laugh at us. We are your anointed sovereign." "God forbid that I should laugh," said Ritchie, composing his countenance into its natural rigidity. "I did but smile to bring my visage into coincidence and conformity with your Majesty's physiognomy." "Ye speak as a dutiful subject and an honest man," said the king. "But what deals your name, man?" "Even Ritchie Meniples, the son of old Mungo Meniples, at the west port of Edinburgh, who had the honour to supply your Majesty's mother's royal table, as weal as your Majesty's with flesh and other vivers when time was." "Aha," said the king, laughing, for he possessed, as a useful attribute of his situation, a tenacious memory which recollected every one with whom he was brought into casual contact. "Ye are the self-same traitor who had weel nigh couped us endlang on the causey of our ain courtyard, but we stuck by our mare, aequam memento rebus in arduis suare." "We'll be not dismayed, Ritchie, for as many men have turned traitors, it is but fair that a traitor now and then should prove to be contra expectanda a true man. How came ye by our jewels, man? Came ye on the part of George Heriot?" "In no sort," said Ritchie. "May it please your Majesty, I come as Harry Wynd fought, utterly for my own hand, and on no man's errand, as indeed I call no one master save him that made me, your most gracious Majesty who governs me, and the noble Nigel Olifaunt, Lord of Glenvarloch, who maintained me as lang as he could maintain himself, poor nobleman." "Glenvarlochades again!" exclaimed the king. "By my honour, he lies in ambush for us at every corner. Maxwell knocks at the door. It is George Heriot come to tell us he cannot find these jewels. Get thee behind the arras, Ritchie. Stand close, man. Sneeze not, cough not, breathe not. Jingling Geordie is so damnably ready with his gold ends of wisdom, and say accursedly backward with his gold ends of siller, that by our royal Saul, we are glad to get a hair in his neck." Ritchie got behind the arras in obedience to the commands of the good-natured king, while the monarch, who never allowed his dignity to stand in the way of a frolic, having adjusted with his own hand the tapestry so as to complete the ambush, commanded Maxwell to tell him what was the matter without. Maxwell's reply was so low as to be lost by Ritchie Meniples, the peculiarity of whose situation by no means abated his curiosity and desire to gratify it to the uttermost. "Let Geordie Heriot come in," said the king, and as Ritchie could observe through a slit in the tapestry, the honest citizen, if not actually agitated, was at least discomposed. The king, whose talent for wit or humour was precisely of a kind to be gratified by such a scene as ensued, received his homage with calmness, and began to talk to him with an air of serious dignity, very different from the usual indecorous levity of his behaviour. "Master Heriot," he said, "if we are right, remember, we pignorated in your hands certain jewels of the crown for a certain sum of money. Did we or did we not?" "My most gracious sovereign," said Heriot, "indisputably your Majesty was pleased to do so." "The property of which jewels and camellia remained with us," continued the king in the same solemn tone, "subject only to your claim of advance thereupon, which advance being repaid, gives us right to repossession of the thing pignorated, or pledged, or laid in wad. Vetus, Phineas, Grion, Virginius, Pagin, Stecorus, and all who have treated der contractu opinurationis consentient in eundem, agree on the same point. The Roman law, the English common law, and the municipal law of our ancient kingdom of Scotland, though they split in mair particulars than I could desire, unite as strictly in this as the three strands of a twisted rope." "May it please your Majesty," replied Heriot, "it requires not so many learned authorities to prove to any honest man that his interest in a pledge is determined when the money lent is restored. Weel, sir, I proffer restoration of the sum lent, and I demand to be repossessed of the jewels pledged with you. I gave ye a hint, brief while since, that this would be essential to my service, for as approaching events are like to call us into public, it would seem strange if we did not appear with those ornaments which are heirlooms of the crown, and the absence whereof is like to place us in contempt and suspicion with our liege subjects." Master George Heriot seemed much moved by this address of his sovereign, and replied with emotion, "I call heaven to witness that I am totally harmless in this matter, and that I would willingly lose the sum advanced, so that I could restore those jewels, the absence of which your Majesty so justly laments. Had the jewels remained with me, the account of them would be easily rendered, but your Majesty will do me the justice to remember that, by your express order, I transferred them to another person, who advanced a large sum just about the time of my departure for Paris. The money was pressingly wanted, and no other means to come by it occurred to me. I told your majesty, when I brought the needful supply, that the man from whom the moneys were obtained was of no good repute, and your most princely answer was, smelling to the gold, Non olit, it smells not of the means that have gotten it. Wheelman, said the king, but what needs this din? If ye gave my jewels in pledge to such a one, should ye not as a liege subject have taken care that the redemption was in our power? And are we to suffer the loss of our camellia by your neglect, besides being exposed to the scorn and censure of our lieges and of the foreign ambassadors? My lord and liege king, said Herrick, God knows, if my bearing blame or shame in this matter would keep it from your majesty, it were my duty to endure both, as a servant grateful for many benefits. But when your majesty considers the violent death of the man himself, the disappearance of his daughter, and of his wealth, I trust you will remember that I warned your majesty in humble duty of the possibility of such casualties, and prayed you not to urge me to deal with him on your behalf. But you brought me nae better means, said the king. Geordie, ye brought me nae better means. I was like a deserted man. What could I do but grip to the first siller that offered, as a drowning man grasps to the willow wand that comes readiest? And now, man, what for have ye not brought back the jewels? They are surely above ground if ye wad make strict search. All strict search has been made, may it please your majesty, replied the citizen. Hue and cry has been sent out everywhere, and it has been found impossible to recover them. Difficult, you mean, Geordie, not impossible, replied the king, for that whilk is impossible is either naturally so, exempli gratia, to make two into three, or morally so as to make what is truth falsehood, but what is only difficult may come to pass with assistance of wisdom and patience, as for example, Jingling Geordie, look here, and he displayed the recovered treasure to the eyes of the astonished jeweller, exclaiming with great triumph, what say ye to that, Jingler? By my sceptre and crown, the man stares as if he took his native prince for a warlock, us that are the very malleus maleficarum, the contending and contriturating hammer of all witches, sorcerers, magicians, and the like. He thinks we are taking a touch of the black arts outsells, but gang thy way, honest Geordie, thou art a good plain man, but nane of the 7 sages of Greece, gang thy way, and mind the soothfast word which you spoke. Small time sign that there is one in this land that comes near to Solomon, king of Israel, in all his gifts, except in his love to strange women, for by the daughter of Pharaoh. If Harriet was surprised at seeing the jewels so unexpectedly produced at the moment the king was upbraiding him for the loss of them, this allusion to the reflection which had escaped him while conversing with Lord Glenvarloch altogether completed his astonishment, and the king was so delighted with the superiority which it gave him at the moment, that he rubbed his hands, chuckled, and finally, his sense of dignity giving way to the full feeling of triumph, he threw himself into his easy chair and laughed with unconstrained violence till he lost his breath and the tears ran plentifully down his cheeks as he strove to recover it. Meanwhile the royal cachinnation was echoed out by a discordant and portentous laugh from behind the arras, like that of one who, little accustomed to give way to such emotions, feels himself at some particular impulse unable either to control or to modify his obstreperous mirth. Harriet turned his head with new surprise towards the place from which sounds so unfitting the presence of a monarch seemed to burst with such emphatic clamour. The king, too, somewhat sensible of the indecorum, rose up and wiped his eyes, and calling, Toddlery, come out of your den, he produced from behind the arras the length of Richard Maniples, still laughing with as unrestrained mirth as ever did gossip at a country christening. Wisht, man, said the king, ye need na nicker that gate like a cusser at a cap o' corn, e'en though it was a pleasing jest in our ain framing, and yet to see Jingling Geordie, that bawds himself so much the wiser than other folk, to see him, ha, 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 in the vein of Euclio apud Plautum, distressing himself to recover what was lying at his elbow, peril and terrii, accadai, quo non carum, tene quem quis nescio nihil video. Ah, Geordie, your e'en are sharp enough to look after gowd and silver, gems, rubies, and the like of that, and yet ye kenna how to come by them when they are lost. Ay, look at them, man, look at them. They are a right and tight, sound and round, not a doublet crept in amongst them. George Heriot, when his first surprise was over, was too old a courtier to interrupt the king's imaginary triumph, although he darted a look at some displeasure at honest Richie, who still continued on what is usually termed the broad grin. He quietly examined the stones, and finding them all perfect, He honestly and sincerely congratulated his Majesty on the recovery of a treasure which could not have been lost without some dishonour to the crown, and asked to whom he himself was to pay the sums for which they had been pledged, observing that he had the money by him in readiness. "Ye are in a deevil of a hurry when there is paying in the case, Geordie," said the king. "What's the haste, man? The jewels were restored by an honest, kindly countryman of ours. There he stands, and wha kens if he wants the money on the nail, or if he might not be as weel pleased wi' a bit rescript on our treasury some 6 months hence. Ye ken that our exchequer is even at a low ebb just now, and ye cry pay, 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 as if we had all the mines of Ophir." "Please your Majesty," said Harriet, "if this man has the real right to these moneys, it is doubtless at his will to grant forbearance if he will, but when I remember the guise in which I first saw him, with a tattered cloak and a broken head, I can hardly conceive it. Are not you, Richie Menipples, with the king's favour?" "Even say, Master Harriet, of the ancient and honourable house of Castle Collet, near to the Westport of Edinburgh," answered Richie. "Why, please your Majesty, he is a poor serving man," said Harriet. "This money can never be honestly at his disposal." "What for no?" said the king. "Why d'ye have naebody spraikle up the brae but yoursel, Geordie? Your ain cloak was thin enough when ye came here, though ye have lined it gay and weel, and for serving men there has mony a red shank cam over the tweed wi' his master's wallet on his shoulders, and thou rustles it wi' his 6 followers behind him. There stands the man himself. Spirit him, Geordie." "His may not be the best authority in the case," answered the cautious citizen. "Tut, tut, man," said the king, "ye are over scrupulous. The knave deer stealers have an apt phrase, non est inquirendum unde winit venison. He that brings the goods hath surely a right to dispose of the gear. Hark ye, friends, speak the truth and shame the deal. Have ye plenary powers to dispose on the redemption money, as to delay of payments, or the like, aye or no?" "Full power, and it like your gracious Majesty," answered Richie Menipples, "and I am maist willing to subscribe to whatsoever may in ony wise accommodate your Majesty anent the redemption money, trusting your Majesty's grace will be kind to me in one small favour." "Ay, man," said the king, "come ye to me there. I thought ye wad e'en be like the rest of them. One would think our subjects' lives and goods were all our ain, and holden of us at our free will. But when we stand in need of ony matter of siller from them, which chances more frequently than we would it did, deal of bottle is to be had, save on the old terms of gift-gaff. It is just niffer for niffer. A weel, neighbour, what is it that ye want? Some monopoly, I reckon, or it may be a grant of kirklands and teians, or a knighthood, or the like. Ye maun be reasonable, unless ye propose to advance more money for our present occasions." "My liege," answered Richie Menipples, "the owner of these moneys places them at your Majesty's command, free of all pledge or usage, as long as it is your royal pleasure, providing your Majesty will condescend to show some favour to the noble Lord Glenvarloch, presently prisoner in your royal Tower of London." "How, man, how, man, how, man!" exclaimed the king, reddening and stammering, but with emotions more noble than those by which he was sometimes agitated. "What is that you dare to say to us? Sell our justice, sell our mercy, and we a crowned king, sworn to do justice to our subjects in the gate, and responsible for our stewardship to him that is over all kings." Here he reverently looked up, touched his bonnet, and continued with some sharpness, "We dare not traffic in such commodities, sir, and but that ye are a poor ignorant creature that have done us this day some not unpleasant service, we wad have a red iron driven through your tongue in terrorem of others. Away with him, Geordie. Pay him, plack and bawbee, out of our moneys in your hands, and let them care that come a hint." Richie, who had counted with the utmost certainty upon the success of this master stroke of policy, was like an architect whose whole scaffolding at once gives way under him. He caught, however, at what he thought might break his fall. Not only the sum for which the jewels were pledged, he said, but the double of it, if required, should be placed at his Majesty's command, and even without hope or condition of repayment, if only. But the king did not allow him to complete the sentence, crying out with greater vehemence than before, as if he dreaded the stability of his own good resolutions, "Away with him, swith, away with him. It is time he were gane, if he doubles his bode that gate, and for your life, let na Stina or ony of them hear a word from his mouth, for wha kens what trouble that might bring me into. Ne inducus in tentationem, vade retro Sathanas. Amen." In obedience to the royal mandate, George Heriot hurried the abashed petitioner out of the presence and out of the palace, and when they were in the palace yard, the citizen, remembering with some resentment The airs of equality which Ritchie had assumed towards him in the commencement of the scene which had just taken place could not forbear to retaliate by congratulating him with an ironical smile on his favourite court and his improved grace in presenting a supplication. "Never fash your beard about that, Master George Heriot," said Ritchie, totally undismayed, "but tell me when and where I am to supplicate you for £800 sterling, for which these jewels stood engaged." "The instant that you bring with you the real owner of the money," replied Heriot, "whom it is important that I should see on more accounts than one." "Then will I back to his Majesty," said Ritchie manipulatively, stoutly, "and get either the money or the pledge back again. I am fully commissionate to act in that matter." "It may be so, Ritchie," said the citizen, "and perchance it may not be so neither, for your tales are not all gospel, and therefore be assured I will see that it is so ere I pay you that large sum of money. I shall give you an acknowledgment for it, and I will keep it prestable at a moment's warning. But my good Richard Maniplies of Castle Collop, near the west port of Edinburgh, in the meantime, I am bound to return to his Majesty in matters of weight." So speaking, and mounting the stair to re-enter the palace, he added, by way of summing up the whole, "George Heriot is over old a cock to be caught with chaff." Ritchie stood petrified when he beheld him re-enter the palace, and found himself, as he supposed, left in the lurch. "Now plague on ye," he muttered, "for a cunning old skinflint, that because ye are an honest man yourself, forsooth, must needs deal with all the world as if they were knaves. But deal be in me if ye beat me yet. Gude guide us, yonder comes Lord Linklater next, and he will be on me about the sifflication. I winna stand him, by Saint Andrew." So saying, and changing the haughty stride with which he had that morning entered the precincts of the palace into a skulking shamble, he retreated for his wherry, which was in attendance, with speed which, to use the approved phrase on such occasions, greatly resembled a flight. End of chapter 31.
Section 34 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Benedict. This looks not like a nuptial. Much ado about nothing. Master George Heriot had no sooner returned to the king's apartment than James inquired of Maxwell if the Earl of Huntingdon was in attendance, and receiving an answer in the affirmative, desired that he should be admitted. The old Scottish lord having made his reverence in the usual manner, the king extended his hand to be kissed, and then began to address him in a tone of great sympathy. "We told your lordship in our secret epistle of this morning, written with our ain hand in testimony, we have neither pretermitted nor forgotten your faithful service, that we had that to communicate to you that would require both patience and fortitude to endure, and therefore exhorted you to peruse some of the most pithy passages of Seneca and of Boethius de Consolatione, that the back may be, as we say, fitted for the burden. This we commend to you from our ain experience. Non ignara male miseras sacrari disco, saith Dido, and I might say, in my own person, non ignaris. But to change the gender would affect the prosody, whereof our southern subjects are tenacious. So, my Lord of Huntingdon, I trust you have acted by our advice and studied patience before ye need it, when niente occurrite morbo, mix the medicament when the disease is coming on. May it please your Majesty, answered Lord Huntingdon, I am more of an old soldier than a scholar, and if my own rough nature will not bear me out in any calamity, I hope I shall have grace to try a text of Scripture to boot. Ay, man, are you there with your bears? Said the king. The Bible man, touching his cap, is in the principium et fons, but it is pity your lordship cannot peruse it in the original. For although we did ourselves promote that work of translation, since ye may read at the beginning of every Bible, that when some palpable clouds of darkness were thought like to have overshadowed the land, after the setting of that bright occidental star Queen Elizabeth, yet our appearance, like that of the sun in his strength, instantly dispelled these surmised mists.
I say that, although, as therein mentioned, we countenance the preaching of the gospel, and especially the translation of the Scriptures out of the original sacred tongues, yet nevertheless we ourselves confess to have found a comfort in consulting them in the original Hebrew, whilk we do not perceive even in the Latin version of the Septuagint, much less in the English traduction. Please your Majesty, said Lord Huntingdon, if your Majesty delays communicating the bad news with which your honoured letter threatens me, until I am capable to read Hebrew like your Majesty, I fear I shall die in ignorance of the misfortune which has befallen, or is about to befall my house. You will learn it but too soon, my lord, replied the king. I grieve to say it, but your son Dalgarno, whom I thought a very saint, as he was so much with Steenie and baby Charles, hath turned out a very villain. Villain, repeated Lord Huntingdon, and though he instantly checked himself, and added, but it is your Majesty speaks the word, the effect of his first tone made the king step back, as if he had received a blow. He also recovered himself again, and said in the pettish way which usually indicated his displeasure, Yes, my lord, it was we that said it, non surdo canis, we are not deaf. We pray you not to raise your voice in speech with us. There is the bonny memorial. Read and judge for yourself. The king then thrust into the old nobleman's hand a paper containing the story of the Lady Hermione, with the evidence by which it was supported, detailed so briefly and clearly that the infamy of Lord Dalgarno, the lover by whom she had been so shamefully deceived, seemed undeniable. But her father yields not up so easily the cause of his son. May it please your Majesty, he said, why was this tale not sooner told? This woman hath been here for years. Wherefore was the claim on my son not made the instant she touched English ground? Tell him how that came about, Geordie, said the king, dressing Harriet. I grieve to distress my Lord Huntingdon, said Harriet, but I must speak the truth. For a long time the Lady Hermione could not brook the idea of making her situation public, and when her mind became changed in that particular, it was necessary to recover the evidence of the false marriage, and letters and papers connected with it, which, when she came to Paris, and just before I saw her, she had deposited with a correspondent of her father in that city. He became afterwards bankrupt, and in consequence of that misfortune, the lady's papers passed into other hands, and it was only a few days since I traced and recovered them. Without these documents of evidence, it would have been imprudent for her to have preferred her complaint, favoured as Lord Dalgarno is by powerful friends. Ye are saucy to say, said the king. I ken what ye mean weel enough. Ye think Steenie wad hae putten the weight of his foot into the scales of justice, and guard them home the bucket. Ye forget, Geordie, what it is whose hand upholds them, and ye do poor Steenie the mair wrang, for he confessed it ance before us in our privy council that Dalgarno would have put the queen aff on him, the pure simple bairn, making him trow that she was a light of love, in whilk mind he remained assured even when he parted from her, albeit Steenie might hae weel thought ane of they cattle wadna hae resisted the like of him. The Lady Hermione, said George Harriot, has always done the utmost justice to the conduct of the Duke, who, although strongly possessed with prejudice against her character, yet scorned to avail himself of her distress, and on the contrary supplied her with the means of extricating herself from her difficulties. It was e'en like himself. Blessings on his bonny face, said the king, and I believe this lady's tale the mair readily, my Lord Huntingdon, that she spake nae ill of Steenie, and to make a lang tale short, my lord, it is the opinion of our council and ourself as weel as of baby Charles and Steenie, that your son maun amend his wrong by wedding this lady, or undergo such disgrace and discountenance as we can bestow. The person to whom he spoke was incapable of answering him. He stood before the king, motionless, and glaring with eyes of which even the lids seemed immovable, as if suddenly converted into an ancient statue of the times of chivalry, so instantly had his hard features and strong limbs been arrested into rigidity by the blow he had received. And in a second afterwards, like the same statue, when the lightning breaks upon it, he sunk at once to the ground with a heavy groan. The king was in the utmost alarm, called upon Harriet and Maxwell for help, and presence of mind not being his forte, ran to and fro in his cabinet, exclaiming, "My ancient and beloved servant, who saved our anointed self, way atque dolor! My Lord of Huntingdon, look up, man, and your son may marry the Queen of Sheba, if he will." By this time Maxwell and Harriet had raised the old nobleman, and placed him on a chair, while the king, observing that he began to recover himself, continued his consolations more methodically. "Haud up your head, and listen to your ain kind native prince. If there is shame, man, it comesna empty handed. There is siller to gild it, a good tocher, and no that bad a pedigree. If she has been a loon, it was your son made her say, and he can make her an honest woman again." These suggestions, however reasonable in the common case, gave no comfort to Lord Huntingdon, if indeed he fully comprehended them. But the blubbering of his good-natured old master, which began to accompany and interrupt his royal speech, produced more rapid effect. The large tear gushed reluctantly from his eye, as he kissed the withered hands which the king, weeping with less dignity and restraint, abandoned to him, first alternately, and then both together, until the feelings of the man getting entirely the better of the sovereign's sense of dignity, he grasped and shook Lord Huntingdon's hands with the sympathy of an equal and a familiar friend. "Compone lacrimus," said the monarch. "Be patient, man, be patient. The council and baby Charles and Steenie may a gang to the deevil. He shall not marry her, since it moves you so deeply." "He shall marry her, by God," answered the earl, drawing himself up, dashing the tear from his eyes, and endeavouring to recover his composure. "I pray your majesty's pardon, but he shall marry her, with her dishonour for her dowry, were she the veriest courtesan in all Spain. If he gave his word, he shall make his word good. Were it to the meanest creature that haunts the streets, he shall do it, or my own dagger shall take the life that I gave him. If he could stoop to use so base a fraud, though to deceive infamy, let him wed infamy. No, no," the monarch continued to insinuate, "things are not so bad as that. Steenie himself never thought of her being a street walker, even when he thought the worst of her." "If it can at all console my Lord of Huntingdon," said the citizen, "I can assure him of this lady's good birth and most fair and unspotted fame." "I'm sorry for it," said Lord Huntingdon. Then interrupting himself, he said, "Heaven forgive me for being ungrateful for such comfort, but I'm well nigh sorry she should be, as you represent her, so much better than the villain deserves, to be condemned to wed beauty and innocence and honest birth." "Ay, and wealth, my lord." "Wealth," insinuated the king, "is a better sentence than his perfidy has deserved." "It is long," said the embittered father, "since I saw he was selfish and hard-hearted, but to be a perjured liar, I never dreaded that such a blot would have fallen on my race. I will never look on him again." "Hoot, ay, my lord, hoot, ay," said the king. "Ye maun tak him to task roundly. I grant you should speak more in the vein of Demea than Mitio. We numpe et via per vulgata patrum. But as for not seeing him again, and he your only son, that is altogether out of reason. I tell you, man, but I would not for a bottle that baby Charles heard me, that he might gie the glaiks to half the lasses of Lennon, ere I could find in my heart speak such harsh words as you have said of this deal of a Dalgarno of yours." "May it please your majesty to permit me to retire," said Lord Huntingdon, "and dispose of the case according to your own royal sense of justice, for I desire no favour for him." "Aweel, my lord, so be it. And if your lordship can think," added the monarch, "of anything in our power which might comfort you—" "Your majesty's gracious sympathy," said Lord Huntingdon, "has already comforted me, as far as earth can. The rest must be from the King of Kings." To him I commend you, my old and faithful servant, said James with emotion, as the earl withdrew from his presence. The king remained fixed in thought for some time, and then said to Harriet, Jingling Geordie, ye ken all the privy doings of our court, and have doon so these 30 years, though, like a wise man, ye hear and see, and say nothing. Now there is a thing I fain wad ken, in the way of philosophical inquiry. Did you ever hear of the Umquhile, Lady Huntingdon, the departed countess of this noble earl, ganging a wee bit gleed in her walk through the world? I mean in the way of slipping a foot, casting a legland girth, or the like, ye understand me? On my word, as an honest man, said George Heriot, somewhat surprised at the question, I never heard her wronged by the slightest breath of suspicion. She was a worthy lady, very circumspect in her walk, and lived in great concord with her husband, save that the good countess was something of a Puritan, and kept more company with ministers than was altogether agreeable to Lord Huntingdon, who is, as your majesty well knows, a man of the old rough world that will drink and swear. O Geordie, exclaimed the king, these are old world frailties, of whilk we dare not pronounce even ourselves absolutely free. But the world grows worse from day to day, Geordie. The juveniles of this age may weel say with the poet, Aetas parentum pejor avis tulit nos nequiorus. This Dalgarno does not drink so much or swear so much as his father, but he wenches, Geordie, and he breaks his word and oath baith. As to what you say of the leady and the ministers, we are fallible creatures, Geordie, priests and kings, as weel as others, and wha kens but what that may account for the difference between this Dalgarno and his father. The earl is the very soul of honour, and cares nae mair for warrel's gear than a noble hound for the quest of a foul mart. But as for his son, he was like to brazen us out ourselves, Steenie, baby Charles, and our council, till he heard of the tucker, and then by my kingly crown he lapped like a cock at a grossart. These are discrepancies betwixt parent and son not to be accounted for naturally, according to Baptiste Porta, Michael Scott de Secretus, and others. Ah, Jingling Geordie, if you were clouting the cauldron, and jingling on pots, pans, and vessels of all manner of metal, hadn't have jingled your grammar out of your head, I could have touched on that matter to you at mair length. Harry was too plain spoken to express much concern for the loss of his grammar learning on this occasion, but after modestly hinting that he had seen many men who could not fill their father's bonnet, though no one had been suspected of wearing their father's nightcap, he inquired whether Lord Dalgarno had consented to do the Lady Hermione justice. Troth, man, I have small doubt that he will, quoth the king. I gave him the schedule of her worldly substance, which you delivered to us in the council, and we allowed him half an hour to chew the cud upon that. It is rare reading for bringing him to reason. I left baby Charles and Steenie, laying his duty before him, and if he can resist doing what they desire him, why I wish he would teach me the gait of it. Oh, Geordie, Jingling Geordie, it was grand to hear baby Charles laying down the guilt of dissimulation, and Steenie lecturing on the turpitude of incontinence. I'm afraid, said George Eliot Heriot, more hastily than prudently, I might have thought of the old proverb of Satan reproving sin. Deal hey our Saul, neighbour, said the king, reddening, but ye are not blate. I gie ye license to speak freely, and by our soul, ye do not let the privilege become loss non utenda. It will suffer no negative prescription in your hands. Is it fit, think ye, that baby Charles should let his thoughts be publicly seen? No, no, prince's thoughts are arcana imperii. Qui nescit dissimulari, nescit regnari. Every liege subject is bound to speak the whole truth to the king, but there is nae reciprocity of obligation, and for Steenie, having been whiles a dyke-looper at a time, is it for you, who are his goldsmith, and to whom I doubt he owes an uncommodable sum, to cast that up to him? Harry did not feel himself called on to play the part of Zeno, and sacrifice himself for upholding the cause of moral truth. He did not desert it, however, by disavowing his words, but simply expressed sorrow for having offended his majesty, with which the placable king was sufficiently satisfied. And now, Geordie man, quoth he, we will to this culprit and hear what he has to say for himself, for I will see the job cleared this blessed day. Ye maun come wi' me, for your evidence may be wanted. The king led the way, accordingly, into a larger apartment, where the prince, the Duke of Buckingham, and one or two privy councillors were seated at a table, before which stood Lord Dalgarno in an attitude of as much elegant ease and indifference as could be expressed, considering the stiff dress and manners of the times. All rose and bowed reverently, while the king, to use a north country word expressive of his mode of locomotion, toddled to his chair or throne, making a sign to Harriet to stand behind him. We hope, said his Majesty, that Lord Dalgarno stands prepared to do justice to this unfortunate lady, and to his own character and honour. May I humbly inquire the penalty, said Lord Dalgarno, in case I should unhappily find compliance with your Majesty's demands impossible. Banishment frae our court, my lord, said the king, frae our court and our countenance. Unhappy exile that I may be, said Lord Dalgarno, in a tone of subdued irony, I will at least carry your Majesty's picture with me, for I shall never see such another king. And banishment, my lord, said the prince sternly, from these our dominions. That must be thy form of law, please your royal highness, said Dalgarno, with an affectation of deep respect, and I have not heard that there is a statute compelling us under such penalty to marry every woman we may play the fool with. Perhaps his grace of Buckingham can tell me. You are a villain, Dalgarno, said the haughty and vehement favourite. Fie, my lord, fie, to a prisoner, and in presence of your royal and paternal gossip, said Lord Dalgarno, but I will cut this deliberation short. I've looked over this schedule of the goods and effects of Herminia Pauletti, daughter of the late noble, yes, he is called the noble, or I read wrong, Giovanni Pauletti, of the house of Sansovino in Genoa, and of the no less noble Lady Maud Olifaunt, of the house of Glenvarloch. Well, I declare that I was pre-contracted in Spain to this noble lady, and there is passed betwixt us some certain prelibatio matrimonii. And now what more does this grave assembly require of me? That you should repair the gross and infamous wrong you have done the lady by marrying her within this hour, said the prince. Oh, may it please your royal highness, answered Dalgarno, I have a trifling relationship with an old earl, who calls himself my father, who may claim some vote in the matter. Alas, every son is not blessed with an obedient parent. He hazarded a slight glance towards the throne to give meaning to his last words. We have spoken ourselves with Lord Huntingdon, said the king, and are authorized to consent in his name. I could never have expected this intervention of a proxeneta, which the vulgar translate Blackfoot, of such eminent dignity, said Dalgarno, scarce concealing a sneer. And my father hath consented? He was wont to say, ere we left Scotland, that the blood of Huntingdon and of Glenvarloch would not mingle, were they poured into the same basin. Perhaps he has a mind to try the experiment. My lord, said James, we will not be longer trifled with. Will you instantly, and sine mora, take this lady to your wife in our chapel? Statim atque instanter, answered Lord Dalgarno, for I perceive by doing so I shall obtain power to render great services to the Commonwealth. I shall have acquired wealth to supply the wants of your Majesty, and a fair wife to be at the command of his Grace of Buckingham. The Duke rose, passed to the end of the table where Lord Dalgarno was standing, and whispered in his ear, You have placed a fair sister at my command ere now. This taunt cut deep through Lord Dalgarno's assumed composure. He started as if an adder had stung him, but instantly composed himself, and fixing on the Duke's still smiling countenance an eye which spoke unutterable hatred, he pointed the forefinger of his left hand to the hilt of his sword, but in a manner which could scarce be observed by any one save Buckingham. The Duke gave him another smile of bitter scorn, and returned to his seat, in obedience to the commands of the king, who continued calling out, Sit down, Steenie, sit down, I command ye. We will hae nae harms breaking here. Your Majesty needs not fear my patience, said Lord Dalgarno, and that I may keep it the better, I will not utter another word in this presence, save those enjoined to me in that happy portion of the prayer book which begins with Dearly beloved, and ends with amazement. You are a hardened villain, Dalgarno, said the king, and were I the lass, by my father Saul, I would rather brook the stain of having been your concubine than run the risk of becoming your wife. But she shall be under our special protection. Come, my lords, we will ourselves see this blithesome bridal. He gave the signal by rising, and moved towards the door, followed by the train. Lord Dalgarno attended, speaking to none, and spoken to by no one, yet seeming as easy and unembarrassed in his gait and manner as if in reality a happy bridegroom. They reached the chapel by a private entrance which communicated from the royal apartment. The Bishop of Winchester, in his pontifical dress, stood beside the altar, on the other side supported by Mona Paula, the colourless, faded, half-lifeless form of the Lady Hermione, or Erminia Pauletti. Lord Dalgarno bowed profoundly to her, and the prince, observing the horror with which she regarded him, walked up and said to her with much dignity, Madam, ere you put yourself under the authority of this man, let me inform you he hath in the fullest degree vindicated your honour, so far as concerns your former intercourse. It is for you to consider whether you will put your fortune and happiness into the hands of one who has shown himself unworthy of all trust. The lady with much difficulty found words to make reply. I owe to his majesty's goodness, she said, the care of providing me some reservation out of my own fortune for my decent sustenance. The rest cannot be better disposed than in buying back the fair fame of which I am deprived, and the liberty of ending my life in peace and seclusion. The contract has been drawn up, said the king, under our own eye, specially discharging the potestas maritalis, and agreeing they shall live separate. So buckle them, my lord bishop, as fast as you can, that they may sunder again the sooner. The bishop accordingly opened his book, and commenced the marriage ceremony under circumstances so novel and so inauspicious. The responses of the bride were only expressed by inclinations of the head and body, while those of the bridegroom were spoken boldly and distinctly, with a tone resembling levity, if not scorn. When it was concluded, Lord Dalgarno advanced as if to salute the bride, but seeing that she drew back in fear and abhorrence, he contented himself with making her a low bow. He then drew up his form to its height, and stretched himself, as if examining the power of his limbs, but elegantly, and without any forcible change of attitude. I could caper yet, he said, though I am in fetters, but they are of gold and lightly worn. Well, I see, all eyes look cold on me, and it is time I should withdraw. The sun shines elsewhere than in England, but first I must ask how this fair Lady Dalgarno is to be bestowed. Methinks it is but decent I should know. Is she to be sent to the harem of my Lord Duke, or is this worthy citizen as before? Hold thy tongue, ribble, hold thy base, ribald tongue, said his father, Lord Huntingdon, who had kept in the background during the ceremony, and now stepping suddenly forward, caught the lady by the arm, and confronted her unworthy husband. The Lady Dalgarno, he continued, shall remain as a widow in my house. A widow, I esteem her as much as if the grave had closed over her dishonoured husband. Lord Dalgarno exhibited momentary symptoms of extreme confusion, and said in a submissive tone, If you, my lord, can wish me dead, I cannot, though your heir returned the compliment. Few of the firstborn of Israel, he added, recovering himself from the single touch of emotion he had displayed, can say so much with truth, but I will convince you ere I go that I am a true descendant of a house famed for its memory of injuries. I marvel your majesty will listen to him longer, said Prince Charles. Methinks we have heard enough of his daring insolence. But James, who took the interest of a true gossip in such a scene as was now passing, could not bear to cut the controversy short, but imposed silence on his son with, Wisht, baby Charles, there is a good bairn, wisht. I want to hear what the frontless loon can say. Only, sir, said Dalgarno, that but for one single line in this schedule, all else that it contains could not have bribed me to take that woman's hand into mine. That line maun have been the summa totalis, said the king. Not so, sire, replied Dalgarno. The sum total might indeed have been an object for consideration even to a Scottish king at no very distant period, but it would have had little charms for me, save that I see here an entry which gives me the power of vengeance over the family of Glenvarloch, and learn from it that yonder pale bride, when she put the wedding torch into my hand, gave me the power of burning her mother's house to ashes. How is that? Said the king. What is he speaking about, jingling Geordie? This friendly citizen, my liege, said Lord Dalgarno, hath expended a sum belonging to my lady, and now I thank heaven to me in acquiring a certain mortgage or wancet over the estate of Glenvarloch, which, if it be not redeemed before tomorrow at noon, will put me in possession of the fair demesnes of those who once called themselves our house's rivals. Can this be true? Said the king. It is even but too true, please your majesty, answered the citizen. The lady Hermione having advanced the money for the original creditor, I was obliged in honour and honesty to take the rights to her, and doubtless they passed to her husband. But the warrant, man, said the king, the warrant on our exchequer, couldn't that supply the lad with the means of redemption? Unhappily, my liege, he has lost it, or disposed of it. It is not to be found. He is the most unlucky youth. This is a proper spot of work, said the king, beginning to amble about, and play with the points of his doublet and hose, in expression of dismay. We cannot aid him, without paying our debts twice over, and we have, in the present state of our exchequer, scarce the means of paying them once. You have told me news, said Lord Dalgarno, but I will take no advantage. Do not, said his father, be a bold villain, since thou must be one, and seek revenge with arms, and not with the usurer's weapons. Pardon me, my lord, said Lord Dalgarno. Pen and ink are now my surest means of vengeance, and more land is won by the lawyer with the ram skin than by the Andrea Ferrara with his sheep's head handle. But as I said before, I will take no advantages. I will await in town tomorrow, near Covent Garden. If any one will pay the redemption money to my scrivener, with whom the deeds lie, the better for Lord Glenvarloch. If not, I will go forward on the next day, and travel with all dispatch to the north to take possession. Take a father's malison with you, unhappy wretch, said Lord Huntingdon. And a king's, who is pater patriae, said James. I trust to bear both lightly, said Lord Dalgarno, and bowing around him he withdrew, while all present, oppressed and as it were overawed by his determined effrontery, found they could draw breath more freely when he at length relieved them of his society. Lord Huntingdon, applying himself to comfort his new daughter-in-law, withdrew with her also, and the king with his privy council, whom he had not dismissed, again returned to his council chamber, though the hour was unusually late. Harriet's attendance was still commanded, but for what reason was not explained to them. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. I'll play the eavesdropper. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. James had no sooner resumed his seat at the council board than he began to hitch in his chair, cough, use his handkerchief, and make other intimations that he meditated a long speech. The council composed themselves to the beseeming degree of attention. Charles, as strict in his notions of decorum as his father was indifferent to it, fixed himself in an attitude of rigid and respectful attention, while the haughty favourite, conscious of his power over both father and son, stretched himself more easily on his seat, and in assuming an appearance of listening, seemed to pay a debt to ceremonial rather than to duty. I doubt not, my lord, said the monarch, that some of you may be thinking the hour of refection is past, and that it is time to ask, with the slave in the comedy, quid de symbolo. Nevertheless, to do justice and exercise judgment is our meat and drink, and now we are to pray your wisdom to consider the case of this unhappy youth, Lord Glenvarloch, and see whether, consistently with our honour, anything can be done in his favour. I'm surprised at your majesty's wisdom making the inquiry, said the duke. It is plain this Dalgarno hath proved one of the most insolent villains on earth, and it must therefore be clear that if Lord Glenvarloch had run him through the body, there would but have been out of the world a knave who had lived in it too long. I think Lord Glenvarloch hath had much wrong, and I regret that, by the persuasions of this false fellow, I have myself had some hand in it. Ye speak like a child, Steenie. I mean my Lord of Buckingham, answered the king, and as one that does not understand the logic of the schools, for an action may be inconsequential or even meritorious, quod hominem, that is, as touching him upon whom it is acted, and yet most criminal, quod locum, or considering the place wherein it is done, as a man may lawfully dance, crighty beardy, or any other dance, in a tavern, but not inter paritas ecclesiae. So that though it may have been a good deed to have sticked Lord Dalgarno, being such as he has shown himself, anywhere else, yet it fell under the plain statute, when violence was offered within the verge of the court. For let me tell you, my lords, the statute against striking would be of no small use in our court, if it could be eluded by justifying the person stricken to be a knave. It is much to be lamented that I ken nae court in Christendom where knaves are not to be found, and if men are to break the peace under pretence of beating them, why it will rain Jedart staves in our very antechamber. What your Majesty says, replied Prince Charles, is marked with your usual wisdom. The precincts of palaces must be sacred, as well as the persons of kings, which are respected even in the most barbarous nations, as being one step only beneath their divinities. But your Majesty's will can control the severity of this and every other law, and it is in your power, on consideration of his case, to grant the rash young man a free pardon. Rem acus testigisti Carola me purula, answered the king. And know, my lords, that we have, by a shrewd device and gift of our own, already sounded the very depth of this Lord Glenvarloch's disposition. I trow there be among you some that remember my handling in the curious case of my Lady Lake, and how I trimmed them about the story of hearkening behind the arras. Now this put me to cogitation, and I remembered me of having read that Dionysius, king of Syracuse, whom historians call Tyrannos, which signifieth not in the Greek tongue as in ours a truculent usurper, but a royal king who governs, it may be, something more strictly than we and other lawful monarchs, whom the ancients termed Basilius. Now this Dionysius of Syracuse caused cunning workmen to build for himself a lug. Do ye ken what that is, my lord bishop? A cathedral, I presume to guess, answered the bishop. What the deal, man? I crave your lordship's pardon for swearing, but it was no cathedral, only a lurking place called the King's Lug or Ear, where he could sit undescried and hear the converse of his prisoners. Now, sirs, in imitation of this Dionysius, whom I took for my pattern, the rather that he was a great linguist and grammarian, and taught a school with good applause, after his abdication, either he or his successor of the same name, it matters not whilk, I've caused them to make a lug up at the state prison of the tower yonder, more like a pulpit than a cathedral, my lord bishop, and communicating with the arras behind the lieutenant's chamber, where we may sit and privily hear the discourse of such prisoners as are pent up there for state offences, and so creep into the very secrets of our enemies. The prince cast a glance towards the duke, expressive of great vexation and disgust. Buckingham shrugged his shoulders, but the motion was so slight as to be almost imperceptible. Weel, my lord, ye ken the fray at the hunting this morning. I shall not get out of the trembling exercise until I have a sound night's sleep. Just after that they bring ye in a pretty page that had been found in the park. We were warned against examining him ourselves by the anxious care of those around us. Nevertheless, holding our life ever at the service of these kingdoms, we commanded all to avoid the room, the rather that we suspected this boy to be a girl. What think ye, my lords? Few of you would have thought I had a hawk's eye for sick gear, but we thank God that though we are old, we know so much of such toys as may beseem a man of decent gravity. Weel, my lords, we questioned this maiden in male attire ourselves, and I profess it was a very pretty interrogatory, and well followed. For though she at first professed that she assumed this disguise in order to countenance the woman who should present us with the Lady Hermione's petition, for whom she professed entire affection, yet when we, suspecting Anguis in Urba, did put her to the very question, she was compelled to own a virtuous attachment for Glenvarlochades, in such a pretty passion of shame and fear, that we had much ado to keep our own eyes from keeping company with hers in weeping. Also she laid before us the false practices of this Dalgarno towards Glenvarlochades, inveigling him into houses of ill resort, and giving him evil counsel under pretext of sincere friendship, whereby the inexperienced lad was led to do what was prejudicial to himself and offensive to us. But however prettily she told her tale, we determined not altogether to trust to her narration, but rather to try the experiment whilk we had devised for such occasions, and having ourselves speedily passed from Greenwich to the Tower, we constituted ourselves eavesdropper, as it is called, to observe what should pass between Glenvarlochades and his page, whom we caused to be admitted to his apartment, well judging that if they were of counsel together to deceive us, it could not be but something of it would spunk out. And what think ye we saw, my lords? Nathing for you to sniggle and laugh at, Steenie, for I question if you could have played the temperate and Christian-like part of this poor lad Glenvarloch. He might be a father of the church, in comparison of you, man. And then to try his patience yet farther, we loosed on him a courtier and a citizen, that is Sir Mungo Malagrother, and our servant George Heriot here, wha dang the poor lad about, and didna greatly spare our royal selves. You mind, Geordie, what you said about the wives and concubines, but I forgie ye, man, nae need of kneeling, I forgive ye, and readier that it regards a certain particular whilk, as it added not much to Solomon's credit, the like of it cannot be said to impinge on ours. Aweel, my lords, for all temptation of sore distress and evil ensample, this poor lad never loosed his tongue on us to say one unbecoming word, which inclines us the rather, acting always by your wise advice, to treat this affair of the park as a thing done in the heat of blood and under strong provocation, and therefore to confer our free pardon on Lord Glenvarloch. I am happy your gracious majesty, said the Duke of Buckingham, has arrived at that conclusion, though I could never have guessed at the road by which you attained it. I trust, said Prince Charles, that it is not a path which your majesty will think it consistent with your high dignity to tread frequently. Never while I live again, baby Charles, that I give you my royal word on. They say that hearkeners hear ill tales of themselves. By my soul, my very ears are tingling with that old sorrow Sir Mungo's sarcasms. He called us close-fisted, Steenie. I'm sure you can contradict that, but it is mere envy in the old mutilated sinner, because he himself has neither a noble to hold in his loof, nor fingers to close on it if he had. Here the king lost recollection of Sir Mungo's irreverence in chuckling over his own wit, and only farther alluded to it by saying, we must give the old maunderer bos in linguam, something to stop his mouth, or he will rail at us from Dan to Beersheba. And now, my lords, let our warrant of mercy to Lord Glenvarloch be presently expedited, and he put to his freedom, and as his estate is likely to go so sleeveless a gait, we will consider what means of favour we can show him. My lords, I wish you an appetite to an early supper, for our labours have approached that term. Baby Charles and Steenie, you will remain till our couchee. My lord bishop, you will be pleased to stay to bless our meat. Geordie, Heriot, a word with you apart. His Majesty then drew the citizen into a corner, while the councillors, those excepted who had been commanded to remain, made their obeisance and withdrew. Geordie, said the king, my good and trusty servant. Here he busied his fingers much with the points and ribbons of his dress. Ye see that we have granted from our own natural sense of right and justice that which yon long-backed fallow, Maniples I think they call him, proffered to purchase from us with a mighty bribe, whilk we refused, as being a crowned king, who would neither sell our justice nor our mercy for pecuniar consideration. Now what think ye should be the upshot of this? My Lord Glenvarloch's freedom, and his restoration to your Majesty's favour, said Harriet. I ken that, said the king peevishly. Ye are very dull to-day. I mean, what do you think this fallow Maniples should think about the matter? Surely that your Majesty is a most good and gracious sovereign, answered Harriet. We need to be good and gracious baith, said the king, still more pettishly, that have idiots about us that cannot understand what we meant at, unless we speak it out in brave lowlands. See this shield Maniples, sir, and tell him what we have done for Lord Glenvarloch, in whom he takes such part, out of our own gracious motion, though we refuse to do it on any proffer of private advantage. Now you may put it till him, as if of your own mind, whether it will be a gracious or a dutiful part in him to press us for present payment of the 200 or 300 miserable pounds for whilk we were obliged to pignorate our jewels. Indeed, mony men may think ye wad do the part of a good citizen, if you took it on yourself to refuse him payment, seeing he hath had what he professed to esteem full satisfaction, and considering moreover that it is evident he hath no pressing need of the money, whereof we have much necessity. George Heriot sighed internally. Oh, my master, thought he, my dear master, is it then fated you are never to indulge any kingly or noble sentiment, without its being sullied by some afterthought of interested selfishness? The king troubled himself not about what he thought, but taking him by the collar said, Ye ken my meaning now, Jingler, away wi' ye. You are a wise man, manage it your ain gait, but forget not our present straits. The citizen made his obeisance and withdrew. And now, Baron, said the king, what do you look upon each other for, and what have you got to ask of your dear dad and gossip? Only, said the prince, that it would please your Majesty to command the lurking place at the prison to be presently built up. The groans of a captive should not be brought in evidence against him. What? Build up my lug, baby Charles? And ye have better deaf than hear ill tales of oneself, so let them build it up hard and fast without delay, the rather that my back is sare with sitting in it for a whole hour. And now let us see what the cooks have been doing for us, bonny bairns. End of chapter 33. Section 36 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. To this brave man the knight repairs for counsel in his law affairs, and found him mounted in his pew, with books and money placed for show, like nest eggs to make clients lay, and for his false opinion pay. Hudibras. Our readers may recollect a certain smooth-tongued, lank-haired, buckram-suited Scottish scrivener, who in the earlier part of this history appeared in the character of a protégé of George Heriot. It is to his house we are about to remove, but times have changed with him. The petty booth hath become a chamber of importance. The buckram suit is changed into black velvet, and although the wearer retains his puritanical humility and politeness to clients of consequence, he can now look others broad in the face, and treat them with a full allowance of superior opulence, and the insolence arising from it. It was but a short period that had achieved these alterations, nor was the party himself, as yet, entirely accustomed to them, but the change was becoming less embarrassing to him with every day's practice. Among other acquisitions of wealth you may see one of Davy Ramsay's best timepieces on the table, and his eye is frequently observing its revolutions, while a boy, whom he employs as a scribe, is occasionally sent out to compare its progress with the clock of St. Dunstan. The scrivener himself seemed considerably agitated. He took from a strong box a bundle of parchments, and read passages of them with great attention. then began to soliloquize. There is no outlet which law can suggest, no back door of evasion, none, if the lands of Glenvarloch are not redeemed before it rings noon. Lord Dalgarno has them a cheap pennyworth. Strange that he should have been at last able to set his patron at defiance, and achieve for himself the fair estate with the prospect of which he so long flattered the powerful Buckingham. Might not Andrew Scurley-Witter nick him as neatly? He hath been my patron, true, not more than Buckingham was his, and he can be so no more, for he departs presently for Scotland. I'm glad of it. I hate him, and I fear him. He knows too many of my secrets. I know too many of his. But no, 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 I need never attempt it. There are no means of overreaching him. Well, Willie, what o'clock? 11 hours. Just chapped, sir. Go to your desk without, child, said the scrivener. What to do next? I shall lose the old Earl's fair business, and what is worse, his son's foul practice. Old Harriet looks too close into business to permit me more than the paltry and ordinary dues. The Whitefriars business was profitable, but it has become unsafe ever since. Pah! What brought that in my head just now? I can hardly hold my pen. If men should see me in this way. Willie, calling aloud to the boy, a cup of distilled waters. So, now I could face the devil. He spoke the last words aloud, and close by the door of the apartment, which was suddenly opened by Richie Maniples, followed by 2 gentlemen, and attended by 2 porters bearing money-bags. If ye can face the devil, Maester Scurley-Witter, said Richie, ye will be the less likely to turn your back on a sack or tway o' siller, which I have ta'en the freedom to bring you. Sathanas and Mammon are near akin. The porters at the same time ranged their load on the floor. I, stammered the surprised scrivener, I cannot guess what you mean, sir. Only that I have brought you the redemption money on the part of Lord Glenvarloch, in discharge of a certain mortgage over his family inheritance. And here, in good time, comes Master Reginald Lowestoft and another honourable gentleman of the Temple to be witnesses to the transaction. I incline to think, said the scrivener, that the term is expired. You will pardon us, Master Scrivener, said Lowestoft. You will not baffle us. It wants 3/4 of noon by every clock in the city. I must have time, gentlemen, said Andrew, to examine the gold by tale and weight. Do so at your leisure, Master Scrivener, replied Lowestoft again. We have already seen the contents of each sack told in weight, and we have put our seals on them. There they stand in a row, 20 in number, each containing 300 yellow hammers. We are witnesses to the lawful tender. Gentlemen, said the scrivener, this security now belongs to a mighty lord. I pray you abate your haste, and let me send for Lord Dalgarno, or rather I will run for him myself. So saying, he took up his hat, but Lowestoft called out, Friend Maniples, keep the door fast, and thou beest the man. He seeks but to put off the time. In plain terms, Andrew, you may send for the devil if you will, who is the mightiest lord of my acquaintance, but from hence you stir not till you have answered our proposition by rejecting or accepting the redemption money fairly tendered. There it lies, take it or leave it as you will. I have skill enough to know that the law is mightier than any lord in Britain. I've learned so much at the Temple, if I've learned nothing else, and see that you trifle not with it, lest it make your long ears an inch shorter, Master Scurley-Witter. Nay, gentlemen, if you threaten me, said the scrivener, I cannot resist compulsion. No threats at all, my little Andrew, said Lowestoft, a little friendly advice only. Forget not, honest Andrew, I have seen you in Alsatia. Without answering a single word, the scrivener sat down and drew in proper form a full receipt for the money proffered. I take it on your report, Master Lowestoft, he said. I hope you will remember I have insisted neither upon weight nor tale. I have been civil. If there is deficiency, I shall come to loss. Fill up his nose with a gold piece, Richie, quoth the Templar. Take up the papers, and now wend we merrily to dine, thou wot'st where. If I might choose, said Richie, it should not be at yonder roguish ordinary, but as it is your pleasure, gentlemen, the treat shall be given wheresoever you will have it. At the ordinary, said the one Templar. At Beaujeu's, said the other. It is the only house in London for neat wines, nimble drawers, choice dishes, and high charges, quoth Ritchie Monipples. But as I said before, gentlemen, ye have a right to command me in this thing, having so frankly rendered me your service in this small matter of business, without other stipulation than that of a slight banquet. The latter part of this discourse passed in the street, where, immediately afterwards, they met Lord Dalgarno. He appeared in haste, touched his hat slightly to Master Lowestoft, who returned his reverence with the same negligence, and walked slowly on with his companion, while Lord Dalgarno stopped Ritchie Monipples with a commanding sign, which the instinct of education compelled Monipples, though indignant, to obey. "Whom do you now follow, sir?" demanded the noble. "Whomsoever goeth before me, my lord," answered Monipples. "No sauciness, you knave. I desire to know if you still serve Nigel Olifaunt," said Dalgarno. "I am friend to the noble Lord Glenvarloch," answered Monipples with dignity. "True," replied Lord Dalgarno, "that noble lord has sunk to seek friends among lackeys. Nevertheless, hark thee hither. Nevertheless, if he be of the same mind as when we last met, thou mayest show him that on tomorrow at 4 afternoon I shall pass northward by Enfield Chase. I will be slenderly attended, as I design to send my train through Barnet. It is my purpose to ride an easy pace through the forest, and to linger a while by Camlet Moat. He knows the place, and if he be aught but an Alsatian bully, will think it fitter for some purposes than the park. He is, I understand, at liberty, or shortly to be so. If he fail me at the place nominated, he must seek me in Scotland, where he will find me possessed of his father's estates and lands." "Humph!" muttered Ritchie. "There go 2 words to that bargain." He even meditated a joke on the means which he was conscious he possessed of baffling Lord Dalgarno's expectations, but there was something of keen and dangerous excitement in the eyes of the young nobleman which prompted his discretion for once to rule his wit, and he only answered, "God grant your lordship may well brook your new conquest when you get it. I shall do your errand to my lord. Wilk is to say," he added internally, "he shall never hear a word of it from Ritchie. I'm not the lad to put him in such hazard." Lord Dalgarno looked at him sharply for a moment, as if to penetrate the meaning of the dry, ironical tone which, in spite of Ritchie's awe, mingled with his answer, and then waved his hand in signal he should pass on. He himself walked slowly till the trio were out of sight, then turned back with hasty steps to the door of the scrivener, which he had passed in his progress, knocked, and was admitted. Lord Dalgarno found the man of law, with the money bag still standing before him, and it escaped not his penetrating glance that Skirly-Witter was disconcerted and alarmed at his approach. "How now, man," he said, "what, hast thou not a word of oily compliment to me on my happy marriage, not a word of most philosophical consolation on my disgrace at court? Or has my mien, as a wittol and discarded favourite, the properties of the Gorgon's head, the turbati pallidus arma, as Majesty might say?" "My lord, I'm glad; my lord, I'm sorry," answered the trembling scrivener, who, aware of the vivacity of Lord Dalgarno's temper, dreaded the consequence of the communication he had to make to him. "Glad and sorry," answered Lord Dalgarno, "that is, blowing hot and cold with a witness. Hark ye, you picture of petty larceny personified, if you are sorry I am a cuckold, remember I am only mine own, you knave. There is too little blood in her cheeks to have sent her astray elsewhere. Well, I will bear mine antlered honours as I may. Gold shall gild them, and for my disgrace revenge shall sweeten it. I revenge, and there strikes the happy hour." The hour of noon was accordingly heard to peal from St. Dunstan's. "Well banged, brave hammers," said Lord Dalgarno in triumph. "The estate and lands of Glenvarloch are crushed beneath these clanging blows. If my steel tomorrow prove but as true as your iron maces today, the poor landless lord will little miss what your peel hath cut him out from. The papers, thou varlet. I am tomorrow northward ho. At 4 afternoon I am bound to be at Camlet Moat in the Enfield Chase. Tonight most of my retinue set forward. The papers, come, dispatch." "My lord, the papers of the Glenvarloch mortgage, I have them not." "Have them not?" echoed Lord Dalgarno. "Hast thou sent them to my lodgings, thou varlet? Did I not say I was coming hither? What mean you by pointing to that money? What villainy have you done for it? It is too large to be come honestly by. Your lordship knows best, answered the scrivener, in great perturbation. The gold is your own. It is not the redemption money of the Glenvarloch estate, said Dalgarno. Dare not say it is, or I will, upon the spot, divorce your pettifogging soul from your carrion carcass. So saying, he seized the scrivener by the collar, and shook him so vehemently that he tore it from the cassock. My lord, I must call for help, said the trembling caitiff, who felt at that moment all the bitterness of the mortal agony. It was the law's act, not mine. What could I do? Dost ask? Why, thou snivelling dribbet of damnation, were all thy oaths, tricks, and lies spent? Or do you hold yourself too good to utter them in my service? Thou shouldst have lied, cozened, outsworn truth itself, rather than stood betwixt me and my revenge. But mark me, he continued, I know more of your pranks than would hang thee. A line from me to the Attorney General, and thou art sped. What would you have me to do, my lord? Said the scrivener. All that art and law can accomplish, I will try. Ah, are you converted? Do so, or pity of your life, said the lord, and remember, I never fail my word. Then keep that accursed gold, he continued, or stay, I will not trust you. Send me this gold home presently to my lodging. I will still forward to Scotland, and it shall go hard but that I hold out Glenvarloch Castle against the owner by means of the ammunition he has himself furnished. Thou art ready to serve me. The scrivener professed the most implicit obedience. Then remember, the hour was past ere payment was tendered, and see thou hast witnesses of trusty memory to prove that point. Tush, my lord, I will do more, said Andrew, reviving. I will prove that Lord Glenvarloch's friends threatened, swaggered, and drew swords on me. Did your lordship think I was ungrateful enough to have suffered them to prejudice your lordship, save that they had bare swords at my throat? Enough said, replied Dalgarno. You are perfect. Mind that you continue so, as you would avoid my fury. I leave my page below. Get porters, and let them follow me instantly with the gold. So saying, Lord Dalgarno left the scrivener's habitation. Skirlywitter, having dispatched his boy to get porters of trust for transporting the money, remained alone, and in dismay, meditating by what means he could shake himself free of the vindictive and ferocious nobleman, who possessed at once a dangerous knowledge of his character and the power of exposing him where exposure would be ruin. He had indeed acquiesced in the plan, rapidly sketched, for obtaining possession of the ransomed estate, but his experience foresaw that this would be impossible, while on the other hand he could not anticipate the various consequences of Lord Dalgarno's resentment, without fears from which his sordid soul recoiled. To be in the power, and subject both to the humours and the extortions, of a spendthrift young lord, just when his industry had shaped out the means of fortune, it was the most cruel trick which fate could have played the incipient usurer. While the scrivener was in this fit of anxious anticipation, one knocked at the door of the apartment, and being desired to enter, appeared in the coarse riding cloak of uncut Wiltshire cloth, fastened by a broad leather belt and brass buckle, which was then generally worn by graziers and countrymen. Skirlywitter, believing he saw in his visitor a country client who might prove profitable, had opened his mouth to request him to be seated, when the stranger, throwing back his frieze hood, which he had drawn over his face, showed the scrivener features well imprinted in his recollection, but which he never saw without a disposition to swoon. Is it you? He said faintly, as the stranger replaced the hood which concealed his features. Who else should it be? Said his visitor. Thou son of parchment, got betwixt the inkhorn and the stuffed process bag, that mayest call the pen thy father, and the ink thy mother, the wax thy brother, and the sand thy sister, and the good pillory thy cousin allied. Rise and do reverence unto me, thy better. Not yet down to the country, said the scrivener, after every warning. Do not think your grazier's cloak will bear you out, captain. No, nor your scraps of stage plays. Why, what would you have me to do? Said the captain. Would you have me starve? If I am to fly, you must eke my wings with a few feathers. You can spare them, I think. You had means already. You have had 10 pieces. What has become of them? Gone, answered Captain Culpeper. Gone, no matter where. I had a mind to bite, and I was bitten, that's all. I think my hand shook at the thought of t'other night's work, for I trolled the doctors like a very baby. And you have lost all, then? Well, take this and be gone, said the scrivener. What, 2 poor smelts? Marry, plague of your bounty. But remember, you are as deep in as I. Not so, by heaven, answered the scrivener. I only thought of easing the old man of some papers and a trifle of his gold, and you took his life. Were he living, answered Culpeper, he would rather have lost it than his money. But that is not the question, Master Scurly-Witter. You undid the private bolts of the window when you visited him about some affairs on the day ere he died. So satisfy yourself that if I am taken I will not swing alone. Pity Jack Hempsfield is dead. It spoils the old catch. And 3 merry men, and 3 merry men, and 3 merry men are we, as ever did sing 3 parts in a string, all under the triple tree. For God's sake, speak lower, said the scrivener. Is this a place or time to make your midnight catches heard? But how much will serve your turn? I tell you, I am but ill provided. You tell me a lie, then, said the bully, a most palpable and gross lie. How much do you say will serve my turn? Why, 1 of these bags will do for the present. I swear to you that these bags of money are not at my disposal. Not honestly, perhaps, said the captain, but that makes little difference betwixt us. I swear to you, continued the scrivener, they are in no way at my disposal. They have been delivered to me by tale. I am to pay them over to Lord Dalgarno, whose boy waits for them, and I could not skelder 1 piece out of them without risk of hue and cry. Can you not put off the delivery, said the bravo, his huge hand still fumbling with 1 of the bags, as if his fingers longed to close on it. Impossible, said the scrivener. He sets forward to Scotland tomorrow. Ay, said the bully, after a moment's thought. Travels he the north road with such a charge? He is well accompanied, added the scrivener. But what? Said the bravo. Nay, I meant nothing, said the scrivener. Thou hadst the wind of some good thing, replied Culpepper. I saw thee pause like a setting dog. Thou wilt say as little, and make as sure a sign, as a well-bred spaniel. All I meant to say, captain, was that his servants go by Barnet, and he himself with his page passed through Enfield Chase, and he spoke to me yesterday of riding a soft pace. Aha! Comest thou to me there, my boy? And of resting, continued the scrivener, resting a space at Camlet Moat. Why, this is better than cock-fighting, said the captain. I see not how it can advantage you, captain, said the scrivener, but however they cannot ride fast, for his page rides the sumpter horse, which carries all that weight, pointing to the money on the table. Lord Dalgarno looks sharp to the world's gear. That horse will be obliged to those who may ease him of his burden, said the bravo, and egad he may be met with. He hath still that page, that same Luton, that goblin. Well, the boy hath set game for me ere now. I will be revenged too, for I owe him a grudge for an old score at the ordinary. Let me see, Black Feltham and Dick Shakebag. We shall want a 4th, I love to make sure, and the booty will stand parting besides what I can bucket them out of. Well, scrivener, lend me 2 pieces. Bravely done, nobly imparted. Give you good den. And wrapping his disguise closer around him, away he went. When he had left the room, the scrivener wrung his hands and exclaimed, More blood, more blood. I thought to have had done with it, but this time there was no fault with me, none, and then I shall have all the advantage. If this ruffian falls, there is truce with his tugs at my purse strings, and if Lord Dalgarno dies, as is most likely, for though as much afraid of cold steel as a debtor of a dun, this fellow is a deadly shot from behind a bush, then am I in 1,000 ways safe, safe, safe. We willingly drop the curtain over him and his reflections. End of chapter 34. Section 37 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. We are not worst at once. The course of evil begins so slowly, and from such slight source, an infant's hand might stem its breach with clay. But let the stream get deeper, and philosophy, aye, and religion too, shall strive in vain to turn the headlong torrent. Old play. The Templars had been regaled by our friend Richie Maniples in a private chamber at Beaujeurs, where he might be considered as good company, for he had exchanged his serving man's cloak and jerkin for a grave yet handsome suit of clothes in the fashion of the times, but such as might have befitted an older man than himself. He had positively declined presenting himself at the ordinary, a point to which his companions were very desirous to have brought him, for it will be easily believed that such wags as Lowestoft and his companion were not indisposed to a little merriment at the expense of the raw and pedantic Scotsman, besides the chance of easing him of a few pieces, of which he appeared to have acquired considerable command, but not even a succession of measures of sparkling sack in which the little brilliant atoms circulated like motes in the sun's rays, had the least effect on Ritchie's sense of decorum. He retained the gravity of a judge, even while he drank like a fish, partly from his own natural inclination to good liquor, partly in the way of good fellowship towards his guests. When the wine began to make some innovation on their heads, Master Lowestoft, tired, perhaps, of the humours of Ritchie, who began to become yet more stoically contradictory and dogmatical than even in the earlier part of the entertainment, proposed to his friend to break up their debauch and join the gamesters. The drawer was called accordingly, and Ritchie discharged the reckoning of the party with a generous remuneration to the attendants, which was received with cap and knee, and many assurances of kindly welcome, gentlemen. I grieve we should part so soon, gentlemen, said Ritchie to his companions, and I would you had cracked another quart ere you went, or stayed to take some slight matter of supper and a glass of Rhenish. I thank you, however, for having graced my poor collation thus far, and I commend you to fortune in your own courses, for the ordinary neither was, is, nor shall be an element of mine. Fare thee well, then, said Lowestoft, most sapient and sententious Master Meniples. May you soon have another mortgage to redeem, and may I be there to witness it, and may you play the good fellow as heartily as you have done this day. Nay, gentlemen, it is merely of your grace to say so, but if you would but hear me speak a few words of admonition respecting this wicked ordinary. Reserve the lesson, most honourable Ritchie, said Lowestoft, until I've lost all my money, showing at the same time a purse indifferently well provided, and then the lecture is likely to have some weight. And keep my share of it, Ritchie, said the other Templar, showing an almost empty purse in his turn, till this be full again, and then I will promise to hear you with some patience. Ay, ay, gallant, said Ritchie, the full and the empty gang, ay, agate, and that is a grey one, but the time will come. Nay, it is come already, said Lowestoft. They have set out the hazard table. Since you will peremptorily not go with us, why, farewell, Ritchie. And farewell, gentlemen, said Ritchie, and left the house into which they had returned. Meniples was not many steps from the door, when a person whom, lost in his reflections on gaming, ordinaries, and the manners of the age, he had not observed, and who had been as negligent on his part, ran full against him, and when Ritchie desired to know whether he meant only incivility, replied by a curse on Scotland and all that belonged to it. A less round reflection on his country would at any time have provoked Ritchie, but more especially when he had a double quart of canary, and better in his pate. He was about to give a very rough answer, and to second his word by action, when a closer view of his antagonist changed his purpose. You are the very lad in the world, said Ritchie, whom I most wish to meet. And you, answered the stranger, or any of your beggarly countrymen, are the last sight I should ever wish to see. You Scots are ever fair and false, and an honest man cannot thrive within eye-shot of you. As to our poverty, friend, replied Ritchie, that is as heaven pleases. But touching our falsehood, I'll prove to you that a Scotsman bears as leal and true a heart to his friend as ever beat an English doublet. I care not whether he does or not, said the gallant. Let me go. Why keep you hold of my cloak? Let me go, or I will thrust you into the kennel. I believe I could forgie ye, for you did me a good turn once in plucking me out of it, said the Scot. But shrew my fingers then if they did so, replied the stranger. I would your whole country lay there along with you, and heaven's curse bite the hand that helped to raise them. Why do you stop my way? He added fiercely. Because it is a bad one, Master Jenkins, said Ritchie. Nay, never start about it, man. You see you are known. Alack-a-day, that an honest man's son should live to start at hearing himself called by his own name. Jenkins struck his brow violently with his clenched fist. Come, come, said Ritchie, this passion availeth nothing. Tell me what gate go you? To the devil, answered Jim Vin. That is a black gate if you speak according to the letter, answered Ritchie. But if metaphorically there are worse places in this great city than the Devil Tavern, and I care not if I go thither with you, and bestow a pottle of burnt sack on you, it will correct the crudities of my stomach, and form a gentle preparative for the leg of a cold pullet. I pray you in good fashion to let me go, said Jenkins. You may mean me kindly, and I wish you to have no wrong at my hand, but I am in the humour to be dangerous to myself or any one. I will abide the risk, said the Scot, if you will but come with me, and here is a place convenient, a half nearer than the Devil. Wilk is but an ill-omened, drouthy name for a tavern, This other of the St. Andrew is a quiet place, where I have ta'en my wetter now and then, when I lodged in the neighbourhood of the Temple with Lord Glenvarloch. What the deal's the matter with the man? Guard him gie sic a spang as that, and almaist brought himself for me on the causeway. Do not name that false Scots name to me, said Jinvin, if you would not have me go mad. I was happy before I saw him. He has been the cause of all the ill that has befallen me. He has made a knave and a madman of me. If you are a knave, said Ritchie, you have met an officer. If you are a daft, you have met a keeper, but a gentle officer and a kind keeper. Look you, my good friend, there has been 20 things said about this same lord, in which there is no more truth than in the leasings of Mahound. The worst they can say of him is, that he is not always so amenable to good advice as I would pray him, you and every young man to be. Come with me, just come ye with me, and if a little spell of siller and a great deal of excellent counsel can relieve your occasions, all I can say is you have had the luck to meet one capable of giving you both, and maist willing to bestow them. The pertinacity of the Scot prevailed over the sullenness of Vincent, who was indeed in a state of agitation and incapacity to think for himself, which led him to yield the more readily to the suggestions of another. He suffered himself to be dragged into the small tavern, which Ritchie recommended, and where they soon found themselves seated in a snug niche, with a reeking pottle of burnt sack and a paper of sugar betwixt them. Pipes and tobacco were also provided, but were only used by Ritchie, who had adopted the custom of late, as adding considerably to the gravity and importance of his manner, and affording, as it were, a bland and pleasant accompaniment to the words of wisdom which flowed from his tongue. After they had filled their glasses and drank them in silence, Ritchie repeated the question whither his guest was going when they met so fortunately. I told you, said Jenkin, I was going to destruction. I mean to the gaming house. I'm resolved to hazard these 2 or 3 pieces, to get as much as will pay for a passage with Captain Sharker, whose ship lies at Gravesend, bound for America, and so eastward ho. I met one devil in the way already, who would have tempted me from my purpose, but I spurned him from me. You may be another for what I know. What degree of damnation do you propose for me? He added wildly, and what is the price of it? I would have you to know, answered Ritchie, that I deal in no such commodities, whether as buyer or seller, but if you will tell me honestly the cause of your distress, I will do what is in my power to help you out of it, not being, however, prodigal of promises until I know the case, as a learned physician only gives advice when he has observed the diagnostics. No one has anything to do with my affairs, said the poor lad, and folding his arms on the table, he laid his head upon them with the sullen dejection of the overburdened llama, when it throws itself down to die in desperation. Richard Maniples, like most folk who have a good opinion of themselves, was fond of the task of consolation, which at once displayed his superiority, for the consoler is necessarily, for the time at least, superior to the afflicted person, and indulged his love of talking. He inflicted on the poor penitent a harangue of pitiless length, stuffed full of the usual topics of the mutability of human affairs, the eminent advantages of patience under affliction, the folly of grieving for what hath no remedy, the necessity of taking more care for the future, and some gentle rebukes on account of the past, which acid he threw in to assist in subduing the patient's obstinacy, as Hannibal used vinegar in cutting his way through rocks. It was not in human nature to endure this flood of commonplace eloquence in silence, and Jinvin, whether desirous of stopping the flow of words crammed thus into his ear against the stomach of his sense, or whether confiding in Ritchie's protestations of friendship, which the wretched, says Fielding, are ever so ready to believe, or whether merely to give his sorrows vent in words, raised his head, and turning his red and swollen eyes to Ritchie. Cock's bones, man, only hold thy tongue, and thou shalt know all about it, and then all I ask of thee is to shake hands and part. This Margaret Ramsay, you have seen her, man? Once, said Ritchie, once at Master George Harriot's in Lombard Street. I was in the room when they dined. Ay, you helped to shift their trenchers, I remember, said Jinvin. Well, that same pretty girl, and I will uphold her, the prettiest betwixt Paul's and the bar. She is to be wedded to your Lord Glenvarloch, with a pestilence on him. That is impossible, said Ritchie. It is raving nonsense, man. They make April gowks of you cockneys every month in the year. The Lord Glenvarloch married the daughter of a Lunnon mechanic. I would as soon believe the great Prester John would marry the daughter of a Jew packman. Hark ye, brother, said Jinvin, I will allow no one to speak disregardfully of the city, for all I am in trouble. I crave your pardon, man. I meant no offence, said Ritchie, but as to the marriage, it is a thing simply impossible. It is a thing that will take place, though, for the Duke and the Prince and all of them have a finger in it, and especially the old fool of a king that makes her out to be some great woman in her own country, as all the Scots pretend to be, you know. Master Vistson, but that you are under affliction, said the consoler, offended on his part. I would hear no national reflections. The afflicted youth apologized in his turns, but asserted it was true that the king said Peggy Ramsay was some far-off sort of noble woman, and that he had taken a great interest in the match, and had run about like an old gander, cackling about Peggy ever since he had seen her in hose and doublet, and no wonder, added poor Vin, with a deep sigh. This may be all true, said Ritchie, though it sounds strange in my ears. But, man, you should not speak evil of dignities. Curse not the king, Jenkin, not even in thy bedchamber. Stone walls have ears. No one has a right to know better than I. I do not curse the foolish old man, said Jenkin, but I would have them carry things a peg lower. If they were to see on a plain field 30,000 such pikes as I have seen in the artillery gardens, it would not be their long-haired courtiers would help them, I trow. Hout, hout, man, said Ritchie. Mind where the Stuarts come frae, and never think they want spears or claymores either, but leaving sick matters whilk are perilous to speak on. I say once more, what is your concern in all this matter? What is it? Said Jenkin. Why, have I not fixed on Peggy Ramsay to be my true love from the day I came to her old father's shop? And have I not carried her pattens and her chopins for 3 years, and borne her prayer book to church, and brushed the cushion for her to kneel down upon? And did she ever say me nay? I see no cause she had, said Ritchie, if the like of such small services were all that ye proffered. Ah, man, there are few, very few, either of fools or of wise men, can how to guide a woman. Why did I not serve her at the risk of my freedom, and very nigh at the risk of my neck? Did she not? No, it was not her neither, but that accursed beldam, whom she caused to work upon me, persuade me like a fool to turn myself into a waterman, to help my lord and a plague to him down to Scotland. And instead of going peaceably down to the ship at Gravesend, did not he rant and bully and show his pistols and make me land him at Greenwich, where he played some swaggering pranks that helped both him and me into the Tower? Aha, said Ritchie, throwing more than his usual wisdom into his looks, so you were the green-jacketed waterman that rowed Lord Glenvarloch down the river. The more fool I that did not souse him in the Thames, said Jenkin, and I was the lad who would not confess one word of who and what I was, though they threatened to make me hug the Duke of Exeter's daughter. What is she, man? Said Ritchie. She must be an ill-fashioned piece if you're so much afraid of her, and she come of such high kin. I mean the rack, man, said Jenkin. Where were you bred that never heard of the Duke of Exeter's daughter? But all the dukes and duchesses in England could have got nothing out of me, so the truth came out some other way, and I was set free. Home I ran, thinking myself one of the cleverest and happiest fellows in the world, and she wanted to pay me with money for all my true service, and she spoke so sweetly and so coldly at the same time. I wished myself in the deepest dungeon of the Tower. I wished they had racked me to death before I heard this Scottish man was to joust me out of my sweetheart. But are ye sure ye have lost her? Said Ritchie. It sounds strange in my ears that my Lord Glenvarloch should marry the daughter of a dealer, though there are uncouth marriages made in London, I'll allow that. Why, I tell you this lord was no sooner clear of the Tower than he and Master George Heriot comes to make proposals for her, with the king's assent and what not, and fine fair day prospects of court favour for this lord, for he hath not an acre of land. Well, and what said the old watchmaker? Said Ritchie. Was he not, as might weel beseem him, ready to loop out of his skin case for very joy? He multiplied 6 figures progressively and reported the product, then gave his consent. And what did you do? I rushed into the streets, said the poor lad with a burning heart and a bloodshot eye. And where did I first find myself but with that beldam mother Subtlechap? And what did she propose to me but to take the road? Take the road, man? In what sense? Said Ritchie. Even as a clerk to St. Nicholas, as a highwayman, like Poins and Petto and the good fellows in the play, and who, think you, was to be my captain? For she had the whole out here, I could speak to her. I fancy she took silence for consent, and thought me damned too unutterably to have one thought left that savoured of redemption. Who was to be my captain but the knave that you saw me cudgel at the ordinary, when you waited on Lord Glenvarloch, a cowardly, sharking, thievish bully about town here, whom they call Culpepper. Culpepper, hump, I know somewhat of that smake. Said Ritchie. Can ye by ony chance where he may be heard of? Master Jenkin, ye wad do me a sincere service to tell me. Why, he lives something obscurely, answered the apprentice, on account of suspicion of some villainy. I believe that horrid murder in Whitefriars or some such matter. But I might have heard all about him from Dame Subtlechap, for she spoke of my meeting him at Enfield Chase with some other good fellows to do a robbery on one that goes northward with a store of treasure. And you did not agree to this fine project? Said Meniples. I cursed her for a hag, and came away about my business, answered Jenkins. Ay, and what said she to that, man? That would startle her, said Ritchie. Not a whit. She laughed and said she was in jest, answered Jenkins. But I know the she-devil's jest from her earnest too well to be taken in that way. But she knows I would never betray her. Betray her, no, replied Ritchie. But are ye in any shape bound to this Berkey Peppercull, or Culpepper, or whatever they call him, that ye should let him do a robbery on the honest gentleman that is travelling to the north, and may be a kindly Scot for what we know? I going home with a load of English money, said Jenkins. But be he who he will, they may rob the whole world, and they list, for I am robbed and ruined. Ritchie filled his friend's cup up to the brim, and insisted that he should drink what he called clean cop out. This love, he said, is but a barrenly matter for a brisk young fellow like yourself, Master Jenkins. And if ye must needs have a whimsy, though I think it would be safer to venture on a staid womanly body, why here be as bonny lasses in London as this Peg Ramsay. You need not say deeply, for it is very true. There is as good fish in the sea as ever came out of it. Now wherefore should you, who are as brisk and trig a young fellow of your inches as the sun needs to shine on, wherefore need you sit moping this way, and not try some bold way to better your fortune? I tell you, Master Meniples, said Jenkins, I'm as poor as any Scot among you. I broke my indenture, and I think of running my country. A well a day, said Ritchie, but that mauna be, man. I can weel by sad experience that porteth takes away pith, and the man sits full still that has a rent in his breeks. But courage, man, you have served me heretofore, and I will serve you now. If you will but bring me to speech of this same captain, it will be the best day's work you ever did. I guess where you are, Master Richard, you would save your countryman's long purse, said Jenkins. I cannot see how that should advantage me, but I reck not if I should bear a hand. I hate that braggart, that bloody-minded, cowardly bully. If you can get me mounted, I care not if I show you where the dame told me I should meet him, but you must stand to the risk, for though he is a coward himself, I know he will have more than one stout fellow with him. We'll have a warrant man, said Ritchie, and the hue and cry to boot. We will have no such thing, said Jenkins. If I'm to go with you, I'm not the lad to betray any one to the Harmenbeck. You must do it by manhood if I'm to go with you. I'm sworn to Cutter's law, and will sell no man's blood. Aweel, said Ritchie, a wilful man must have his way. Ye must think that I was born and bred where cracked crowns were plentier than whole ones. Besides, I've two noble friends here, Master Lowestoft of the Temple, and his cousin, Master Ringwood, that will blithely be of so gallant a party. Lowestoft and Ringwood, said Jenkins, they are both brave gallants. They will be sure company. Know you where they are to be found? Ay, marry do I, replied Ritchie. They are fast at the cards and dice till the small hours, I warrant them. They are gentlemen of trust and honour, said Jenkins, and if they advise it, I will try the adventure. Go, try if you can bring them hither, since you have so much to say with them. We must not be seen abroad together. I know not how it is, Master Meniples, continued he, as his countenance brightened up, and while in his turn he filled the cups, but I feel my heart something lighter since I have thought of this matter. Thus it is to have counsellors, Master Jenkins, said Ritchie, and truly I hope to hear you say that your heart is as light as a lavrock's, and that before you are many days older. Never smile and shake your head, but mind what I tell you, and bide here in the meanwhile, till I go to seek these gallants. I warrant you cart ropes would not hold them back from such a ploy as I shall propose to them. End of chapter 35. Section 38 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. The thieves have bound the true men. Now could thou and I rob the thieves and go merrily to London. Henry IV, Part 1. The sun was high upon the glades of Enfield Chase, and the deer with which it then abounded were seen sporting in picturesque groups among the ancient oaks of the forest, when a cavalier and a lady on foot, although in riding apparel, sauntered slowly up one of the long alleys which were cut through the park for the convenience of the hunters. Their only attendant was a page, who, riding a Spanish jennet, which seemed to bear a heavy cloak-bag, followed them at a respectful distance. The female, attired in all the fantastic finery of the period, with more than the usual quantity of bugles, flounces, and trimmings, and holding her fan of ostrich feathers in one hand, and her riding mask of black velvet in the other, seemed anxious by all the little coquetry practised on such occasions to secure the notice of her companion, who sometimes heard her prattle without seeming to attend to it, and at other times interrupted his train of graver reflections to reply to her. Nay, but my lord, you walk so fast you will leave me behind you. Nay, I will have hold of your arm, but how to manage with my mask and my fan? Why would you not let me bring my waiting gentlewoman to follow us and hold my things? But see, I will put my fan in my girdle so, and now that I have a hand to hold you with, you shall not run away from me. Come on then, answered the gallant, and let us walk apace, since you would not be persuaded to stay with your gentlewoman, as you call her, and with the rest of the baggage. You may perhaps see that, though you will not like to see. She took hold of his arm accordingly, but as he continued to walk at the same pace, she shortly let go of her hold, exclaiming that he had hurt her hand. The cavalier stopped and looked at the pretty hand and arm, which she showed him with exclamations against his cruelty. I dare say, she said, baring her wrist and a part of her arm, it is all black and blue to the very elbow. I dare say you are a silly little fool, said the cavalier, carelessly kissing the aggrieved arm. It is only a pretty incarnate, which sets off the blue veins. Nay, my lord, now it is you are silly, answered the dame, but I'm glad I can make you speak and laugh on any terms this morning. I'm sure if I did insist on following you into the forest, it was all for the sake of diverting you. I'm better company than your page, I trow. And now tell me these pretty things with horns, be they not dear? Even such they be, Nelly, answered her neglectful attendant. And what can the great folk do with so many of them, forsooth? They send them to the city, Nell, where wise men make venison pasties of their flesh, and wear their horns for trophies, answered Lord Dalgarno, whom our reader has already recognized. Nay, now you laugh at me, my lord, answered his companion, but I know all about venison, whatever you may think. I always tasted it once a year when we dined with Mr. Deputy, she continued sadly, as a sense of her degradation stole across a mind bewildered with vanity and folly, though he would not speak to me now if we met together in the narrowest lane in the ward. I warrant he would not, said Lord Dalgarno, because thou, Nell, wouldst dash him with a single look, for I trust thou hast more spirit than to throw away words on such a fellow as he. Who, I? Said Dame Nelly. Nay, I scorn the proud princox too much for that. Do you know, he made all the folk in the ward stand cap in hand to him. My poor old John Christie and all. Here her recollection began to overflow at her eyes. A plague in your whimpering, said Dalgarno, somewhat harshly. Nay, never look pale for the matter, Nell. I am not angry with you, you simple fool. But what would you have me think when you are eternally looking back upon your dungeon yonder by the river, which smelt of pitch and old cheese worse than a Welshman does of onions, and all this when I'm taking you down to a castle as fine as is in fairyland? Shall we be there tonight, my lord? Said Nelly, drying her tears. Tonight, Nelly? No, nor this night fortnight. Now the Lord be with us and keep us, but shall we not go by sea, my lord? I thought everybody came from Scotland by sea. I'm sure Lord Glenvarloch and Richie Maniples came up by sea. There is a wide difference between coming up and going down, Nelly, answered Lord Dalgarno. And so there is for certain, said his simple companion, but yet I think I heard people speaking of going down to Scotland by sea, as well as coming up. Are you well advised of the way? Do you think it possible we can go by land, my sweet lord? It is but trying, my sweet lady, said Lord Dalgarno. Men say England and Scotland are in the same island, so one may hope there may be some road betwixt them by land. I shall never be able to ride so far, said the lady. We will have your saddle stuffed softer, said the lord. I tell you that you shall mew your city slough and change from the caterpillar of a poultry lane into the butterfly of a prince's garden. You shall have as many tires as there are hours in the day, as many handmaidens as there are days in the week, as many menials as there are weeks in the year, and you shall ride a hunting and hawking with the lord, instead of waiting upon an old ship chandler who could do nothing but hawk and spit. Ay, but will you make me your lady? Said Dame Nelly. Ay, surely, what else? Replied the lord. My lady love. Ay, but I mean your lady wife, said Nelly. Truly, Nell, in that I cannot promise to oblige you. A lady wife, continued Dalgarno, is a very different thing from a lady love. I heard from Mrs. Subtlechop, whom you lodged me with since I left poor old John Christie, that Lord Glenvarloch is to marry David Ramsay, the clockmaker's daughter. There is much betwixt the cup and the lip, Nelly. I wear something about me may break the bands of that hopeful alliance before the day is much older, answered Lord Dalgarno. Well, but my father was as good a man as old Davy Ramsay, and as well to pass in the world, my lord, and therefore, why should you not marry me? You have done me harm enough, I trow. Wherefore should you not do me this justice? For 2 good reasons, Nelly. Fate put a husband on you, and the king passed a wife upon me, answered Lord Dalgarno. Ay, my lord, said Nelly, but they remain in England, and we go to Scotland. Thy argument is better than thou art aware of, said Lord Dalgarno. I've heard Scottish lawyers say the matrimonial tie may be unclasped in our happy country by the gentle hand of the ordinary course of law, whereas in England it can only be burst by an act of Parliament. Well, Nelly, we will look into that matter, and whether we get married again or no, we will at least do our best to get unmarried. Shall we indeed, my honey sweet lord? And then I will think less about John Christie, for he will marry again, I warrant you, for he is well to pass, and I would be glad to think he had somebody to take care of him, as I used to do, poor loving old man. He was a kind man, though he was a score of years older than I, and I hope and pray he will never let a young lord cross his honest threshold again. Here the dame was once more much inclined to give way to a passion of tears, but Lord Dalgarno conjured down the emotion by saying with some asperity, I'm weary of these April passions, my pretty mistress, and I think you will do well to preserve your tears for some more pressing occasion. Who knows what turn of fortune may in a few minutes call for more of them than you can render. Goodness, my lord, what mean you by such expressions? John Christie, the kind heart, used to keep no secrets from me, and I hope your lordship will not hide your counsel from me. Sit down beside me on this bank, said the nobleman. I'm bound to remain here for a short space, and if you can be but silent, I should like to spend a part of it in considering how far I can, on the present occasion, follow the respectable example which you recommend to me. The place at which he stopped was at that time little more than a mound, partly surrounded by a ditch, from which it derived the name of Camlet Moat. A few hewn stones there were, which had escaped the fate of many others that had been used in building different lodges in the forest for the royal keepers. These vestiges just sufficient to show that here in former times the hand of man had been marked the ruins of the abode of a once illustrious but long forgotten family, the Mandevilles, Earls of Essex, to whom Enfield Chase and the extensive domains adjacent had belonged in elder days. A wild woodland prospect led the eye at various points through broad and seemingly interminable alleys, which, meeting at this point as at a common centre, diverged from each other as they receded, and had therefore been selected by Lord Dalgarno as the rendezvous for the combat which, through the medium of Richie Manipolis, he had offered to his injured friend Lord Glenvarloch. He will surely come, he said to himself. Cowardice was not wont to be his fault. At least he was bold enough in the part. Perhaps yonder churl may not have carried my message, but no, he is a sturdy knave, one of those who prize their master's honour above their life. Look to the palfrey, Luton, and see thou let him not loose, and cast thy falcon glance down every afternoon to mark if any one comes. Buckingham has undergone my challenge, but the proud minion pleads the king's paltry commands for refusing to answer me. If I can baffle this Glenvarloch, or slay him, if I can spoil him of his honour or his life, I shall go down to Scotland with credit sufficient to gild over past mischances. I know, my dear countrymen, they never quarrel with any one who brings them home either gold or martial glory, much more if he has both gold and laurels. As he thus reflected and called to mind the disgrace which he had suffered, as well as the causes he imagined for hating Lord Glenvarloch, his countenance altered under the influence of his contending emotions, to the terror of Nelly, who, sitting unnoticed at his feet, and looking anxiously in his face, beheld the cheek kindle, the mouth become compressed, the eye dilated, and the whole countenance expressed the desperate and deadly resolution of one who awaits an instant and decisive encounter with a mortal enemy. The loneliness of the place, the scenery so different from that to which alone she had been accustomed, the dark and sombre air which crept so suddenly over the countenance of her seducer, his command imposing silence upon her, and the apparent strangeness of his conduct in idling away so much time without any obvious cause, when a journey of such length lay before them, brought strange thoughts into her weak brain. She had read of women seduced from their matrimonial duties by sorcerers allied to the hellish powers, nay, by the father of evil himself, who, after conveying his victim into some desert remote from humankind, exchanged the pleasing shape in which he gained her affections for all his natural horrors. She chased this wild idea away as it crowded itself upon her weak and bewildered imagination, yet she might have lived to see it realized allegorically, if not literally, for the accident which presently followed. The page, whose eyes were remarkably acute, at length called out to his master, pointing with his finger at the same time down one of the alleys, that horsemen were advancing in that direction. Lord Dalgarno started up, and shading his eyes with his hand, gazed eagerly down the alley, when at the same instant he received a shot, which, grazing his hand, passed right through his brain, and laid him a lifeless corpse at the feet, or rather across the lap, of the unfortunate victim of his profligacy. The countenance, whose varied expression she had been watching for the last 5 minutes, was convulsed for an instant, and then stiffened into rigidity for ever. 3 ruffians rushed from the brake from which the shot had been fired, ere the smoke was dispersed. One, with many imprecations, seized on the page, another on the female, upon whose cries he strove by the most violent threats to impose silence, whilst the third began to undo the burden from the page's horse, but an instant rescue prevented their availing themselves of the advantage they had obtained. It may easily be supposed that Ritchie Maniplies, having secured the assistance of the 2 Templars, ready enough to join in anything which promised a fray, with Jinbin to act as their guide, had set off gallantly mounted and well armed, under the belief that they would reach Camelot Moat before the robbers, and apprehend them in the fact. They had not calculated that, according to the custom of robbers in other countries, but contrary to that of the English highwaymen of those days, they meant to ensure robbery by previous murder. An accident also happened to delay them a little while on the road. In riding through one of the glades of the forest, they found a man dismounted, and sitting under a tree, groaning with such bitterness of spirit that Lowestoft could not forbear asking if he was hurt. In answer he said he was an unhappy man, in pursuit of his wife, who had been carried off by a villain, and as he raised his countenance, the eyes of Ritchie, to his great astonishment, encountered the visage of John Christie. "For the Almighty's sake, help me, Master Maniplies," he said. "I have learned my wife is but a short mile before, with that black villain, Lord Dalgarno." "Have him forward by all means," said Lowestoft, a second Orpheus seeking his Eurydice. "Have him forward. We will save Lord Dalgarno's purse, and ease him of his mistress. Have him with us, were it but for the variety of the adventure. I owe his lordship a grudge for rooking me. We have 10 minutes good." But it is dangerous to calculate closely in matters of life and death. In all probability, the minute or 2 which was lost in mounting John Christie behind one of their party might have saved Lord Dalgarno from his fate. Thus his criminal armour became the indirect cause of his losing his life, and thus our pleasant vices are made the whips to scourge us. The riders arrived on the field at full gallop the moment after the shot was fired, and Ritchie, who had his own reasons for attaching himself to Culpepper, who was bustling to untie the portmanteau from the page's saddle, pushed against him with such violence as to overthrow him, his own horse at the same time stumbling and dismounting his rider, who was none of the first equestrians. The undaunted Ritchie immediately arose, however, and grappled with the ruffian with such good will that, though a strong fellow, and though a coward now rendered desperate, Maniplies got him under, wrenched a long knife from his hand, and dealt him a desperate stab with his own weapon, and leaped on his feet, and as the wounded man struggled to follow his example, he struck him upon the head with the butt end of a musketoon, which last blow proved fatal. "Bravo, Ritchie!" cried Lowestoft, who had himself engaged at sword point with one of the ruffians, and soon put him to flight. "Bravo! Why, man, there lies sin, struck down like an ox, and iniquity's throat cut like a calf." "I know not why you should upbraid me with my upbringing, Master Lowestoft," answered Ritchie with great composure, "but I can tell you the shambles is not a bad place for training one to this work." The other Templar now shouted loudly to them, "If ye be men, come hither. Here lies Lord Dalgarno murdered." Lowestoft and Ritchie ran to the spot, and the page took the opportunity, finding himself now neglected on all hands, to ride off in a different direction, and neither he nor the considerable sum with which his horse was burdened were ever heard of from that moment. The third ruffian had not waited the attack of the Templar and Jinbin, the latter of whom had put down old Christie from behind him that he might ride the lighter, and the whole 5 now stood gazing with horror on the bloody corpse of the young nobleman, and the wild sorrow of the female, who tore her hair and shrieked in the most disconsolate manner, until her agony was at once checked, or rather received a new direction, by the sudden and unexpected appearance of her husband, who, fixing on her a cold and severe look, said in a tone suited to his manner, "Ay, woman, thou takest on sadly for the loss of thy paramour." Then, looking on the bloody corpse of him from whom he had received so deep an injury, he repeated the solemn words of Scripture, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and I will repay it. I, whom thou hast injured, will be first to render thee the decent offices due to the dead." So saying, he covered the dead body with his cloak, and then, looking on it for a moment, seemed to reflect on what he had next to perform. As the eye of the injured man slowly passed from the body of the seducer to the partner and victim of his crime who had sunk down to his feet, which he clasped without venturing to look up, his features, naturally coarse and saturnine, assumed a dignity of expression which overawed the young Templars, and repulsed the officious forwardness of Ritchie Monipolis, who was at first eager to have thrust in his advice and opinion. "Kneel not to me, woman," he said, "but kneel to the God thou hast offended, more than thou couldst offend such another worm as thyself. How often have I told thee when thou wert at the gayest and the lightest, that pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Vanity brought folly, and folly brought sin, and sin hath brought death, his original companion. Thou must needs leave duty and decency and domestic love, to revel it gaily with the wild and with the wicked, and there thou liest like a crushed worm, writhing beside the lifeless body of thy paramour. Thou hast done me much wrong, dishonoured me among friends, driven credit from my house and peace from my fireside, but thou wert my first and only love, and I will not see thee an utter castaway, if it lies with me to prevent it. Gentlemen, I render ye such thanks as a broken-hearted man can give. Richard, commend me to your honourable master. I added gall to the bitterness of his affliction, but I was deluded. Rise up, woman, and follow me." He raised her up by the arm, while with streaming eyes and bitter sobs she endeavoured to express her penitence. She kept her hands spread over her face, yet suffered him to lead her away, and it was only as they turned around a break, which concealed the scene they had left, that she turned back, and casting one wild and hurried glance towards the corpse of Dalgarno, uttered a shriek, and clinging to her husband's arm, exclaimed wildly, "Save me, save me, they have murdered him." Lowestoft was much moved by what he had witnessed, but he was ashamed, as a town gallant, of his own unfashionable emotion, and did a force to his feelings when he exclaimed, "I let them go, the kind-hearted, believing, forgiving husband, the liberal, accommodating spouse. Oh, what a generous creature is your true London husband! Horns hath he, but tame as a fatted ox. He goreth not. I should like to see her, when she hath exchanged her mask and riding beaver for her peaked hat and muffler. We will visit them at Paul's Wharf, coz it will be a convenient acquaintance." "You had better think of catching the gipsy thief, Luton," said Ritchie Monipolis, "for by my faith he is off with his master's baggage and the siller." A keeper, with his assistants and several other persons, had now come to the spot and made hue and cry after Luton, but in vain. To their custody the Templars surrendered the dead bodies, and after going through some formal investigation, they returned with Richard and Vincent to London, where they received great applause for their gallantry. Vincent's errors were easily expiated, in consideration of his having been the means of breaking up this band of villains, and there is some reason to think that what would have diminished the credit of the action in other instances rather added to it in the actual circumstances, namely, that they came too late to save Lord Dalgarno. George Heriot, who suspected how matters stood with Vincent, requested and obtained permission from his master to send the poor young fellow on an important piece of business to Paris. We are unable to trace his fate farther, but believe it was prosperous, and that he entered into an advantageous partnership with his fellow apprentice upon old Davy Ramsay retiring from business in consequence of his daughter's marriage. That eminent antiquary, Dr. Dryasdust, is possessed of an antique watch with a silver dial plate, the mainspring being a piece of catgut instead of a chain, which bears the names of Vincent and Tunstall, memory monitors. Master Lowestoft failed not to vindicate his character as a man of gaiety by inquiring after John Christie and Dame Nelly, but greatly to his surprise, indeed to his loss, for he had wagered 10 pieces that he would domesticate himself in the family, he found the goodwill, as it was called, of the shop was sold, the stock auctioned, and the late proprietor and his wife gone, no one knew whither. The prevailing belief was that they had emigrated to one of the new settlements in America. Lady Dalgarno received the news of her unworthy husband's death with a variety of emotions, among which horror that he should have been cut off in the middle career of his profligacy was the most prominent. The incident greatly deepened her melancholy and injured her health, already shaken by previous circumstances. Repossessed of her own fortune by her husband's death, she was anxious to do justice to Lord Glenvarloch by treating for the recovery of the mortgage. But the scrivener, having taken fright at the late events, had left the city and absconded, so that it was impossible to discover into whose hands the papers had now passed. Richard Monipolis was silent for his own reasons. The Templars who had witnessed the transaction kept the secret at his request, and it was universally believed that the scrivener had carried off the writings along with him. We may here observe that fears similar to those of Skurlewitter freed London for ever from the presence of Dame Subtlechop, who ended her career in the Rasp House, viz. Bridewell of Amsterdam. The stout old Lord Huntingdon, with a haughty carriage and unmoistened eye, accompanied the funeral procession of his only son to its last abode, and perhaps the single tear which fell at length upon the coffin was given less to the fate of the individual than to the extinction of the last male of his ancient race. End of chapter 36. Section 39 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Jaques. There is, sui, another flood toward, and these couples are coming to the ark. Here comes a pair of very strange beasts. As you like it. The fashion of such narratives as the present changes like other earthly things. Time was that the tale-teller was obliged to wind up his story by a circumstantial description of the wedding, bedding, and throwing the stocking as the grand catastrophe to which, through so many circumstances of doubt and difficulty, he had at length happily conducted his hero and heroine. Not a circumstance was then omitted, from the manly ardour of the bridegroom and the modest blushes of the bride to the parson's new surplice and the silk tabinet mantua of the bridesmaid. But such descriptions are now discarded, for the same reason, I suppose, that public marriages are no longer fashionable, and that, instead of calling together their friends to a feast and a dance, the happy couple elope in a solitary post-chaise, as secretly as if they meant to go to Gretna Green, or to do worse. I'm not ungrateful for a change, which saves an author the trouble of attempting in vain to give a new colour to the commonplace description of such matters, but notwithstanding I find myself forced upon it in the present instance, as circumstances sometimes compel a stranger to make use of an old road which has been for some time shut up. The experienced reader may have already remarked that the last chapter was employed in sweeping out of the way all the unnecessary and less interesting characters, that I might clear the floor for a blithe bridal. In truth, it would be unpardonable to pass over slightly what so deeply interested our principal personage, King James. That learned and good-humoured monarch made no great figure in the politics of Europe, but then, to make amends, he was prodigiously busy, when he could find a fair opportunity of intermeddling with the private affairs of his loving subjects, and the approaching marriage of Lord Glenvarloch was matter of great interest to him. He had been much struck, that is, for him who was not very accessible to such emotions, with the beauty and embarrassment of the pretty Peg Ramsay, as he called her, when he first saw her, and he glorified himself greatly on the acuteness which he had displayed in detecting her disguise, and in carrying through the whole inquiry which took place in consequence of it. He laboured for several weeks while the courtship was in progress, with his own royal eyes, so as well nigh to wear out, he declared, a pair of her father's best barnacles, in searching through old books and documents for the purpose of establishing the bride's pretensions to a noble though remote descent, and thereby remove the only objection which envy might conceive against the match. In his own opinion, at least, he was eminently successful, for when Sir Mungo Malagrother one day in the presence chamber took upon him to grieve bitterly for the bride's lack of pedigree, the monarch cut him short with, "Ye may save your grief for your ain next occasion, Sir Mungo, for by our royal Saul we will uphaud her father, Davy Ramsay, to be a gentleman of 9 descents, wa's great gudesire came of the old martial stock of the house of Dalwolsey, than whom better men never did, and better never will, draw sword for king and country. Heard ye never of Sir William Ramsay of Dalwolsey, man, of whom John Fordoun saith, he was bellicosimus, noblissimus, his castle stands to witness for itself, not 3 miles from Dalkeith, man, and within a mile of Bannockrig. Davy Ramsay came of that old and honoured stock, and I trust he hath not derogated from his ancestors by his present craft. They all wrought with steel, man, only the old knights drilled holes with their swords in their enemies' corslets, and he saws nicks in his brass wheels. And I hope it is as honourable to give eyes to the blind as to slash them out of the head of those that see, and to show us how to value our time as it passes, as to fling it away in drinking, brawling, spear splintering, and such like unchristian doings. And you, mon, understand that Davy Ramsay is no mechanic, but follows a liberal art, which approacheth almost to the act of creating a living being, seeing it may be said of a watch, as Claudius saith of the sphere of Archimedes the Syracusan, inclusus varius formulatur spiritus astris et vivum caritas modibus ergit opus. Your Majesty had best give old Davy a coat of arms as well as a pedigree, said Sir Mungo. It's done, or ye bade, Sir Mungo, said the king, and I trust we, who are the fountain of all earthly honour, are free to spirit a few drops of it on one so near our person, without offence to the knight of Castle Girnigo. We have already spoken with the learned men of the Heralds' College, and we propose to grant him an augmented coat of arms, being his paternal coat, charged with the crown wheel of a watch in chief for a difference, and we propose to add time and eternity for supporters as soon as the Garter King at Arms shall be able to devise how eternity is to be represented. I would make him twice as muckle as time, said Archie Armstrong, the court fool, who chanced to be present when the king stated this dilemma. Peace, man, ye shall be whipped, said the king in return for this hint, and you, my liege subjects of England, may we'll take a hint from what we have said, and not be in such a hurry to laugh at our Scottish pedigrees, though they be somewhat long derived, and difficult to be deduced. Ye see that a man of right gentle blood may for a season lay by his gentry, and yet ken where to find it, when he has occasion for it. It would be as unseemly for a packman or pedlar, as ye call a travelling merchant, whilk is a trade to which our native subjects of Scotland are specially addicted, to be blazing his genealogy in the faces of those to whom he sells a bawbee's worth of ribbon, as it would be to him to have a beaver on his head and a rapier by his side when the pack was on his shoulders. Na, he hings his sword on the cleek, lays his beaver on the shelf, puts his pedigree into his pocket, and gangs as doucely and cannily about his peddling craft as if his blood was nae better than ditch water. But let our pedlar be transformed, as I have kenned it happen mair than aince, into a bein' thriving merchant, then ye shall have a transformation, my lords. In nova fert animus mutatis ticuri formas. Out he pulls his pedigree, on he buckles his sword, gives his beaver a brush, and cocks it in the face of all creation. We mention these things at the mere length because we would have you all to know that it is not without due consideration of the circumstances of all parties that we design in a small and private way to honour with our own royal presence the marriage of Lord Glenvarloch with Margaret Ramsay, daughter and heiress of David Ramsay, our horologer, and a cadet only thrice removed from the ancient house of Dalwolsey. We are grieved we cannot have the presence of the noble chief of that house at the ceremony, but where there is honour to be won abroad, the Lord Dalwolsey is seldom to be found at home. Sic fuit est et erit. Jingling Geordie, as ye stand to the cost of the marriage feast, we look for good cheer. Harriet bowed, as in duty bound. In fact, the king, who was a great politician about trifles, had manoeuvred greatly on this occasion, and had contrived to get the prince and Buckingham dispatched on an expedition to Newmarket in order that he might find an opportunity in their absence of indulging himself in his own gossiping, coshering habits, which were distasteful to Charles, whose temper inclined to formality, and with which even the favourite of late had not thought it worth while to seem to sympathize. When the levee was dismissed, Sir Mungo Malagrotha seized upon the worthy citizen in the courtyard of the palace, and detained him in spite of all his efforts for the purpose of subjecting him to the following scrutiny. This is a sair job on you, Master George. The king must have had little consideration. This will cost you a bonny penny, this wedding dinner. It will not break me, Sir Mungo, answered Harriet. The king hath a right to see the table which his bounty hath supplied for years, well covered for a single day. Very true, we'll have a to pay, I doubt, less or mair. A sort of penny wedding it will prove, where all men contribute to the young folks' maintenance, that they may not have just 4 bare legs in a bed together. What do you propose to give, Master George? We begin with the city when money is in question. Only a trifle, Sir Mungo. I give my goddaughter the marriage ring. It is a curious jewel, but I bought it in Italy. It belonged to Cosmo de' Medici. The bride will not need my help. She has an estate which belonged to her maternal grandfather. The old soap boiler, said Sir Mungo. It will need some of his suds to scour the blot out of the Glenvarloch shield. I've heard that estate was no great things. It is as good as some posts at court, Sir Mungo, which are coveted by persons of high quality, replied George Harriet. Court favour, said he. Court favour, Master Harry, replied Sir Mungo, choosing then to use his malady of misapprehension. Moonshine and water, poor thing, if that is all she is to be tokered with, I am truly solicitous about them. I will let you into a secret, said the citizen, which will relieve your tender anxiety. The Dowager Lady Dalgarno gives a competent fortune to the bride, and settles the rest of her estate upon her nephew, the bridegroom. Ay, say ye say, said Sir Mungo, just to show her regard to her husband that is in the tomb. Lucky that her nephew did not send him there. It was a strange story, that death of poor Lord Dalgarno. Some folk think the poor gentleman had much wrong. Little good comes of marrying the daughter of the house you are at feud with. Indeed, it was less poor Dalgarno's fault than theirs that forced the match on him. But I'm glad the young folk are to have something to live on, come how it like, whether by charity or inheritance. But if the Lady Dalgarno were to sell all she has, even to her very wily coat, she canna gie them back the fair castle of Glenvarloch. That is lost in gain, lost in gain. It is but too true, said George Heriot. We cannot discover what has become of the villain Andrew Skirley-Witter, or what Lord Dalgarno has done with the mortgage. Assigned it away to someone, that his wife might not get it after he was gane. It would have disturbed him in his grave, to think Glenvarloch should get that land back again. Said Sir Mungo, depend on it, he will have taken sure measures to keep that noble lordship out of her grips, or her nevoys either. Indeed, it is but too probable, Sir Mungo, said Master Heriot. But as I am obliged to go and look after many things in consequence of this ceremony, I must leave you to comfort yourself with the reflection. The bride day, you say, is to be on the 30th of the instant month, said Sir Mungo, hallowing after the citizen. I will be with you in the hour of cause. The king invites the guests, said George Heriot, without turning back. The base-born, ill-bred mechanic, soliloquized Sir Mungo. If it were not the odd score of pounds he lent me last week, I would teach him how to bear himself to a man of quality. But I will be at the bridal banquet in spite of him. Sir Mungo contrived to get invited, or commanded, to attend on the bridal accordingly, at which there were but few persons present, for James on such occasions preferred a snug privacy, which gave him liberty to lay aside the encumbrance, as he felt it to be, of his regal dignity. The company was very small, and indeed there were at least 2 persons absent whose presence might have been expected. The first of these was the Lady Dalgarno, the state of whose health, as well as the recent death of her husband, precluded her attendance on the ceremony. The other absentee was Richie Manipoles, whose conduct for some time past had been extremely mysterious, regulating his attendance on Lord Glenvarloch entirely according to his own will and pleasure. He had, ever since the rencontre in on-field chase, appeared regularly at his bedside in the morning to assist him to dress, and at his wardrobe in the evening. The rest of the day he disposed of at his own pleasure, without control from his lord, who had now a complete establishment of attendance. Yet he was somewhat curious to know how the fellow disposed of so much of his time, but on this subject Richie showed no desire to be communicative. On the morning of the bridal day, Richie was particularly attentive in doing all a valet de chambre could, so as to set off to advantage the very handsome figure of his master, and when he had arranged his dress to the utmost exactness, and put to his long curled locks what he called the finishing touch of the Reading cane, he gravely kneeled down, kissed his hand, and bade him farewell, saying that he humbly craved leave to discharge himself of his lordship's service. Why, what humour is this, said Lord Glenvarloch? If you mean to discharge yourself of my service, Richie, I suppose you intend to enter my wife's. I wish your good ladyship that shall soon be, and your good lordship the blessings of as good a servant as myself in heaven's good time, said Richie. But fate hath so ordained it that I can henceforth only be your servant in the way of friendly courtesy. Well, Richie, said the young lord, if you are tired of service, we will seek some better provision for you, but you will wait on me to the church and partake of the bridal dinner. Under favour, my lord, answered Richie, I must remind you of our covenant. Having presently some pressing business of my own, Wilk will detain me during the ceremony, but I will not fail to pry Master George's good cheer in respect he has made very costly fare. Wilk it would be unthankful not to partake of. Do as you list, answered Lord Glenvarloch, and having bestowed a passing thought on the whimsical and pragmatical disposition of his follower, he dismissed the subject for others better suited to the day. The reader must fancy the scattered flowers which strewed the path of the happy couple to church, the loud music which accompanied the procession, the marriage service performed by a bishop, the king who met them at St. Paul's giving away the bride, to the great relief of her father, who had thus time during the ceremony to calculate the just quotient to be laid on the pinion of report in a timepiece which he was then putting together. When the ceremony was finished, the company were transported in the royal carriages to George Heriot's, where a splendid collation was provided for the marriage guests in the fold-jam apartments. The king no sooner found himself in this snug retreat than, casting from him his sword and belt with such haste as if they burnt his fingers, and flinging his plumed hat on the table, as who should say lie their authority, he swallowed a hearty cup of wine to the happiness of the married couple, and began to amble about the room, mumping, laughing, and cracking jests, neither the wittiest nor the most delicate, but accompanied and applauded by shouts of his own mirth, in order to encourage that of the company. Whilst his Majesty was in the midst of this gay humour, and a call to the banquet was anxiously expected, a servant whispered Master Heriot forth of the apartment. When he re-entered, he walked up to the king, and in his turn whispered something at which James started. "He is not wanting his siller," said the king, shortly and sharply. "By no means, my liege," answered Heriot. "It is a subject he states himself as quite indifferent about, so long as it can pleasure your Majesty." "Body of us, man," said the king, "it is the speech of a true man and a loving subject, and we will grace him accordingly. What though he be but a carle? A twopenny cat may look at a king. Swith, man, have him. Pundite foris. Maniples, they should have called the chield moneypennies, though I sall warrant you English think we have not such a name in Scotland." "It is an ancient and honourable stock, the moneypennies," said Sir Mungo Malagrother. "The only loss is there are say few of the name." "The family seems to increase among your countrymen, Sir Mungo," said Master Lowestoft, whom Lord Glenvarloch had invited to be present, "since his Majesty's happy accession brought so many of you here." "Right, sir, right," said Sir Mungo, nodding and looking at George Heriot. "There have some of ourselves been the better of that great blessing to the English nation." As he spoke, the door flew open, and in entered, to the astonishment of Lord Glenvarloch, his late serving man Richie Maniples, now sumptuously, nay gorgeously attired in a superb brocaded suit, and leading in his hand the tall, thin, withered, somewhat distorted form of Martha Trapboys, arrayed in a complete dress of black velvet, which suited so strangely with the pallid and severe melancholy of her countenance, that the king himself exclaimed in some perturbation, "What the deil has the fellow brought us here? Body of our regal sylphs, it is a corpse that has run off with the mort cloth." "May I supplicate your Majesty to be gracious unto her," said Richie, "being that she is in respect of this morning's wark, my ain wedded wife, Mrs. Martha Maniples by name." "Soul of our body, man, but she looks wondrous grim," answered King James. "Art thou sure she has not been in her time maid of honour to Queen Mary, our kinswoman of red hot memory?" "I am sure, an it like your Majesty, that she has brought me £50,000 of good siller and better, and that has enabled me to pleasure your Majesty and other folk." "Ye need have said naething about that, man," said the king. "We ken our obligations in that sma matter, and we are glad this ruderous spouse of thine hath bestowed her treasure on ane wha kens to put it to the profit of his king and country. But how the deil did you come by her, man?" "In the old Scottish fashion, my liege. She is the captive of my bow and my spear," answered Maniples. "There was a convention that she should wed me when I avenged her father's death, so I slew and took possession." "It is the daughter of old Trapboys, who has been missed so long," said Lowestoft. "Where the devil could you mew her up so closely, friend Richie?" "Master Richard, if it be your will," answered Richie, "or Master Richard Maniples, if you like it better. For mewing of her up, I found her a shelter in all honour and safety under the roof of an honest countryman of my own, and for secrecy was a point of prudence when wantons like you were abroad, Master Lowestoft." There was a laugh at Richie's magnanimous reply on the part of every one but his bride, who made to him a signal of impatience, and said, with her usual brevity and sternness, "Peace, peace, I pray you peace, let us do that which we came for." So saying, she took out a bundle of parchments, and delivering them to Lord Glenvarloch, she said aloud, "I take this royal presence, and all here to witness that I restore the ransomed lordship of Glenvarloch to the right owner, as free as ever it was held by any of his ancestors." "I witness the redemption of the mortgage," said Lowestoft, "but I little dreamt by whom it had been redeemed." "No need ye should," said Richie. "There would have been small wisdom in crying roast meat." "Peace," said his bride once more. "This paper," she continued, delivering another to Lord Glenvarloch, "is also your property. Take it, but spare me the question how it came into my custody." The king had bustled forward beside Lord Glenvarloch, and fixing an eager eye on the writing, exclaimed, "Body of ourselves, it is our royal sign manual for the money which was so long out of sight. How came you by it, Mistress Bride?" "It is a secret," said Martha dryly. "A secret which my tongue shall never utter," said Richie resolutely, "unless the king commands me on my allegiance." I do command you," said James, trembling and stammering with the impatient curiosity of a gossip, while Sir Mungo, with more malicious anxiety to get at the bottom of the mystery, stooped his long thin form forward like a bent fishing rod, raised his thin grey locks from his ear, and curved his hand behind it to collect every vibration of the expected intelligence. Martha, in the meantime, frowned most ominously on Ritchie, who went on undauntedly to inform the king that his deceased father-in-law, a good careful man in the main, had a touch of worldly wisdom about him that at times marred the uprightness of his walk. He liked to dabble among his neighbours' gear, and some of it would at times stick to his fingers in the handling. "For shame, man, for shame," said Martha, "since the infamy of the deed must be told, be it at least briefly. Yes, my lord," she added, addressing Glenvarloch, "the piece of gold was not the sole bait which brought the miserable old man to your chamber that dreadful night. His object, and he accomplished it, was to purloin this paper. The wretched scrivener was with him that morning, and I doubt not urged the doting old man to this villainy to offer another bar to the ransom of your estate. If there was a yet more powerful agent at the bottom of this conspiracy, God forgive it to him at this moment, for he is now where the crime must be answered." "Amen," said Lord Glenvarloch, and it was echoed by all present. "For my father," continued she, with her stern features twitched by an involuntary and convulsive movement, "his guilt and folly cost him his life, and my belief is constant that the wretch who counselled him that morning to purloin the paper left open the window for the entrance of the murderers." Everybody was silent for an instant. The king was first to speak, commanding search instantly to be made for the guilty scrivener. "I, lictor," he concluded, "collega manus, caput obnupido, infelici suspenditi arbori." Lowestoft answered with due respect that the scrivener had absconded at the time of Lord Dalgarno's murder, and had not been heard of since. "Let him be sought for," said the king. "And now let us change the discourse. These stories make one's very blood grow, and are altogether unfit for bridal festivity. Hymen, O Hymene," added he, snapping his fingers, "Lord Glenvarloch, what say you to Mistress Menippeles, this bonny bride that has brought you back your father's estate on your bridal day?" "Let him say nothing, my liege," said Martha, "that will best suit his feelings and mine." "There is redemption money at the least to be repaid," said Lord Glenvarloch, "in that I cannot remain debtor." "We will speak of it hereafter," said Martha. "My debtor you cannot be," and she shut her mouth as if determined to say nothing more on the subject. Sir Mungo, however, resolved not to part with the topic, and availing himself of the freedom of the moment, said to Ritchie, "A queer story, that of your father-in-law. Honest man. Methinks your bride thanked you little for ripping it up." "I make it a rule, Sir Mungo," replied Ritchie, "always to speak any evil I know about my family myself, having observed that if I do not, it is sure to be told by ither folks." "But Ritchie," said Sir Mungo, "it seems to me that this bride of yours is like to be master and mare in the conjugal state." "If she abides my word, Sir Mungo," answered Ritchie, "I thank heaven I can be as deaf as any one, and if she comes to dunce, I have twa hands to pake her with." "Weel said, Ritchie again," said the king, "you have gotten it on baith haffets, Sir Mungo. Troth, mistress bride, for a fool your good man has a pretty turn of wit." "There are fools, sire," replied she, "who have wit, and fools who have courage, ay, and fools who have learning, and are great fools notwithstanding. I chose this man because he was my protector when I was desolate, and neither for his wit nor his wisdom. He is truly honest, and has a heart and hand that make amends for some folly. Since I was condemned to seek a protector through the world, which is to me a wilderness, I may thank God that I have come by no worse." "And that is say sensibly said," replied the king, "that by my Saul, I'll try whether I cannot make him better. Kneel down, Ritchie. Somebody lend me a rapier. Yours, Mr. Langstaff. That's a brave name for a lawyer. Ye need not flash it out that gay Templar fashion, as if ye were about to pink a bailiff." He took the drawn sword, and with averted eyes, for it was a sight he loved not to look on, endeavoured to lay it on Ritchie's shoulder, but nearly stuck it into his eye. Ritchie, starting back, attempted to rise, but was held down by Lowestoft, while Sir Mungo, guiding the royal weapon, the honour-bestowing blow was given and received. "Sir Carnifex, rise up, Sir Richard Menippeles of Castle Collet, and my lords and lieges, let us all to our dinner, for the cockaliki is cooling." End of chapter 37. End of Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott.